Hey guys. This is part 3 of What If Naruto revived the Uzumaki Clan and was a seal master. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are paid, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 9, The Emperor, Plots and Feelings. Yoshino looked at the hidden rain from the tallest tower of pain, his fellow Uzumaki. How many years has it been since they met? It had been his mission to track down all Uzumaki, his mission to work throughout to ensure that Uzumaki was standing. The village was on its feet now, but still not yet ready for anything. The outside world could still not know them. If they became engaged now, things could be troublesome for them. They were trying by all means to avoid disastrous things occurring once again. Nothing ever lasted in the shinobi world. That was why they always had to be ready for the worst. For anything that could happen. There was no telling what their enemies would do if they found out any information that was disturbing about Uzumaki. You have built everything well. But I guess the money the Akatsuki has been making helps in this regard. Nagato nodded his head quietly. But it doesn't change that we are surrounded. If we are having a problem of both Kumo and Iwagakure, it is a big problem. The two nations could invade us in different directions. Defending things now would mean that we will show the world our power, and they will be worried. When that happens, the shinobi nations group together and go against us. Konan finished Nagato's thoughts. We cannot let anything happen to this village. She wasn't afraid of the great nations. They had been preparing for them. Amigakure has been preparing to defend itself. It was still a small nation that could not withstand all the might of a nation like Iwagakure, but they could make a stand. It wasn't like Iwa would send all its shinobi to attack them. There would be no help if they were attacked, but they didn't need it. Whether it was an army or just Jinchuriki, they could protect Amigakure. However, she understood the importance of timing. It would be unfortunate if things come to that, but we simply must defend ourselves if we are attacked, Yoshino said. But I must ask for your patience. We necessarily won't have to do anything, but they will act for us and we will be reactive before pushing our agenda forward. If this world sees destruction, then so be it. I have seen that when people rebuild, there is a sense of unity, purpose. If the foundations of shinobi villages are faulty, then we must dismantle the shinobi world and start a new foundation. An ambitious project, but things would not necessarily go that far. Everything depended on how the Great Five reacted, but knowing their history and what motivates them, it was easy to tell how they would react. With those calculations in mind, they were trying by all means to prepare themselves. War didn't just cost lives, it needed to be funded with resources. Shinobi ate, shinobi needed weapons. Those weapons got destroyed in wars and they needed to be destroyed. If they were careful in their plan, they may as well profit from the wars. Yoshino shook his head. He was thinking like the Kages now. But they would be relegated. They would not rule the shinobi world for all eternity. They had their time and they used it to abuse and destroy whatever it was that they could destroy. The strong ruled over the weak. That was their rule and they would exercise this rule. What are Iwagakure's plans? They are the most active, but Kumogakure is still the most aggressive village. If anything is going to happen, it might be from them, Nagato said. They have backed away a bit since we killed their spies, but I wonder for how long it will last, Yoshino said. The Reikage favors strength, and I believe if he hears something pleasant to his eyes he will make movements. The thought did make him frown. Considering how the village has behaved when it has made aggressive moves, he had every reason to be worried. Do you think he will make the same moves they made in Konoha? Konan asked. Since we won't let them in Uzumaki, they might try something on the Wave Country. If that happens and we kill their people, they are going to make noise, Yoshino said. Nagato was silent for a moment as he thought about it. Just because they are strong they think they can do everything they want. These nations enjoy peace, but it has brought us nothing but violence and pain. Yet, at the end, they think we must just forget about it and continue as if nothing happens. If Konoha and Iwagakure fight once more, we get dragged into the wars that only destroy our lands. These leading powers continue to demonstrate that with power you can do whatever you want. War is never pleasant. It brings nothing but pain, destruction, death, and violence, but for small reasons they will start wars. That is Iwa's attitude in this. Hatred will continue to cripple this world of shinobi if things continue as they are. These nations must be made to experience war in the same way as we experience it. Perhaps then they will be afraid to start wars. I wonder about that, Nagato. People die in wars, they learn to hate, fear, and experience pain. But when something happens tomorrow, they are still willing to go to war, even when they know that it will only bring death and pain in the end. Every side loses something in a war, yet, no matter what, they repeat the same cycle over and over again. Will it ever change? We must hope that it will change, Nagato said in a confident tone. Jiraiya-sensei once said that he wishes for a world where people could understand each other. I thought people could understand each other through pain. I wasn't completely wrong, but even if people experience the same pain, they are likely to hate each other. I think even today he hopes for such a world. When we were still young, it certainly looked possible. It was possible to fight for good, to protect the weak and teach good to people. But we were weak. Those with power crushed us. We have gained power, but all that will be meaningless if we have no confidence in our convictions. Yoshino was silent for a long moment before finally nodding his head. Hope is all we have, huh? It isn't the only thing that we have, Conan said. But it is fundamental for humans to hope. If you cannot hope for something, you cannot give it your all. We hope because we have the desire. We must be able to see a world we envisage. If we cannot see it, what are we fighting for? Just crushing things along the way. Yoshino answered with a shake of his head. As long as nothing leaks out, Amigekyo will be safe. I don't think a confrontation with Konoha and Iwadakure will happen. Not in the immediate future, at least. The great nations probably already realizes that Uzushio depends on the wave. If they think so, it won't be long before they hire pirates to attack our ships. It won't be anything more than a pointless exercise to try to determine our strength. We won't reveal much nevertheless. We have the Akatsuki for such purposes. Conan said. If something is going to happen, the wave can always hire the Akatsuki. If you involve Konoha, it opens a door for confrontation with the great nations. That is something we want to avoid, Yoshino said. Itachi ended up choosing what he chose long ago. We didn't interfere because it was better this way. He would have been a problem if he had stayed alive. You continued to use him because you knew he was going to die? Naturally, Yoshino said. But we still managed to keep him restrained. However, he did make contact with His Majesty. The only thing he gained was a way to fast-track his death. Since we were watching him, we made it our mission to take his body and keep it. He could be useful in the near future. And so we have stored his body away. Sasuke would likely go blind because he wouldn't get his brother's eyes to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but Yoshino wasn't concerned with that. The Uchiha was by far the least in his concerns. If Sasuke went blind, maybe he would celebrate. It all depended on what the Uchiha was planning to do afterwards. So, is it still going to be silence for the next 2 years at least? Yoshino nodded. Yes, we have already acquired the technology we require from the Land of Springs. The next phase is building, and His Majesty will be overseeing it all. I'm sure you'll also have your hands full. During this time, there likely won't be any communication, and unless the unexpected happens which will require a military force, we will not require the use of the Akatsuki. But after then, the Uzumaki will make a return. A couple of days later it felt rather nostalgic being back in this village. Perhaps it had more to do with Itachi's feelings towards Konoha than his. Sasuke stared at the very gates that he had left when he departed the leaf to gain power from Orochimaru. What a waste of time that had been. The Sannin hadn't given him much. He had done most things by himself anyway. Perhaps leaving shouldn't have been an option for him, but then again, if he hadn't felt the village, Itachi wouldn't have bothered inviting him to their battle. Maybe Naruto had more to do with his brother's actions than him leaving. Either way, he was back in the Hidden Leaf. He wondered though, after everything, would they just willingly allow him to walk through their streets? Sasuke snorted at the thought. He didn't need their approval. If they didn't want him, he could leave any time he chose. With the power that Itachi allowed him to gain, there was nothing that could stop him. Not even Naruto could be in his way now. He was still going to get revenge nevertheless. Itachi might not have wanted it, but it didn't matter. It wasn't about what his brother desired. It was about what he wanted. Reviving his clan and revenge had always been his core dream. Not much has changed aside from a few side jobs he now needed to do. When Sasuke stopped by the gates, a squad of Anbu surrounded him. Uchiha Sasuke, the leader of the Anbu said in a monotone voice. You will need to come with us. I already came here without you. I can make my way towards my destination without you. Sasuke responded in a dangerous tone. Just because he was here didn't mean that he was going to allow them to boss him around. Never. He had never permitted such anyway. And where is your destination? They were on guard, ready to act in case the Uchiha made any wrong movement. Hokage Tower. I need to speak to the Godame Hokage about my return. You abandoned the village, put the lives of several clan heirs in danger after choosing to join the forces of a known traitor of the Hidden Leaf. A person who invaded this village. Do you think you can just walk in here and speak to the Hokage? They were directing their killing intent towards him. Sasuke didn't find it amusing. The last time he had been afraid of a killing intent was when Orochimaru stared at him during the Chunin exams. He had been stupid though. He had been impressed by the Sanin's strength, but he should have seen something glaring right at him. Orochimaru had run off from the village with his tail between his legs after his failure of an invasion. If I didn't think so, I wouldn't have decided to walk through the gates, Sasuke said with a small shrug of his shoulders. If you are going to lead me, you can lead me towards the Hokage Tower. They stared at him and considered him for a moment before one of them asked. If you came here to kill the Godame Hokage? Sasuke stared at these people with contempt. If you are not going to lead me, I know the way around. I'm only asking you to lead me because I don't want to cause unnecessary problems, he said. We will take the rooftops. We don't want your appearance causing a scene. Uzumaki Gyurin couldn't keep the frown off her lips as she walked through the streets, heading towards the leader's tower. She was just returning from the wave after having received intelligence of Kumobikyu's intentions to move against the wave's leader. A disturbing sound that had her running through the streets and heading straight into a boat to stop the attempted attack. She knew that people have already tried asking questions to those close to the man regarding Uzushio, but they were not getting anything. Kumo, being the aggressive bully it was, had attempted to kidnap the leader of the country to try to take him back to their village where they would try everything to get him to cough out secrets of Uzushio. Damn brutes. They were never going to leave them alone. Gyurin knew this when she signed into this job, but there was no breathing room. The damn scums were persistent, and it was starting to frustrate her. At least the Wagakure had stopped, but that they couldn't do what they did to Iwa's people to Kumo. There would be one hell of a scream coming from the lightning. No doubt the man would threaten to descend to the ground himself to take revenge over the loss of his shinobi. They were a small nation, and so the bigger boys thought they could bully them. Ridiculous, but Gyurin was starting to see things clearly. Perhaps she was being corrupted by working in this village and Haku. She never certainly saw things in such a manner. She has been working for this village for a couple of years now. She understood its beliefs, its desires, the fear that some Uzumaki held at the thought of being destroyed again. She had become part of this village. It was now her home. Yukimaru's home, and she was fighting to protect it with everything. The wonders of life. When she stepped into the leader's office, she found him sitting with Haku. There too had been waiting for her since she sent a message once she was done in the wave country. I guess I'm not the only one who is concerned that Kumo has decided that we are a cause for concern, Gyurin said, seeing the stern looks on the males' faces. She settled down with a tired sigh. It is a matter of concern, Yoshino said with a small frown on his lips. I was hoping that they would treat us as nothing that could threaten them, Haku said. He understood that the Reikage listened to power, and so if they thought they were weak, they wouldn't do anything against them. He had been breathing happily under this assumption. If things were going to break out soon, there would be fighting and death. It wasn't something that he really wanted to do, but he would be forced to do it if these people end up attacking them. It wasn't like a mission of his where killing wasn't a necessity, but in war, you had to kill. Sparing the life of an enemy was nothing more than a wish for being stabbed in the back. They still likely don't see us as much of a threat, Gyurin said. They didn't send anyone powerful to do anything, she said. And we still maintain all of the wave's military power within this island, training them. As it stands, the wave doesn't have the military resource to defend itself, but it is fine this way. The elemental nations can think this way, but wave shinobi won't be wave shinobi but rather Uzushio shinobi, Yoshino said with a pause. But it doesn't change that Kumo has moved. Do you think they moved because the other nations are moving as well? Haku asked. They held communications with the Leaf, and their alliance with Kiri was possibly known. Then again, it wasn't something they could keep hidden with how the Mist wanted to do business with them. Possibly, Yoshino said with a small nod. What did you do to them? Nothing, Gyurin said with a shake of her head. I figured it would be risky to kill them all. So I just captured them, but I avoided using my abilities, We don't want Kumo seeing the bloodlines or else they will go berserk. Yoshino laughed at Guren's words. Berserk? It was perhaps an exaggeration but quite fitting. You did well, we'll just send them back to Kumo peacefully, but we won't say anything to them. If they try something like that again, we do the same process over and over again until they grow frustrated. But hopefully if we don't kill them, the Reikage will think of us as naive and stop with his barbaric actions. If they grow frustrated and send an army? Haku asked. I have spoken to Nagato about this, Yoshino said. The wave will hire the Akatsuki if it happens like this. Kumobikyu will probably think we don't have the strength to protect the country ourselves and maybe stop being aggressive in order to play the wait-and-see game. It is something that IWA is currently playing now since Konoha sent its people. Hopefully, everything works out and we don't get dragged into battles before we finish building. Haku said calmly. It is a little quiet in here. It is a pity that it will get dangerous. It is unlikely that the hidden villages will try something against us just like that, Yoshino said. You of all people should know that when someone attacks us in here, we have the advantage of sinking their ships before they reach us. It is the same with the Wave Country. The only way through is by the Great Naruto Bridge. We can always send you out to freeze the surface and His Majesty to destroy the ships. In terms of attacks coming through the sea, they were covered. Yuzu was certainly covered. But it would be a problem if they send hundreds of ships. They wouldn't have the manpower to defend against those attacks. Yoshino would not say this to Guren and Haku, but it was a possibility he shared with the Emperor, but they would have to devise a way to deal with it. What is Kiri's position in all these? Doesn't want to get involved. Haku said, well, the village is still trying to rebuild and it doesn't have to worry about a war happening inland because they are far away from it. It still has a large naval military, so no village would try attacking it in its territory. They do use the mist to their advantage, Yoshino said in thought. We might also have to learn a thing or two about them in cases we ever need such a tactic. But for now, Guren, you can send those people back to Kumo. We don't say anything, and we pretend that nothing ever happened. If you like, you can even offer words of apologies to the Reikage. I'm sure he'd read it with a snort. Yoshino smiled when he finished speaking. An apology for what? Guren demanded with a stare. When a powerful man who is full of pride hits you on purpose from behind, you don't turn around and glare at him demanding an apology. He will slaughter you. What you do is you turn around and humble yourself before the mighty man and even apologize for being in his way. And if he decides to take advantage of you and kick you again? Yoshino smiled. The first attack will be cautious, but when you roll over and show him your back, he loses the sense of caution and attacks recklessly. Guren stared at the man for a moment before shaking her head. She then smiled. Tell me, does the Emperor also think like this? Sometimes, when it is convenient, Yoshino said. We all learn from him. I wouldn't even be saying this unless I was certain he'd like it. Hokage office for a moment. Tsunade had thought the Umbu were making a joke, and she was dreaming when the Umbu said that Sasuke was seen at the village gates. The Uchiha had run away for Orochimaru, and they had been looking for him for years now. Even when he departed Orochimaru's clutches, he still didn't return to the village. And yet he had returned just like that. What was happening in this situation? Was it because Naruto had returned as well? But that didn't make any sense to her. Tsunade had just sat still until the Uchiha appeared in the office with a blank look on his face. He had indeed returned. Tsunade didn't dismiss the Umbu. She couldn't be sure this wasn't a disguised attack on her. He was still a brat, but underestimating him would bring her downfall. But Tsunade still could not put a reason on why he had decided to return on his own. Had he achieved his revenge on his brother? If so, it was remarkable considering that he had failed to defeat Naruto, and Itachi wasn't someone who was weak. Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade started in a stern tone. You have some nerve just showing up like this. Sasuke responded with indifference. I came here because I wanted to inform you that I have returned to the Hidden Leaf. I have done what I wanted to do. This is my home, and so I have come back home. This was the place that his brother had sacrificed their clan to protect. Sasuke could not simply spit on that sacrifice. That aside, he had greater ambitions than that. He would replace this woman. Tsunade stared at the Uchiha for a moment before bursting out in laughter. You have returned? She asked. Who had sent you away? You committed a crime against the village by running away and joining Orochimaru. We put Shinobi lives at risk trying to retrieve you, and you think you can just return? Sasuke contemplated telling the woman that he never asked for anyone to chase after him. If he wanted to leave, he could be allowed to do so without anyone saying anything. Besides, after what this village did to his clan, they certainly had no right to say anything to him. Orochimaru was indeed a criminal, but this is still my home. Do you think people will just accept you after you abandon this home of yours? Tsunade asked in a hardened tone. You did something and there are consequences for them. I know what is happening around the elemental nations. I know there could be war, Sasuke said, but he didn't say anything to add on that. This village hasn't been above doing cover-ups. You can always say that I was sent on an S-rank undercover mission to kill both Orochimaru and Itachi. I have done so. If anyone asks, they could always be given those reasons. No one can reject them. Sasuke could not have thought of something like this, but it was something that Itachi suggested to him. And he knew he had struck a nerve when he told the Godame Hokage that he knew the village was capable of doing cover-ups. Tsunade didn't know about the Uchiha massacre, but she certainly knew of many things the Hidden Leaf has done to preserve its interest and position. Tsunade stared at the Uchiha. He certainly hasn't lost his arrogance. The clan heads were not going to simply stay silent about the Uchiha's return, and if he was allowed back into society just like that. This was all a problem. The cover-up wasn't a bad plan. She would devise it anyhow. It worked better now that he had returned on his own. They had still planned on using him even after forcing him to return to the village. So you think because there might be war, we might be willing to take you back just like that? Maybe not, but my power is needed. Sasuke didn't need to say anything about that. There was no need. She got the message. I have also given you a way to cover it up. If you feel that you need to do something about my actions, you can do it. I don't have a problem with that. I will consider it. Why did you suddenly return? There were certain developments that occurred. That aside, the only reason I had left the village was because I wanted more power to kill Itachi. I ended up killing Orochimaru, who invaded the village, and then Itachi. Sasuke stated in a calm tone. I have done all that, now I must revive my clan. Where is proof that you killed Orochimaru and Itachi? I can show you, Sasuke offered. Genjutsu? Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. The slug princess shook her head. I want something tangible. When you go to collect a bounty, you need the head to prove that you indeed did kill the person. Sasuke frowned. Orochimaru is sealed away. When he attempted to take over my body, I ended up absorbing him instead. During my fight with Itachi, I was losing and weakened. He managed to get out but was sealed away. After I killed Itachi, I was so worn out, I passed out, and when I woke up, his body was missing. Then how certain are you that he did die? I'm certain. Sasuke responded in a firm tone. It hadn't happened exactly as he had said, but it was indeed true that Itachi's body had vanished. He just would not say that he had a conversation with Itachi. That would raise suspicions. Tsunade stared for a moment before sighing. You won't cause a fuss if they take you away to answer some questions, no? After that, you will remain confined in the Uchiha compound until I decide how to handle this issue, Tsunade said. She didn't wait for the Uchiha to respond before ordering the Umbu to take him away. With them gone, there was nothing but silence in the office. Jiraiya would be returning soon. He had said he would return to the village soon after talking to his former students. If that was the case, then she wouldn't have to wait for too long for his return. She needed to hear his thoughts about this development. Even though she had a problem with his attitude, Tsunade could not deny the benefit of having him in her ranks. But she still needed to do something about what he did. The guards saw him at the gates. It was likely that news of his return was going to spread through the village, and she would be having a headache. How was Naruto even going to react to this development? Tsunade couldn't tell. The dynamics of Team 7 wouldn't work. Naruto wasn't a naive child. He didn't seem to forgive easily. Team 7 was dead. It wasn't going to happen even though Sasuke was back. Sakura would certainly cry over this, but she too had to grow. Life wasn't always pretty. Not everything was going to happen in the way you want them. Is something wrong, Tsunade-sama? Shizen asked, standing in front of the Godame Hokage. Tsunade blinked. She hadn't even heard the woman walk into her office. Perhaps it was because she was used to the woman's presence. Sasuke just returned. Shizen stared. Just like that? Yes, just like that, Tsunade said. I'm certain that something happened, but I just can't put my finger on it. Either way, it doesn't matter much. He is back and we have to find a way to deal with scenario that is presented by his untimely return. Training Ground 44 Naruto had spent many times in the Forest of Death. He had used this place for training purposes, to train his senses, reflexes and the ability to hide his chakra signature. For the animals with a keen sense of smell, it was difficult to hide from them because even if you hide your chakra signature, they could always track of scent. There were shinobi who were also very good at this. It was a useful ability when it came to tracking down shinobi. The forest was eerily silent, but it had great silence. There were no humans around. There was peace, the danger of nature, the life of nature. Everything that nature had to offer was here, life and death. Prey and predators dominated this land and trees seemed to thrive within the soil that gave them life. He was standing still, left hand holding a single hand seal with his eyes closed. The wind around him was twisting in a small tornado. It was a gentle twist that didn't cause any harm. He was trying to create a defensive jutsu that could help him defend against attacks he would not otherwise be able to dodge. There were those jutsus that were too fast. But you needed to be able to summon an attack in the blink of an eye to defend yourself. Could he, though, cause the wind around him to twist in the blink of an eye? It hadn't proved possible, but he was thinking of just twisting around to give the wind a push. The wind around Naruto dispersed as he sensed a presence within the trees. "Naoki," he said without looking at the redhead sitting on a tree branch. "Have you brought what I requested?" "Hi," the redhead said before throwing a scroll towards Naruto. The blonde caught it with his right hand. "When can we expect to mourn your death?" "Soon," Naruto said. "I will contact you with instructions. I have already tested the seals on my body, so we shouldn't fear anything going wrong. It is unlikely since I have studied their skills and realized that no one can be able to do anything. However, in case a miracle happens, you must be ready to do what needs to be done." "We will be ready," Naoki said. "Should I keep with observations or go back?" "Do as you like. But when I summon you, you cannot fail to appear before me." "As you wish," Naoki said. "One more thing, organize for some enemy shinobi to attack me. It should be a good cover-up." "It will be done," Naoki said before disappearing. Naruto sat down and opened the scroll he had been given. The following day, seeing Sasuke at his place, Danzo couldn't help but frown deeply. He wanted to say that he was unconcerned by the sudden appearance at his hideout, but he was honestly concerned. This hideout was a secret. How did someone like Sasuke know about it? He could understand with Jiraiya. Even the Umbu knew of this place, but Sasuke had been a naive, emotional child when he left the village. He shouldn't know anything unless Orochimaru said things that shouldn't have been said. Danzo cursed himself for not keeping contact with the Sannin. Then again, the snake hadn't been completely pleased with him. Either way, he had this brat to deal with. It was good that Sasuke had returned to the village. He was needed. The Sharingan was needed to protect the hidden leaf. There was war coming, and for Konoha to win and conquer other nations, it needed all tools it could use. It was curious why the Uchiha suddenly returned, but Danzo wasn't really interested in all that. He was even now thinking of how he was going to use Sasuke for his purposes. He could use the Uchiha for balance when it came to the Kyuubi. If Sasuke has learned to control his Sharingan just as Itachi had, then there was no doubt that he could manipulate even Naruto. The blonde was a risk to the village as things stood, and he couldn't be trusted, but a little bit of push, and he would become a loyal weapon for the hidden leaf. "I wasn't sure it was true when I heard you have returned, Sasuke," Danzo said calmly. "Have you come to join my side?" Sasuke stared at the warhawk with nothing but pure contempt. If Danzo was someone else, he would have been on his knees apologizing with the kind of look that Sasuke was giving him. He really wanted to kill the man. He hated him. Every fiber of his being was screaming for him to crush the man or just burn him alive with the flames of Amaterasu. But Sasuke wouldn't do anything hasty. He would wait and do it slowly just so this man could experience pain and loss. "Don't be ridiculous," Sasuke said in a cold tone. "The only time I am going to join you is when I die. But you are going to go a bit too soon. But I will join you soon enough. I just have things I need to do in this world." Danzo stared with narrowed eyes. "Is that a threat?" "Yes," Sasuke said with a firm nod. "I am going to kill you. And I will do it very slowly. Today, I just came to inform you that I will kill you and there won't be anything you can do about it. Before I do anything, you must be removed from the face of this world." Danzo could clearly sense the hate and contempt. Itachi could not have told this person what happened, could he? Danzo had trusted Itachi. He never thought that the Uchiha would actually betray him by doing something like that. Why must I be killed? I know you ordered my brother to kill everyone. I know you pushed my clan away from the village. I know everything and you are going to pay for it. He activated the Mangekyo's Sharingan. I cannot forgive you for what you did. If the leaf itself was responsible, I would turn against it, but it is you who gave the order and those two old people supported you. You will all die by my hand. I really didn't think that Itachi would tell, Danzo said calmly. But if you know, you understand that it isn't something that must become public. I know that very well, Sasuke said firmly. But it doesn't mean you will get a stay of execution. If you know, then you know why Itachi did what he did. Are you going to against the wishes of your brother? I told him to kill you, but he wouldn't listen and even went on to threaten me if something happened to you. I relented, but I see I should have done it myself, Danzo said. He did note the Mangekyo Sharingan. This just meant that the Uchiha had become much stronger, which was good. But not that he was being threatened. Of course, Danzo didn't think that Sasuke could do anything. He was just a brat. Amaterasu, Sasuke said as the man who was standing on Danzo's right hand burst into black flames. Danzo wasn't even moved by the screaming shinobi. The flames of Amaterasu, there was nothing that could be done. So, this child was serious about threatening him. He couldn't tell Tsunade about it. If he did, it would raise the risk of the woman knowing about the Uchiha massacre. If she did know about it, she was probably going to support his death. Danzo looked away from his shinobi and faced Sasuke. You are walking a very dangerous path. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders before turning away from the Warhawk. We will meet soon again, he said before walking away. Danzo-sama. Danzo glanced at the man calling his name before staring at the spot Sasuke had just been standing. Now he also had Sasuke to deal with. And he thought Naruto had been a problem that needed his utmost attention. He would have been pleased if the blonde had taken his offer and gone off to Uzushio on his spying mission. But that had been rejected. Even so, Danzo wasn't concerned much about it. The fact was that their Jinchuriki wasn't loyal to the leaf and the last Uchiha seemed to have ulterior motives. They could both be very useful, but instead, they are turning out to be problems that he needed to solve. Sasuke could die, and he could take the Mangekyo. He could always remove the Kyuubi from Naruto and seal it into someone else before training them. He could implement a strategy that would make Kumo and Iwagakure fight. Tsunade could still give him Sasuke and he could work on something with the Uchiha. It would be much simpler to handle the Uchiha if Tsunade ended up giving him to him. He would need to go out to the Godame and solve it before something happens. He could not allow the Uchiha to keep coming at him. Days later, Tsunade's office. Jiraiya stepped into the office looking tired. It wasn't the journey to the rain that had him tired, it was the mental work that he had been forced to do after a hostile reception in the rain. They hadn't let him in the rain this time around. Actually, when he arrived, Nagato was already waiting for him, and told him to go back without saying anything. He had been willing to fight him to get him to go away. Jiraiya hadn't been looking for a fight, but when he tried forcing things, Nagato had returned the force and he had been forced to leave the rain with more questions than answers. It just made his visit to the nation all the more troubling. The situation with Nagato was of course very troubling. What the man did in the rain was cold-blooded and just brutal. How can anyone who is looking for peace do something as Nagato has done? He killed all those associated with Hanzo. It was just a slaughter of even innocent people. Jiraiya was at a loss that the students he had trained were capable of doing this. What was more frightening was the fact that Nagato had defeated Hanzo. The man was ridiculously strong and Nagato had supposedly destroyed him, and then proceeded to eradicate anyone with connections to the man. It was looking likely that Nagato was going to cause nothing but destruction in the elemental nations. If that was so, Jiraiya was going to do everything in his power to stop Nagato. He still had Naruto in his corner, but there were still some concerns regarding the blonde. Even to this day, Jiraiya just could not figure out Naruto. But he wanted to trust him. He wanted to believe that there was good in Naruto, and he would not be like Nagato. They were both Uzumaki, and that was troubling given this current situation. You look troubled, Tsunade said to Jiraiya after he settled by the window and went silent without saying a word to her. Jiraiya was brought out of his thoughts by Tsunade's words. He glanced over to the busted blonde Hokage and then released a long breath. My travel to Amagekure wasn't very fruitful. It has left me more worried than ever. I was thinking that perhaps things would be alright, but the situation is very deadly. You didn't get anything? Jiraiya shook his head. They didn't even let me do anything. They were willing to fight me to death over it, Haim. I think something is brewing up in the rain. It can't be a coincidence that they have locked up their village while Uzushio has done the same. Nagato is an Uzumaki and a very powerful shinobi. I really think that there is a connection between him and Uzushio Gakure. If there is a connection there, then we really have to start questioning their intentions. Tsunade frowned upon hearing those words. She had already been told that Nagato had killed Hanzo and then went on to kill everyone with a connection to the man. This was indeed troubling news. Was Uzushio going to follow the same destructive path? They'll probably deny connections if we ask. Or they just won't answer us. Their response to our attempts to form a line of communication was that they would respond when ready, and in your visit in AIM, you have been turned back. She sighed deeply. Something deep is happening, she said. Jiraiya nodded his head. I believe so, and we have to do something, Haim. We simply just can't wait for Uzushio to come back to us. I don't want to be the suspicious type, but with what the toads told me, we have to be proactive. It will be best to look like we are suspicious people than allowing a disaster to come to us. Do you think Yuzu has the might to do anything dangerous? Tsunade asked with concern. Jiraiya shook his head. I don't really know, Haim. I don't know, he said in a firm tone. However, we have to consider that they could be after revenge for what was done to them. We cannot ignore that they were invaded without having provoked any other nation. We must also consider the possibility that they might also turn to us as well. We didn't do anything. What were we supposed to do after their destruction, Jiraiya? I don't know, Haim, Jiraiya said in a bitter tone. But do you know what Naruto said to me? The Toad Sage looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking again. Why is it that even when Uzushio and Konoha were allies that none of the Uzumaki came here to seek refuge after their destruction? Tsunade frowned. This puzzles me. Konoha's shinobi wear Uzushio's symbol, Haim. Kushina was brought into this village just to be a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The relationship between Konoha and Uzushio was a deep one that was made with strong bonds. And yet when their village was destroyed, none of them came here. Konoha did nothing, but if they had come here, they would have been accepted, and at that time, there was no village that would have dared try to invade us. Jiraiya said in a very serious tone. It is alarming and we really cannot ignore this. What must we do then, Jiraiya? What are we going to do about this? It does look like things are not going to settle anytime soon. Tsunade said in an equally serious tone. At this point, she was truly glad that she had managed to get her shinobi to up their training in case something happens. Something looked like it was going to happen very soon. We need answers, Jiraiya said firmly. We need to get them from Uzushio. I will be willing to force my way into the village to get answers. Now thinking about this, we shouldn't have been naive. Just think of the way the village dealt with the Wagakure's spies. They must have known that killing them and sending them back would only invite Iwa's anger, and yet they did it anyway. Tsunade was silent for a couple of moments. She had tried a diplomatic approach and she thought it was working. However, there were bigger concerns. Yet, they had nothing prove their concerns. It was all just speculation. However, with how long they have lived, could they really ignore their instincts? Do you think Uzushio will take kindly to that? It is actually their reaction to how things go when I visit that will determine their standing, Jiraiya said. We cannot overlook anything as things stand. Tsunade nodded her head. I will have to think of something in case there is a fallout, she said in thought. Before she could say anything more, Danzo entered the office. Tsunade groaned loudly at the presence. This was someone she didn't want to see now. What do you want, Danzo? She demanded. Danzo eyed Jiraiya for a moment before nearly frowning. He had this person to deal with in Sasuke. The Uchiha had just killed one of his agents just like that and in front of him. He would not forgive it. Shirsei's eyes could work on the Uchiha. It didn't matter if had the Sharingan or not, but Danzo really didn't want to waste the ability. Sasuke has returned to the village, and you still haven't given him to me. Tsunade stared at the man for a moment. I don't think this is going to work, Danzo, she said. We had an agreement. We did. If I remember correctly, I said I would need to think about things once he returns. I'm still thinking and you are not helping yourself. That aside, things were different before we spoke. They have changed once more. Please leave. I am having an important discussion with Jiraiya. Danzo stared at Tsunade with an immovable gaze. Was the woman really just dismissing him like that? He was here because he was concerned. Sasuke now posed a greater risk to everything that he has worked to gain, and he simply could not tell this woman. The Uchiha massacre was a village secret, and even if Tsunade was the Hokage, she didn't have to know. This was still embarrassing though. After everything he has swallowed to work with this woman, she was still going to treat him like this. Right there, he was thinking of using Shusoi's eye to manipulate her. It had never occurred to him that she would turn on him like this. What is so important? Danzo was forced to ask in a sharp tone. We had already spoken about this. And it is concerning that we discuss his loyalty given how he returned to the village. There are a couple of things regarding village security and future, but nothing you should concern yourself with. You probably won't live long enough to see it anyway. Tsunade responded with indifference. Danzo ignored the last comment. He was certainly not going to ask about what the woman meant by that. But it was going to be a race to see who would be alive then. It was either going to be her or him. If there is something that concerns village security, I should be made aware. Tsunade stared at the warhawk. Who are you? Jiraiya almost laughed at the question, but he held himself from doing so. He had been worried about how his former teammate was handling the sneaky cripple, but it was apparent that there was no need to worry. She had everything under control. But of course, there were certain things that Jiraiya still had to sort out with her. But that would only come if Danzo does something that warrants his presence. For now, he could only watch. You seem to forget who you are speaking to, Tsunade. I have been serving Konoha for many years now. He was cut off from finishing by Tsunade. And my grandfather founded this village along with the Uchiha. I don't understand what your point is, and I really don't want to understand. Either way, I have already told you to leave, and you should leave before I order my Umbu to help you out, Tsunade said in a stern tone. Danzo stared for a long moment before turning away. He left the office without saying another word. Once he was gone, Jiraiya turned to the blonde Hokage. I didn't know Sasuke came back. In what way did he even come back? Saying this feels a bit weird since he actually ran away from the village. He was speaking as if the Uchiha had just gone for some vacation with Orochimaru. A couple of days ago, he returned just like that. He says he killed both Itachi and Orochimaru. When we asked for Itachi's head, he said it was stolen. And I believe him, he seemed rather incensed about it, Tsunade said with a sigh. He hasn't been doing anything since he returned. I am still working on his cover. I have already drawn up things. I just need to speak to the clan heads once I have completed everything. I'm sure they won't be pleased since the lives of their children had been put at risk chasing after Sasuke, Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded with a thoughtful look on her face. She then seemed to shrug a bit carelessly. Either way, it's not their call to make the decisions, and I was the one who sent them out on the mission. I hope it goes well, Jiraiya said. I will be in the village for the next days. But when I leave, I'm heading straight to Uzumaki. We cannot rest without knowing anything about their intentions. Tsunade, the heart was an uncontrollable thing that Temari often found she wanted to strangle just to kill the emotions it made her feel. There were many things that occurred in this life, but you really could not control the human heart. It was always unpredictable. Sometimes it made you experience things you never thought you would feel. At least now, life wasn't so bad. She was actually happy with how things were progressing in the life and with her relationships. Temari didn't care about fame and everything right now, she just wanted to support her brother in his work. With a war looking like it was going to occur, the village has been working hard to train its shinobi. It would have been difficult if they didn't have funding to make it in their journey, but Gaara had managed to get funding from the Wind Daimyo. Suna was able to prepare things smoothly. They were able to stock on the necessities. She was helping Genins train along with other Jonins. It had been almost sad when no one picked her brother to be their sensei. But he had managed to secure himself students which he personally trained. They had been afraid of him at first. Perhaps her brother made things worse by his stoic mask. But they were used to it. They now spoke fondly of him because they spent time with him. They get time to hear him talk and actually listen to him. Most people who actually take the first step of trying to know her brother don't regret it. She was currently busy with her students when a shinobi came to her and told her that she was being requested by the Kazekage. She stopped the training. We can call it for the day. Tomorrow, same time, she said to her students. We will stay around here for a little while longer. Temari didn't say anything to reject the idea. They always did that every now and then. She didn't always have time to give them her full attention, but whenever she could, she would always see them. The blonde left her students after telling them not to take it too rough. She slowly walked towards the Kazekage Tower. It was busy with people coming in and out, up and down, shinobi coming in for their mission request. It hadn't always been like this, but with time, things do change. Gaara was the Kazekage, and although some still didn't accept it, there had wrapped their hands around the idea that he was the Kage, and would not be going anywhere. When she arrived in the office, he was just dismissing someone. She settled down calmly and watched for a moment. Is there something wrong? Gaara looked at his sister for a moment before looking at the letter he had received from Tsunade. Naruto had returned to the leaf. He had always known that the blonde was returning, but she had sent a message to confirm that he had indeed returned. Temari didn't know about it, but he had observed that she had grown quite close to him during his time in this village. She even spoke of him very fondly. He didn't know much about the matters of the heart, but Gaara wasn't against his sister growing closer to Naruto. If there was going to be a relationship, he would approve of it. Then again, he had to find someone to marry his sister before the vultures in the Wind Capital make their move. Either way, he would not be pushing his sister to marry someone she didn't want to marry. Tsunade seemed to think that if the two were given a chance, something could happen since they have already connected. He knew his sister had spent time with that person. He didn't complain. She came back happy every day after spending time with him. Gaara shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Nothing is wrong, he said. But I need to send you to Konoha. You can leave tomorrow morning, he said. What is it? There is a scroll that must be delivered to the Hidden Leaf. The Godame Hokage will also give you something before you return, Gaara said calmly. He praised himself for playing this well. He hadn't thought he would, but he was doing it. Is it about the war that might not happen? Temari asked. She wasn't pleased at the idea of a war, but if it happened, they would have to fight. Not only because they would have to offer support to the Hidden Leaf, but for their own protection as well. There was no way that those villages would leave them alone if Konoha was plundered. Gaara nodded, but it was a lie. The scroll was empty, but he knew Temari would never open it. We are trading intelligence. Our village is small and unlike the others, but we are still a great nation. If there is going to be war, we will have to play our part. Kiri doesn't look like it is going to take part in anything anyway. But at least both the Wagakure and Kumo are not doing anything as things stand. If they don't do anything, we can breathe, Temari said. Hopefully nothing happens. But when dealing with power-hungry people, you can never be too sure about anything. Yes, and we still don't know much about Uzumaki, Gaara said with a shake of his head. Come back tomorrow morning for the scroll. I'm sure you need to make preparations on this side since you have a team to handle. Temari was immediately on her feet. If I hurry up now, I will probably find them. She said that and walked away. Once she was out of the office, Gaara let out a long breath. He played that well. Now he would just have to wait and see what happens in the Hidden Leaf. Tsunade had already said Naruto would not be going anywhere, so there was no way she was going to miss him. Konoha, the Hidden Leaf once more. Temari was finding the journey to be a bit constant these days. She was the one her village sent over here when there was something that needed to be discussed. Her usual partner in crime wasn't there to greet her today, and so she had entered the village alone and went straight to the Hokage Tower. Once there, she found the blonde Hokage with her assistant. The woman smiled happily seeing her. You arrived sooner than expected, Tsunade said to Temari. I was a bit faster getting here. I want to get back home as soon as possible. Temari responded as she handed the scroll Gaara had given her to the Godame Hokage. She didn't sit down but remained standing, waiting to hear what the woman had to say. Gaara didn't tell her anything, Tsunade realized. He hadn't told her that Naruto was back in the village, and that she was simply being sent to see him to see if something would click as it did before. She smiled. Perhaps it was better that way. I won't keep you for long. You can leave any time you want, but there is someone who I think you'd want to see before leaving. Temari was curious. Who? Naruto. Temari stared at the Godame Hokage for a long moment. Naruto was back in the village? Temari was surprised. She wasn't expecting this to happen. She certainly thought he had yet to return. Gaara hadn't said anything, but surely he knew that Naruto had returned and certainly kept it from her. Was this some ploy to get her to meet the blonde? It was something else though. She could question, but she was a little excited that Naruto was back. She would nevertheless demand answers from Gaara when she goes back. When did he return? About 2 weeks ago, Tsunade said. He is currently at his apartment. I can get someone to show you. Temari smiled. That is fine, she said. There was a sign of danger, a demon inside. It was a horrible. Temari felt sick seeing the sign. Someone had obviously put it there. These people had no shame, didn't they? She felt like ripping it off in anger, but she did not. It was a huge struggle, but she managed to rein on her emotions. Sickened and mad as she was, she managed to calm her feelings. It was still a cruel joke, though. How do you put something like this on someone's door? Did Naruto see this thing every day when he opens and closes the door? What was he feeling? What did he think about this? Temari couldn't put herself in his shoes. She could not. She steeled herself and chose to knock on the side of the door where the sign did not touch. She knocked twice. There was no immediate answer. But Tsunade had told her that Naruto was home. He was in this hellhole of an apartment. How do you even put the son of the man who you hail as your greatest Hokage in a place like this? Temari shook her head. She was allowing her emotions to run wild. But it just could not be helped. She could understand things with Gaara. But not with Naruto. He had looked so lively when he visited the sand. He was a happy person. But it was no wonder he never talked about Konoha unless you brought it up. Even if the outside world was filled with strangers, he must have felt that it was better than being in a place like this. When the door slowly opened, Temari's heart skipped a beat. She had known she was coming to see Naruto. But it has been months of complex emotions and troubling questions. But now that she was standing here on his door, slowly opening, she felt unsure. When the door fully opened, he was standing there with a blank look on his face. Upon recognizing her, it slowly changed into a smile. Temari had counted the seconds that went by when his smile took place. Hey! Temari greeted a bit awkwardly. Naruto tilted his head to the side, still smiling. He was honestly surprised to see her here. This was his den. He wasn't even expecting to see her in Konoha during his short stay. But she was here and he couldn't disappear into thin air. It was perhaps either Tsunade or Gaara who made it possible for her to make the trip to the village, a setup with some political intentions that neither would openly admit even when asked. Temari, Naruto said. That awkwardness, this isn't the first time you are seeing me. I am not like a lover you finally found after years of searching. He paused. Or am I? Temari smiled. She was now at ease, just those simple words from him, and her heart was beating calmly. She missed this kind of person. In your dreams? She said a bit sharply. Naruto put on a hurt look. Now that is sad, he said with disappointment. I was thinking that perhaps when you heard I'd returned, you ran all the way just to see dear old me. He finished with a wide smile. Temari snorted. Yeah, right, she said. But at least it would show I didn't forget about you. You certainly seem to have forgotten. How could I? Naruto said, shaking his head. There have just been issues to handle. I have got limited time. There was a bit of seriousness in his tone. It was curious. It made Temari pause just to study his expression. But she got nothing, and so she brushed her thoughts to the side. Are you going to let me in? She asked. Naruto blinked. I forgot. I don't get visitors, he said, stepping out of the way for Temari to enter. You must close your eyes, it is rather messy inside. I doubt that, Temari said. She didn't move deeper as she waited to hear the sound of the door closing. Naruto walked up to her and led her to the neat sitting room. She looked around. He said it was messy, but it was not. The place was well kept. It was small, but still nice. The door to the bedroom was slightly open. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to peek inside. I can give you a tour if you like, Naruto said with a smile, seeing Temari's eyes. Realizing she'd been caught getting too curious, Temari shut her thoughts for a moment before responding. No thanks, she said. So, this is your place. She simply said that because she didn't know what else to say to him. She had thought she would have many things to say after he abandoned her, but now that he was before her, she really didn't know what she could say to him. Naruto nodded his head but didn't say anything. Not until he was done studying the blonde. This is my place, want to move in with me? As you can see, I live alone, it can get rather lonely here, he said with a smile, arms open wide, inviting the woman. It feels like you are inviting me to your arms, Temari said. She still smiled slightly. That sign on the door. She really couldn't get it off her head. Oh, that danger sign. Naruto responded in thought. It was put when I was 5, I think. For as long as I have lived in here, it has always been there. I never really bothered taking it out. Perhaps I keep it for sentimental value. It reminds me of where I come from, things like that. Temari smiled sadly. You really had it rough, huh? She said. Would you have a problem sharing it with me? Your past, I mean. The following day Naruto was strolling through the Hokage Tower, hands inside his pockets. The 5th Hokage wanted to see him. He could make a few guesses on why she wanted to see him, but he wasn't going to think too hard about it. Nothing much of what was going to happen while he was in the Hidden Leaf would have much of relevance anyway. But being Carlos wouldn't win him any awards and would certainly make the coming days a bit difficult. He wasn't doing anything, life was at ease. He was content with this as it gave him much time to plan things ahead of time. He could also fool around, perhaps now that the situation allowed him to do so. Nevertheless, nothing stupid had to be done. He didn't want to risk things. Sasuke's return in the village was unexpected, but it really didn't change anything. But he was a bit concerned by what Danzo would be doing. He had to keep an eye on things before the man does troubling things. Naruto certainly didn't want a situation where he had to fight the War Hawk. He didn't want any trouble with anyone. If things remained the way they are now, he wouldn't complain about anything. He would die with a blast and a huge smile on his lips. Naruto's footsteps came to a halt when he saw someone coming along the way. He smiled at the woman, Konoha's Genjutsu master, Kurenai Yuhi, a rather delightful woman with mesmerizing eyes. Maybe Jiraiya was right when he said that he liked older women. Either way, what was beautiful could not be ignored. Perhaps the maturity of the older generation was what attracted him. The younger ones were certainly immature at times. But he had big dreams that not even Konoha could contain. He shook his head slightly as his eyes stared at the woman with life in them. Kurenai-sensei. He started a bit happily, a charming smile on his lips. That smile, it wasn't a normal smile. It wasn't a smile that he gave everyone. Kurenai didn't need to ask. She didn't need to guess anything. Her instincts told her as much. But she couldn't help but smile in return. There wasn't much difference from the boy she had seen months ago at Tanzaku. Naruto, she said. There was nothing else to say, she wasn't familiar with him. You have a unique frame that really compels one's eyes to stare at you, Naruto said in a quiet tone. You should have been my sensei. Perhaps it isn't too late. You could teach me a couple of things. The words slipped out smoothly. Kurenai blinked. She was caught off guard by his words. She was certainly not expecting him to say something like that. He hadn't said much last time around but just smiled at her. He wasn't looking at her like a pervert. Those were the eyes that just admired her. If there was a hint of perverted thoughts, she would have smacked him. She had no time to waste for perverted brats. He wasn't much of a brat, was he? He was all grown, a handsome young man, and he had a beautiful smile. Perhaps Anko wasn't exaggerating when she said he was a charming young man. Thank you, she said. I don't think there is anything I can teach you. You did train under a Sannin and one of Konoha's finest shinobi. Naruto tilted his head to the side and raised his index finger before wagging it slowly in front of his face. There are some things that not even Jiraiya can teach. Only you can do it better, he said. What? Kurenai's response came a bit quickly than she would have liked. Naruto just smiled. Genjutsu, he said. I hear you used to rival even a famed Genjutsu user such as Itachi. No one matches your skills in Genjutsu in this village, no? I have traveled to many lands, been to almost all of the great nations, and I haven't come across anyone who is said to be a better Genjutsu user than you. So yes, in that department, you are better than Jiraiya and you can teach me. Kurenai looked thoughtful for a moment. None of her students really knew her skills to be able to use them. She hadn't been thinking of training anyone in Genjutsu. Genjutsu is really difficult, and only those with high levels of concentration and perfect chakra ko-dash. The finger that had been moving in front of Naruto's face was on her lips. Kurenai took a step back. Naruto looked amused for a moment but held up both his hands. If I make time, you can tell me all that in a training ground, Kurenai-sensei, he said before walking past the Genjutsu mistress. Kurenai twirled around to stare at the blonde with a blank expression on her face. What had just happened, she wondered. Naruto shook his head after walking past the Genjutsu mistress. He wasn't going to actually go to her to train. Perhaps if he had time in the village, then he would learn from her just to get closer to her. He really shouldn't be doing this when Temari was in the village though. She was going to smack her fan on his forehead if she found out he behaved in the same way he did when he was with other people. Well, it was no matter. Tsunade wasn't alone in the office, she had the delightful Shizen with her. Naruto smiled towards the woman before turning to the Godame Hokage. "You wish to see me, Ba-chan," he said before making himself comfortable on the chair in front of the Godame's desk. Tsunade stared for a moment before shaking her head. She wanted to be mad at him calling her an old hag, but there were more important matters to deal with than that. Jiraiya wouldn't be leaving soon, so they had things to discuss before he even leaves the village. Naruto would have to take a role as another Uzumaki who was very much in the picture. "We have to discuss important things. I understand you didn't want to do anything with regards to Uzushio, but we don't have that luxury anymore." Naruto raised an eyebrow. There was definitely something that happened. Last time the Uzushio issue had been resolved. Perhaps not forming any ideas when he came here had been a good idea. This way, he was expecting anything and he didn't show his surprise. If she was saying that he no longer had the luxury to decide against stepping into the fray, it just meant that she was going to force him to do things he didn't want to do. Jiraiya must have returned with a worrying message from Amigakure. He knew the perverted Sannin had returned to the village but hadn't bothered trying to seek him out. If something had indeed happened in Amigakure that has made these people worried, it would naturally complicate things. But it was best since he was on the side. He could do damage control. He was very much curious about what had brought this change though. He wanted to know what Jiraiya came back from AIM with. Sasuke had nothing to do with this. Yes, the Uchiha was irrelevant in the picture. "What is that supposed to mean?" Naruto asked carefully. He managed to sound a little indifferent as he spoke. "I was certain that we had already resolved this issue," he said. Tsunade nodded her head. "We had, but Jiraiya came back with troubling information. We can no longer ignore whatever it is that your clan is planning to do. We have to know. If there is trouble brewing, we have to be ready for it. If they want to start another war, we will have to try to talk them out of it, but it doesn't appear that they will listen to us. You are one of them. You should be able to get through to them. What makes you think that my words would have much power to do anything?" Tsunade shrugged a bit carelessly. "Like I said, you are one of them. This is another approach that we are trying. We don't want to forceful about things, but we want to know everything. Jiraiya thinks that AIM and Uzushio are connected and he is concerned about Nagato's actions as well as the former village's intentions, which have remained curious even now. If they refuse to even tell you anything, Jiraiya can use any means." Naruto was silent, thinking. So things have come to this. Well, it was to be expected of Jiraiya to have thought this much. Perhaps it was the prophecy from the toads that made him conclude that Amigakure and Uzushio were connected. There was still no proof of it, however. If the toad sage ends up forcing things with the whirlpools, it was going to be a bit troublesome. There would have to be something prepared for that case. "So you are concerned about Uzushio's intentions?" Naruto said calmly. "Well, that is to be expected," he finished in thought. Tsunade stared at Naruto with a hardened gaze. She studied his body language and expression to see if she could get something. There was nothing. She couldn't even guess what was on his mind. She couldn't tell if he was wearing a mask or not. He was just there before her, completely looking like he had no thoughts inside of his head. It was frustrating and frightening. "I'm saying that if things end up going in another direction, you won't be allowed to fight for your clan, Naruto. I know I had said that if your clan is attacked, I would allow you to defend them even if Konoha wouldn't be able to do anything. However, things have changed. If Uzushio provokes a reaction from any other great nation, you can't do anything. Konoha will not lose you either." The message was very clear to Naruto. They wouldn't allow him to leave, even if he was quitting being a shinobi of Konoha. They would be willing to tie him down just to ensure that he didn't go anywhere. Troublesome people. But he had known that Konoha would never let go of Uzumaki Naruto, not the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. He had accounted for everything. "Well, I am still a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. I must do as ordered." Tsunade frowned deeply. She hated the indifference in his tone. She hated his lack of emotion in her words. He was supposed to be mad, but he was not. Perhaps he was, she just couldn't tell. His expression hadn't even changed much after she told him the hard truth. The only thing that came was a thoughtful look, and then the indifference. This is a serious matter, Naruto. I want to know, do you love your clan? Of course I do, Naruto responded calmly. Uzumaki was the only thing I had when growing up. People from this village called me the Kyuubi brat and everything else that made me look like a demon. Uzumaki gave me an identity. I was able to escape the miserable existence that I had been forced to live in this village because the old man told me about the clan and my mother. So without a shred of doubt, I do love my clan. Then why are you still here, Naruto? Why have you not gone to Uzumaki? Why have you not expressed any desire to leave the village to join your home? Tsunade demanded from Naruto in a stern tone. If I had said those words, what do you think would have happened? Naruto asked in a calm tone. You would have never allowed me to leave for the training trip. I would have a squad of Umbu watching over me day and night. I really can't have that, Tsunade-sama. It is already frustrating that I had people watching me when I was younger. I don't need the look of suspicion to having my every movement analyzed and questioned. Tsunade stared at him. She was happy he had finally said it. He had admitted he did love his clan. So, now there was a clear motive. If you had to choose between Konoha and the whirlpools, what would you choose? That is a tricky question and no answer will satisfy you. Naruto responded with a shrug. If I tell you that I would choose Konoha, you'd question things and always look at me with suspicion because perhaps it wouldn't make sense. If I choose Uzumaki, you are never going to allow me to leave this village, even for a mission. Even as things are now, you can't leave the village, Tsunade said in a hardened tone. There will always be suspicion, but I still need you to answer my question. I refuse to answer trick questions, Naruto said calmly. You have all the answers you need. My words mean nothing. Tsunade shook her head. I care for you, Naruto. I want your word because I want to trust you. It is important that you tell me your thoughts regarding this matter. My thoughts are irrelevant, and whether you care for me or not really doesn't matter. If it comes down to it, when you have to choose, this village you lead will always take the first position. That is your duty as Hokage. It might sound cold, but it is the truth and I have accepted it, Naruto said. I told you I love my clan, but if Uzumaki attracts trouble, Konoha will not help and I will not be allowed to do anything. I have heard you. I don't need to comment. Silence greeted his words. The Slug Princess was silent for a long minute. She wondered if she had done things correctly. Perhaps not, but she still had to do what was best for both Naruto and Konoha. Yuza didn't come into factor when dealing with these things. I really hope you don't come to hate me for this, Naruto, Tsunade said in a quiet tone. There is really nothing for you to worry about, Naruto said with a wave of his right hand. Tsunade shook her head. She had a sad smile on her lips. When we first discussed this, I was trying to remain hopeful, thinking that perhaps Uzumaki didn't have bad intentions, but if they do, we can't associate ourselves with them. She sighed, and kept her sad smile. I really hope you understand my position, she said. Naruto nodded his head. I understand, he said. Tsunade welcomed those words, but she still wanted him to say some angry words. Now that she thought about it, had she ever seen him angry? He was always calm through anything. His mask never faltered and he never gave anything away. She frowned at those thoughts. She shook her head and thought of something else. There was nothing. That is all I wanted to talk to you about, she said. About 2 hours later, Sasuke was surrounded by a handful of corpses from Danzo's forces. He had waited until Danzo was gone from the hideout before sneaking into the place to set the alarm. They were weak shinobi who couldn't do much to him. He had cut through them without wasting time. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was just something else. He was enjoying using the eyes that his brother allowed him to gain. This was the kind of power that snakes like Orochimaru thought they could gain for themselves. Pitiful, and they were not even Uchiha. He was currently waiting for Danzo, knowing that the War Hawk would make an appearance any time soon. He had let one slip past him to call forth the master. He wanted to show Danzo that he wasn't afraid of him. He wouldn't do anything quickly. He would allow things to go smoothly and enough to force Danzo to make a hasty decision that would leave him in a troublesome situation. If Danzo attempted to attack him, Sasuke wouldn't mind turning his weapons towards the War Hawk. Anything troubling would likely cause the attention of the village's Umbu to turn to this place. Sasuke wasn't afraid of it. Sasuke activated the ribcage part of his Susanoo as he sensed Danzo's presence behind him. He turned around to face the cripple with a cold look on his face. I have been waiting for you, Danzo. Danzo was incensed, he was furious, he wanted to snap the neck of the Uchiha at this moment. This was unacceptable. He could not accept this. Many of his forces were down. Judging from the numbers, the Uchiha had cut down nearly 3/4 of his men. It was a disaster. He wouldn't have any men to do his work now. If he had the Kyuubi in his possession, it wouldn't matter, but he didn't have the Kyuubi and Sasuke was killing his people. It was unacceptable. Tsunade was even making things difficult for him on the other side. Nothing was going according to plan. The War Hawk couldn't resist glaring at those cursed eyes. He had already known that Sasuke had the Mangekyo Sharingan. But he didn't want to fight him here. He could win in a fight against Sasuke, but it couldn't be in the village when there was the danger of the battle being discovered by someone else. It would be disastrous if he unlocked his secrets and Tsunade showed up with her Umbu. With Jiraiya even on his case and still in the village, it would certainly be the end of him. Still, he hadn't thought that the Uchiha would go this far though. This was a desperate time. He had to get the Uchiha out of the village and into a corner so that he can do the dirty work himself. If he was successful, he would end up gaining control of the Uchiha using Shusui's eye. You have gone too far, Sasuke. Danzo stated in a cold tone. I dismiss your intentions and didn't think you'd do this, but it is apparent that I was wrong. If you have a problem, you are free to attack me, Danzo. Sasuke responded with his hands held out wide. For a good reason, he was almost certain that the man would not be too keen to fight him, and not because he was thinking that he couldn't defeat him, but because there were other ways he thought he could handle the situation. Danzo frowned. I don't want to end up killing such a valuable asset for Konoha when there is a war that is coming. You could prove to be a decisive matter in the coming battles. Danzo said calmly. Certainly, even if Kumo and Iwagakure attacked Konoha, he would have the Uchiha manipulate all their Jinchuriki with his Sharingan. In return, he would be in possession of 4 Jinchurikis, the Kyuubi excluded. Konoha would destroy both Kumo and Iwa, and he would take their bijus and seal them into his own people he could trust. He certainly couldn't keep the Jinchurikis who were under the control of someone else, even if he was in control of that person. But those plans were being threatened. If he had to choose between himself and Sasuke, the Uchiha would have to die. It was very simple. You sound certain that there is a war coming, Sasuke said. Are you planning on making one happen? I don't have to do anything to make a war happen. Uzumaki just has to continue existing and a war will happen. I am quite certain that their plans are not pure either. Danzo responded calmly. You should cease with these actions because they only threaten Konoha's safety. Kumo and Iwa could both be attacking us in the direction Tsunade is taking us. Your shinobi are worthless, Sasuke said with a shrug. They can't win Konoha any battle except for doing treacherous things. I think it is much better for Konoha if are not alive when there is a war, he said. You have already mentioned this, Danzo said. He looked around. At least the Uchiha wasn't going to attack him. It was good. It would give him the chance to move things in motion. He certainly couldn't allow this brat to do as he pleases while he just watches. Does Tsunade know about this? I'm quite certain she wouldn't be pleased if she knew. Sasuke smirked. What makes you think she doesn't know? He asked calmly. With everything that you have done, do you think she would be happy having you behind her when going to war? There is no guarantee that you wouldn't try to kill her to take the Hokage seat for yourself. And about that, as long as I am in this village, you can continue dreaming about being Hokage, but you won't get it. After saying those words, Sasuke walked towards Danzo. He halted a couple of feet away and watched the War Hawk respond. I see, you have thought through things. Sasuke snorted. Did this fool think that he would just attack him without tying loose ends? He wasn't known for being stupid. Perhaps he did allow his emotions to get the best of him, but this was his revenge. He would get it without interruptions and he wouldn't do anything stupid to mess it up. The next time we meet, it shall be your end. You can start preparing for your death. After saying that, the Susanoo dispersed and Sasuke blurred away. Danzo stood motionlessly for a couple of moments while thinking about what to do. He certainly couldn't allow Iwa or Kumo to focus on Konoha now. He wasn't ready for that battle. And as things look now, he would have to make a haste departure from the village. Danzo called out. Hi, Danzo-sama. The man kneeled before his master. Get me those 2 Iwa people, he ordered sternly. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. He couldn't do things any other way now. Besides, this was the only way he was ever going to get Kumo and Iwagakure to focus on each other rather than have them turn on the leaf. Right away, Danzo-sama. Fu responded before going away. Minutes later, Fu returned with 2 shinobi from Iwagakure. He had already used Shusoi's eye on them. He just had to release them to do what they had to do. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to say anything about him. You two will assassinate the Yondaime Reikage. You will rendezvous with someone once you reach the cloud. They will show you the way. Iwagakure needs this to be done quickly. Hi. Lead them out, Fu. Danzo said. We don't want them getting caught. Fu nodded and did as asked. Do you think they will succeed, Danzo-sama? Ino asked. Danzo shook his head. They were weak. They couldn't kill someone as powerful as A. But then again, you didn't need to be all that powerful to assassinate someone. You just had to be perfect in the art, and you would get your target man. It doesn't matter if they succeed or not. What we want done is to have Kumo and Iwagakure fighting each other. Naruto clapped his hands together, appearing out of nowhere. Bravo, Danzo, he said with a smile. In this way, Kumo and Iwagakure get to fight it all out while you rest easy and prepare things on your part. It will be difficult for the Reikage to believe anything from Inoki because they are indeed IWA shinobi. Inoki might deny it, but the fact is that his shinobi would have tried to kill the Reikage. Bravo, brilliantly done. It is also unlikely that Kumo and IWA will even fight to fight each other, but trusting each other will also be difficult. After saying that, Naruto turned into a cloud of smoke. Kagabunshin, Danzo said with a frown. Should we go after him? Ino said. Danzo shook his head. He isn't going to do anything about it. But this simply confirms that he cannot be trusted. It works both ways anyway. If Kumo and IWA are busy fighting each other, they won't have time to focus on Uzushio. This does clear the way for us to move without interruption, the Warhawk said. Prepare for our departure. Burn everything that needs to be burnt. We will step away from Konoha for a while. Naruto could only shake his head after taking in the memories of his clone. Danzo was truly a crafty old man. He knew what had to be done, and what he had to do. It was also filled with the thirst for survival and his fanatical love for Konoha. Naruto would not say anything to anyone. Not even to Tsunade or Jiraiya. Of course, if they knew, they would most likely take action against the Warhawk. They wouldn't openly admit to any of the hidden villages that it was one of their shinobi who plotted the madness. It would only invite Iwa's wrath and Kumo's anger. Certainly, the hidden cloud would take advantage of the situation and make absurd demands. It wouldn't even surprise Naruto if the Reikage demanded that he be given the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki or else he goes to war. IWA would certainly try to stop that. They wouldn't want the cloud to gain another Jinchuriki. But it was unlikely that the villages would fight. Either way, Konoha would be in a difficult spot if Tsunade admitted to Danzo's plot. Well, that was what you get for keeping a madman like him in your corner. He was always going to do something. Naruto wasn't concerned. It worked well for him after all. Sasuke's boldness in attacking Danzo was a little surprising, but Naruto wasn't going to say anything to the Uchiha. He had played the ignorant part for a bit too long now. Perhaps it was good that the Uchiha had someone to take his anger out on. It might have proved to be something else if he didn't have someone to blame for the Uchiha massacre. Well, Naruto was happy either way. He wouldn't even need to do anything to get the conclusion he likes. He didn't even need to say anything but just watch the play unfold. That was something else. Naruto looked up for a moment. It was still noon, but very soon, the sun would walk away. Time often moved quickly when there was a lot to do. Then again, humans were always fighting about time. The time was limited, so they had to use it wisely. He stood up from the Hokage monument, and then jumped down, watching the faces of the past Kages and the present one, all 5 of them. No thought went through his mind until he landed on the ground gracefully, and then began to dive into the streets of the Hidden Leaf. The air was still contaminated with the hatred and contempt. Perhaps it was just his mind that was playing tricks on him. He could certainly walk around the village, and there would be no one staring at him with contempt. Some tried to ignore his presence while some just watched. Naruto never really bothered to think deeply about it. He didn't like the people who have done nothing but torment him after all. Admittedly, he was now able to walk a bit freely. But he still held past deep within his heart. He had not forgotten, and he would not forget. Naruto made his way towards Temari's hotel room. The blonde was staying for a while, but she would be leaving soon. With everything happening around the village, it was best that she leaves soon and with capable shinobi to guard her. Danzo would certainly try to do something to her if he felt that he didn't have much of a choice in the matter. Upon arrival, Naruto knocked at the door and the older blonde opened the door. When she noticed it was him, she smiled and welcomed him into the place. Naruto stepped in silently and waited for Temari to close the door behind her. When he didn't hear her footsteps after hearing the door close, Naruto turned around to face the woman. She was leaning against the door. He smiled. "Nervous, dear?" he asked. Temari breathed in and out before meeting Naruto's gaze. He had that small smile of his. He had told her things about his past. His experiences in this village. She felt like she knew him better now. Shaking her head, Temari responded quietly. "A little," she said. Naruto studied her expression for a moment before responding. "This isn't the first time we are alone together," he said. "Maybe." Temari shrugged indifferently as she stepped away from the door. She walked past him, went on to settle on the couch. "I wasn't expecting to see you," she said, her eyes watching him carefully as he beside her, directly facing her. Naruto shrugged. "Our time together isn't that bad," he said. "I like it." Temari smiled. "I didn't think you'd admit that to me," she said. He'd always closed the door whenever things tried to get personal. Perhaps she shouldn't be surprised anymore since he had willingly told her of his story. A truly sad story, but what could she do other than smile and hope that things would be well? Well, there was the idea that she could speak to Gaara and try to think of something. She wouldn't think of trying to take him out of Hidden Leaf. Tsunade would certainly be mad at them. He had saved her brother, and she really did enjoy his presence. She liked him. And she wanted to do something for him that would make sure that his life was going well. Yet, she really didn't know what she could do. "Why wouldn't I?" Naruto asked. Temari shook her head, and didn't answer his question. "Do you like it better than those nights in the bar? I'm certain you haven't stopped with those tendencies of yours," she said with a stare. Naruto was amused. "Hey, you don't know how it feels like when you are in that place. Besides, it makes me envious of how other people can be careless. And when I want to get lucky, I always go there," he said with a wink. Temari shook her head, but she still smiled. "I knew you were a pervert. You go there for the ladies," she said. Naruto shook his head. "I already told you I don't," he said. "But even if I do enjoy the atmosphere there, I really would prefer being with you. The peace that comes with being with you is honestly refreshing." Temari stared at him. "I find that hard to believe," she said in a hardened tone. "You're mad that I just left you that day, isn't it?" Naruto asked. "And I didn't say anything to you afterwards. I didn't even write to you." "Of course I am disappointed," Temari said. She had still kept that message he wrote for her. She had kept it, and would mostly keep it forever. It was her precious message. She treasured it. It had been the only thing tangible she could hold and think of him. Those thoughts were ridiculous. When did things even come to this point? She hadn't thought that her emotions would drive her this much, but it could not be helped. It didn't even help with anyone now that she was thinking that her brother was trying to set her up with this person. It appears that Tsunade was on it as well. Perhaps for the latter it was for political reasons. But for her brother, it was definitely because he believed that Naruto could be good for her. She was honestly going to have a long talk with her brother about this matter. Naruto smiled at her before he shifted his gaze away from her. "I was actually trying not to get too close to you. You know, I have my issues, but when the heart is willing, it is willing, you really can't stop it." Temari was silent. She wasn't expecting those words. Perhaps it was her confusion, but she didn't understand them either. "What?" Naruto turned towards her. His smile was small, but it was the most warming thing that Temari had ever seen. It made her heart race, and she held her hands together. "I really think I like you," he said. Temari stared at him. Her cheeks were painted by a shade of pink. She was flustered. Her confidence in speaking to him now gone. He just sounded so earnest it touched her. It made her feel warm inside. Who has ever told her such words with such honesty? And has her ever felt so excited and happy? Someone liked her, and it was someone she too liked. But she didn't want to admit it. She couldn't. She didn't have confidence. "What happened to all that bravado you had a moment ago when you were glaring me for abandoning you with just a note?" Naruto asked in an amused tone. Temari glared at him and picked up a cushion. She flung it towards him. Well, forgive me for not being like you, she exclaimed, her hands folded across her bust. Naruto laughed. You should get used to it already, he said. Perhaps this would come back to bite Temari more than it would to him. But Naruto truly hoped that she would understand. He hoped that she would not be hurt. He didn't want to do anything, but he couldn't help himself. He suddenly stood up and took 2 steps towards Temari. Both his knees spread wide as he put her in between and hovered above her. He could feel her breath. She was nervous, not afraid. He could also hear the sound of her heartbeat. It was perhaps her first time being in this situation. It was of course a bit frightening. She didn't say anything though. He smiled. Naruto leaned closer and placed both his hands around her waist. She flinched slightly, but he stopped moving and offered her a reassuring smile. He still didn't say a word to her. She seemed to relax under his smile. His hands slipped through her shirt. She was tense, but her body felt warm. Her skin was soft. He moved closer to her face. Her hands, which had been on her bust, melted to the side. Her eyes were staring at him with mixture emotions. But beneath all those emotions, there was the excitement. She didn't hate him. She didn't want him to get off her. This wasn't wrong. And so, he brushed his lips against hers for a second before his tongue slipped out. He licked her lips for a moment. They were soft. He captured her lips and slowly started to kiss her. He watched her eyes close. And he followed her. As the gentle kiss deepened, felt her tension ease, her hands moving up behind him. Naruto's hands slowly caressed the side of her chest as they moved up. They snaked between the clothing and touched her breasts. She stopped the kiss and broke away. She looked flustered, her breathing a bit heavy. She was watching him. Her eyes were searching for something. She searched for a whole minute of silence. Don't do anything you don't want to do, Naruto said in a whisper. She nodded her head not once but twice. Naruto figured the first nod was in agreement with his words and the second was permission, the permission to continue. He smiled. He didn't want to force himself upon her. He didn't want to use other means to be united with her. She was perfect, operating on her free will. He wanted her that way. Naruto took off his shirt and moved away from Temari before helping her undress. He was sitting on her once more. She was truly flustered. Her hands pulled him closer. She was hugging him. There was enjoyable warmth. Perhaps she didn't want him to stare at her breasts. Naruto licked Temari on the right side of her face while moving towards the mouth. Once more, he captured her lips. He did not devour her like a starved dog. He was gentle. And slowly her hold on him loosened. While still kissing her, Naruto's hands moved towards her breasts. He gently captured them both. Soft, round comforts. They made him excited. He stopped kissing her and let go of her right boob. His tongue played around her nipple for a moment before he sucked it. Temari let loose of a low moan. Naruto's right hand moved towards the space between Temari's thighs. When his fingers reached at the entrance, she tensed slightly. He whispered something for her to relax, and she did. Chapter 10: The Emperor, Revenge and Death. Temari stopped by the large village gates. She already had her fans strapped behind her. The lonesome journey towards the sand loomed large. She had accomplished her mission of coming here, and perhaps gained more than what she had expected. She certainly hadn't thought she would end up seeing Naruto, and let alone end up getting closer to him as she did. It was amazing just what a couple of days could achieve when you open yourself to someone. Perhaps it was a rare thing for Naruto to do, but Temari had enjoyed him. She had enjoyed his comfort, every part of him. The thought made her blush. You're not thinking something naughty, are you? Naruto asked with a wide smile on his lips. Temari shook her head. She wasn't denying what Naruto had said but trying to clear her thoughts. You're not getting into my head, she said a bit quickly. I wasn't trying to, Naruto said. Just curious seeing you blush suddenly when absorbed in your thoughts. Temari didn't indulge Naruto by responding to him. He was teasing her again, trying to make her feel flustered. She wasn't going to fall for it. She still needed to get used to this. The situation was still a bit confusing. She didn't know what she was going to call him. She didn't know if she was in a relationship with him. She couldn't tell, and she didn't know how she could even bring up the subject with Naruto. You can't really leave with me? Temari asked with emotion. You don't have to reach Suna, you know. She offered him a smile. She really did want to spend some more time with him. I can't, Naruto said with a shake of his head. I'm not allowed to leave this village. I'm currently a flight risk, you see. Even now, I have got him watching me, he said. Temari frowned. He hadn't said anything about this before. She hadn't even realized it. It had to do with the situation in Uzumaki. She really wished they had come to talk about it, but there was not enough time. She had to go home. Doesn't that make you angry? You are being constantly watched. Naruto shook his head. Annoying, yes, but angry? No. Naruto responded in a calm tone. It is a bit true that I am a flight risk, but that isn't the most important thing. I really wish I could travel with you, but I'm tied to this village. Temari nodded and went silent. She looked down for a moment before looking back at Naruto, cheeks with a shade of pink. When will I be able to see you again? She said a bit too quickly. Naruto was amused by the way she spoke. It annoyed Temari. She quickly got over her embarrassment and glared at him with a threatening look. Naruto laughed while holding up both his hands. I don't know, Temari. But I will surely miss you. When I can, I will come to you if you can't come to me. We will talk then. I hope it isn't after many months like last time, Temari said. Naruto smiled, but didn't offer a response. He pulled her into a hug and whispered into her ear. Have a safe journey, Temari. Don't worry about anything along the way, although I won't be with you, someone will protect you along the way. Temari stared at him curiously before asking. Was someone also watching me last time? Naruto just smiled and twirled the blonde around before pushing her away. I will be thinking about you when I visit the bar tonight, he said with a laugh. When Temari twisted around with a glare, he smiled. Just messing with you. She stared at him for a moment, but really didn't seem to believe him even though she nodded. She turned away and waved her hand before walking away from the village gates. Naruto watched her leave before he turned away, hands inside his pockets. He hoped that Danzo didn't try anything. Perhaps he would be too preoccupied with his efforts to escape from the village to do anything. Then again, Sasuke had done a great number on his forces, so he was unlikely to do anything dangerous at this point. Looks like you're doing well, Jiraiya said as he appeared beside Naruto, his eyes facing the direction Temari had disappeared off to. We need to talk, he said in a hardened tone. It sounds serious. Naruto responded in a calm tone, feeling the seriousness coming from the Sannin. The man almost never used such a tone when talking to him. He could use it, but it was never really directed towards him. This was perhaps going to be troublesome. But Naruto didn't need to prepare for anything. He was always ready for anything. Besides, after that conversation with Tsunade, he was expecting things to get heated up. It is, Jiraiya said with a nod of his head. He placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and they disappeared in a swirl of leaves. They appeared atop of the wall that surrounded the village. The Sannin sat down while casting a narrowed glance towards the silent Naruto, who was staring down at the village with a look of indifference. What is this about? Did you ever go to Uzumaki with the Sandaime? Jiraiya asked, in the same tone he had been using when he started. His eyes were narrowed, never leaving Naruto. The blonde turned to face the Sannin with nothing but a raised eyebrow. That was about the only reaction he could give the Sannin. He had gone to Uzumaki with the Sandaime Hokage, but he wasn't going to tell that to Jiraiya. It was nevertheless something that this person wasn't supposed to know. Then again, if he was asking, he didn't know anything but merely working on suspicions. I cannot answer that. Can't or won't? Doesn't matter either way, Naruto said with a shrug. There are a couple of things that I did with the old man, and he told me never to tell anyone. Whatever you say or have in mind, I'm not going to answer that question if it's something that I told the old man that I would not tell anyone. The old man didn't tell his secrets, and he was going to do the same. It was only fair, and perhaps it was now convenient. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes dangerously. I'll assume that you went to Uzumaki, but what did you see in the village? Was it revived when you went there? He demanded answers from Naruto. I care for you, Naruto, and I don't want to suspect you of anything. But if you refuse to answer questions, this village will have no choice but to use force to get you to answer the questions. It is no longer just about you, but the very security of this village is under threat. And that is where we draw the line, huh? Naruto said silently. Regardless of what you think or believe, I cannot answer that question, sensei. If you think using force is the only way you can get answers from me, you are free to do so. I won't fight you. I have no desire to do so. However, I still won't willingly give out any information. Jiraiya frowned. Even if that information could help us protect the hidden leaf? Protect it from what? Uzumaki Clan? Naruto was silent for a moment. He suppressed the urge to snort. Uzumaki Clan has no reason to threaten Konoha. Perhaps if you are assuming I am also a threat to Konoha, then I can understand. I do have all the reasons you can have to see the people of this village destroyed and suffering after what they put me through. He shook his head. But there is no such desire in me. I don't really like holding on to hatred. I am already miserable. I'd rather not make things worse. Are you saying that Yuzu isn't a threat to Konoha? That isn't my conclusion to make, Naruto said calmly. What did you do when you got to Amigekyo-sensei? It appears that the wheels have suddenly come off just after you returned. I am curious. Nothing, but I am worried that Nagato might bring destruction, Jiraiya said in a firm tone. At this stage, I can't tell what you will do, and that worries me. He paused. What did you say to him when we went to Amigekyo? You had some time with him before I came to the tower with Konan. Naruto adopted a thoughtful look on his face before shrugging carelessly. Just greeted a fellow Uzumaki, but nothing much was said. Perhaps he may have said something about the fact that both of us were trained by you. The blonde said. If you are not going to take me to Umbu Chambers to force information out of me, I have a date with Ramen, sensei. If you decide to come for me while there, just wait till I'm done eating. I would rather not have to fight over my spoiled meal. He jumped off the wall, leaving Jiraiya alone after saying those words. Jiraiya sighed. Well, he hadn't expected Naruto to leak anything. Even so, it hadn't gone exactly as he had imagined. Naruto was still impossible to read, and his nonchalance about the whole issue made things worse. He was certain now that Naruto had gone to Uzumaki before. And he was perhaps familiar with the village. Even if he wasn't familiar with it, he had some connection with it. At this stage, if Nagato was connected to Yuzu, then it was possible that both Nagato and Naruto were familiar with each other, and that represented a depressing possibility. What Naruto could do, then Nagato could do. Kumogakure Yujito stepped into the Reikige's office with calmness about her, but she was really nervous about why she was being called today. She was almost certain that it had nothing to do with a mission she recently did. This had to be something serious, and it bothered her. It hadn't been one of the messengers who came to her, but one of the Black Corps who came. It was usually something serious, and she really hoped she wasn't in any serious trouble. She hadn't done anything wrong, but in the shinobi world, you could never know. You wish to see me, Reikage-sama, Yujito said today. The Yondaime Reikage was sitting behind his desk with Mabui standing beside him. Nodded his head and looked up to her. Months ago, you had a sparring session with a certain Uzumaki, he said. Yujito nodded her head. She hadn't said anything about it because she hadn't felt it was important. She hadn't even been asked of it. She knew he was Uzumaki, and the village seemed to have a problem with the Uzumaki, but Naruto hadn't seemed like a bad person. He was actually a very delightful young man. Yes. Naruto, she said. You remember him well. The Yondaime Reikage noted with a stare. Well, he does leave an impression on you, she said with a slight shrug of her shoulders. Besides, he is another Jinchuriki, so you really can't forget that. He wasn't like a normal shinobi who she could forget after meeting in battle. He had proved to be strong even, so he was someone to remember. Nodded. We have a problem with the Uzumaki clan, and very soon, you might have to face him. Tell me about his skills, he said. Yujito nodded her head and did so. I'm going to send shinobi to bring him here, by force if necessary. If something happens, I can always put the blame on Konoha. You will observe from a good distance along with C. It is likely that they will fail. When that happens, come report to me and I will make my demands to Konoha. Regardless of what happens, you are not to interfere, is that understood? Hi, Reikage-sama. Hidden Leaf, Uchiha compound. Sasuke's eyes flashed coldly when Naruto walked towards him in his little training ground. He hated the fact that the blonde could just walk into his compound just like that. The blonde was standing in front of him, an amused expression on his face. It did nothing but make him scowl and feel the urge to attack him, but he stopped remembering their last battle. Well, he wanted to test things now. He was not the same person as before, yet this was not the time. He was preparing himself to face Danzo. What a nasty look, Naruto stated in a calm tone. Are you still angry that I chopped off your wings when we last met in battle? he asked with his head tilted to the side. Sasuke glared murderously, but Naruto's amusement only seemed to return. He clenched his fists, and then responded. What do you want from me, Naruto? I have actually been watching you since you returned, Naruto said calmly. Your activities with Danzo, it has been a curious thing to see. I guess Itachi could not completely wipe out that hatred within you. Regardless, I know that Danzo is planning to flee the village and you are going to attack him, with the blessing of Tsunade, of course, he said. Sasuke narrowed his eyes dangerously. How do you know that? Naruto merely shrugged indifferently. That isn't the important part. I already know, you can't change it. What you should be asking me is why I am telling you this, he said. When Sasuke just stared at him, he spoke again. I'm actually getting bored in this village, and so I am going to join you. You will fight Danzo and I will handle his remaining Foundation forces. No, Sasuke said in a hardened tone. I don't want you anywhere near him. This is my fight, and I will not let you interfere, he said. You don't have a choice, Naruto said in a light tone, a complete contrast to Sasuke's. If you don't want me there, you can just disable me, although, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, I doubt you can. But if you want to try, you are welcome to do so, the blonde said with his hands stretched wide. Sasuke seethed silently. He was thinking of killing the blonde. Well, if he does allow Naruto to join and then shoots him along with Danzo, it could be a friendly fire, and the Umbu would be watching to absolve him of any wrong. Things were troublesome with the blonde around the village. If he was not around, then Sasuke could do as he pleases without having to worry about someone he couldn't figure out. I will permit it, he finally said. Naruto smiled. I will see you then, he said before showing Sasuke his back. A second later, he disappeared. Gyuren looked at a group of Uzumakis in a training ground. They all had their chakra chains out, learning to use them in conjunction with barriers. The man leading the training was a person called Naruhiro, one of the mysterious Uzumakis in the island. The Uzumakis were truly gifted people in terms of chakra. There was always something special about it, and above all else, they possessed strong life force. This was truly a village of abnormal people. Orochimaru would certainly relish using them for his experiments. She sat next to Haku, who was watching the training. Her eyes glanced at the training ground for a moment before looking at her partner in crime. What is happening? She asked. Things are moving, Haku said in a quiet tone. Gyuren frowned. I don't like that cryptic tone, she said. I know that although I handle the black core, there is still some much darker things that I don't know. The village's intelligence people don't even report to Yoshino. You hardly see them, but I know they are all Uzumaki. One of them is rarely in the village. He is always reporting to His Majesty, Haku said. I forget that sometimes you don't know everything that happens in the village. Well, then again, your own job is already too much given everything that you have to do. But I am quite certain that very soon, you will have to worry less, he said. Why is that? Kumo and Iwagakure will probably be fighting each other, and that means they won't have time to focus on us. Well, the people here were thinking of making it happen, but someone beat them to punch. Either way, it works well for them. But we might have a Konoha problem, Haku said with a sigh. The Hidden Leaf? Gyuren asked. What about them? They had hosted them, and she thought everything was handled clearly. His Majesty says that Konoha suspects that Uzushio is allied with Amigakure and that the leader of the latter is probably up to no good. They might be thinking of using force to get the information they need, Haku said. We must expect to see Jiraiya in the village very soon. I will be ready for him. Haku shook his head. Even I know that he isn't someone both of us can handle, Gyuren-san, the ice user said in a calm tone. We don't want to start trouble with Konoha. But if they do use force, we will have to block him. Do you know how this village managed to stay under the radar for so long? What? The Uzumaki did indeed scatter across the elemental nations, but they never went to Konoha because the leaf couldn't be trusted either. It wasn't just paranoia. There were reasons to believe that the leaf was a possible enemy of the hidden whirlpools. Haku explained lightly. A barrier was erected around the village. It was a special kind of barrier that messed up with all your senses, much like Genjutsu. You can't see it, and it only affected those who didn't have Uzumaki chakra signature in them. If you came here, Dijitsu or no Dijitsu, and you were not Uzumaki, you wouldn't see anything. It would just be ruins. Perhaps when Jiraiya comes around, they will use the same barrier. It was deactivated once His Majesty decided to grow the village and allow other people to come into this land. I don't know, but Yoshino says you shouldn't worry about it. He is likely to come through the gates. Buren frowned. I always knew that these people could do some crazy things with seals. She shook her head. I have seals in my body, is there something I don't know? Haku smiled. Don't be too suspicious, Giren-san, he said calmly. The seals you were branded with do exactly what you were told they do. We are comrades. Do you think they would lie to you when you have an important job? You were trusted with a job that some people had thought that shouldn't be given to an outsider, but an Uzumaki should deal with it. But Yoshino said you could be trusted. And the Emperor? You are here, aren't you? Haku said with a smile. Yoshino might look like he runs everything, and indeed he does run a lot of things, but no one serves Yuzushiogakure without His Majesty giving his blessings. You are here because His Majesty decided that you could be trusted, not because they thought you wouldn't misbehave because they could blackmail you. They don't want people who want to work for them because they are forced. You do everything willingly. And that is how you give your best for this village. Guren hadn't actually thought that there was some mistrust. Haku didn't keep things from her, but there were still things that she didn't know about the village. She knew that there was technology that was acquired from the hidden snow, but she didn't know what it was for. Things were even being secretly moved from the snow. What is being built on the east side of the island? Haku smiled. Do you want to see? I wouldn't ask if I wasn't curious, Guren said. Come on, Haku said, standing up. I will show you what is being built, and why the village remains closed. Certainly, the elemental nations would try to invade us if they knew what we are building. He paused for a moment. Have you met Karen? Outskirts of Konoha, Danzo cursed when he sensed multiple chakra signatures on his tail. Nothing was ever going to plan. Had Hiruzen been alive, he would have been blaming him for this. But he still should have known that things would get to this point. He should have known that they would not allow him to just pack his things and go. Still, he had moved things secretly. He had thought at least he would have been able to move further away from Konoha without anyone knowing. Danzo stopped walking along with his 2 agents. Tsunade's umbu were still hidden, but he could sense them from the trees. He looked up from the ground trying to count them, but his eyes snapped towards a tree branch just above him when Sasuke appeared in a flash of lightning. Did you really think that I was going to allow you to leave, Danzo? Sasuke asked, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, glaring down at Danzo with nothing but pure contempt. Yes, this was the man he needed to kill. If Naruto tried to make a move on the Warhawk, Sasuke was going to burn the blonde with the flames of Amaterasu or shoot an arrow through his chest. He wasn't going to allow anyone to stand in the way. You truly are a disappointment to the memory of Itachi, Danzo said in a cold tone, his narrowed eyes staring back at Sasuke. So are you a disappointment to the memory of the Nidaime Hokage? Naruto suddenly said, appearing below the tree Sasuke was standing on. The blonde had his hands folded across his chest. That voice shocked him. Danzo hadn't sensed the blonde. He had just appeared there as if he had no presence about him. It was truly a frightening thought. Such a presence was required for an assassin. The ability to mask your scent, the sound of your heartbeat, your entire existence. I was not expecting your presence, Naruto, he said. I grew bored sitting around, Naruto said with a shrug. The Umbu are also watching to make sure I don't even make an attempt to run away from the village, he said before taking a step forward. Now then, can you stand aside so that I can slaughter all you men? I have been frustrated being chained up like this. Your men will do to release my danger, the blonde said. Slaughter? Sasuke looked surprised hearing those words. The blonde had never looked like he was the bloodthirsty type. Then again, when has the blonde ever displayed an interest in anything? Naruto shrugged. Don't take my words literally. I like to mislead people at times, he admitted casually. That aside, saying it like that is a little imposing than saying I am going to defeat you all. Danzo had his eyes narrowed. No doubt, Naruto was going to engage his men. With everything, he didn't think that Naruto would actually work with Sasuke. The very idea had been ridiculous. Unimaginable. Yet, it was now apparent that it was going to happen and Sasuke was going to face him. I guess there is no way to avoid this then, the War Hawk said, removing the bandages on his forehead. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Oh, sure, Soizai, he said with a smile. Well, no need to look at it and marvel, let us do this. The moment those words left his lips, a dose of killing intent oozed off him, causing the shinobi to surround Danzo. The war hawk glanced at Sasuke for a moment before looking at Naruto. He smiled inwardly, having seen the look on Sasuke's face. Naruto was going to go after his agents and the Uchiha would not interfere, even if the Anbu were watching and Naruto was losing. If anything, it was apparent that Sasuke would rather see Naruto dead than alive. He laughed inwardly. What a treacherous world he had created. But did Naruto know about this? Danzo had no illusions, the one with the dangerous mind was Naruto. There were still many things that the blonde held to himself. He won't be coming after me, Danzo said in a calm tone. Sasuke won't be moving in until you have apprehended Naruto. Do this quickly, he ordered while stepping away. Hi, Danzo-sama. The forces saluted their master. Naruto was still the first to make a move. The blonde disappeared along gusts of winds and flashed between the circle the shinobi had formed for Danzo. He was standing there, both hands stretched out, 8 kunais held firmly. As he twisted clockwise, his feet dancing on the ground, then the agents also twisted around to face him. The kunais were coated with wind chakra before releasing them. The first kunai sped through the air in blinding speed, heading straight towards the back of the shinobi who had yet to turn around. The kunai pierced through the shinobi's neck, bursting through his throat, leaving a gaping hole that caused blood to gush out. The first one was a test shot. The 7 that came out next were hurled through the air simultaneously. 3 shinobi managed to dodge the fast-coming projectiles while 4 were not so lucky. As they twisted around to face the blonde, they were welcomed by kunais that pierced through their throats. All 4 fell down the ground simultaneously, while Naruto stopped spinning. A Nikunoichi flashed behind him with a kodachi on her right hand. She swung the blade in a downward slash, trying to cut across his back. Simultaneously, another lunged towards him in the front. He was slightly above the ground, his right foot cutting through the air as it sped towards Naruto's face. Naruto reacted in lightning speed by falling forward, knees bent. He tumbled forward, avoiding the flying kick that blasted past him, and the slash that nearly cut through his back. He was quick to get on his feet twisting around smoothly as he turned around to face those who had attacked him. He didn't get to make any move as another masked man lunged at him from behind. When both his feet touched the ground, his right punch heading towards the back of Naruto's head. The blonde caught the punch with his left hand without even looking back. His grip was firm, enhanced by chakra. He held out his right hand, forming his wind blade. When 3 masked men lunged towards him, all holding swords, Naruto remained motionless for a second before letting go of the man behind him by pushing him back with force to force him off balance. Naruto bent his knees when all 4 were in range, and then his upper body while facing the ground. Flashing wind sword! The sword extended, invisible to the naked eye. Naruto then did an anti-clockwise twist that occurred in the blink of an eye. A second later, all 4 dropped to the ground, cut in half and dying. When Naruto straightened up, a brutal kick slammed into his face, causing him to slide backwards for a couple of feet. When he stopped, the blonde watched the woman who had kicked him darting towards him with a long sword held with her hand. When she got near him, she flipped it to her right and swung it horizontally from her right hand, aiming at just below Naruto's shoulder. The blonde reacted by taking a single step forward while holding out his left hand. The single step was enough to bring him an inch closer to the woman, and his outstretched left hand caught her right hand on the wrist. There was enough pressure on his fingers to stop the blood flow. He did not waste time driving his wind blade through her chest. He cancelled his sword blade as he pushed the woman away. "That's 9 down, 11 more to go," he said to himself. "Come now, we don't want to keep your master waiting." And so, Naruto cut them all. It hadn't been difficult. Then again, he hadn't expected much from Danzo's people. They were still just normal shinobi. There was nothing special about them except for their loyalty to Danzo and lack of emotion. Once done with them, Naruto flashed behind Danzo. "That didn't do it," he said to the Warhawk. "I am tempted to lunge at you," he said calmly, yet a small smile played on his lips. Danzo narrowed his eyes behind him but was forced to look directly in front of him when he sensed a spike of chakra. Sasuke was standing directly in front of Danzo, and within the line of Naruto. His imperfect Susanoo was already out, a bow and arrow held in motion. "I will not let you do that!" The arrow was released by Sasuke in blinding speed. It pierced through Danzo's chest, and went towards Naruto, only missing him by a whisker. Naruto didn't seem concerned, he had a raised eyebrow. He then disappeared and appeared not so far away Sasuke. He took a couple of steps forwards before placing his hand on the Susanoo. So this is the Susanoo, he said before smiling. You tried to kill me, didn't you? He asked calmly, but Sasuke could respond. Danzo was getting up, he looked completely fine. Naruto turned to face the Warhawk and glanced at the right hand, multiple Sharingans clearly visible. My wife would certainly love to have that right hand of yours to experiment on it, he said. No doubt there has been some use of Hashirama's cells there. He then glanced at Sasuke. I won't forget that you tried to kill me. Yes, you will surely die one day. He disappeared after mouthing those words with cold eyes. Uzumaki, the Yandame's rakish eyes snapped open when his senses kicked in his sleep and he shifted to the side of his bed. A kunai pierced through his pillow just after he had rolled. On the other side of the bed, there was another shinobi, but who tried to stab him. But he caught the kunai between his fingers, it drew some blood before it snapped and lightning shot through his body before shocking the would-be attacker. He didn't need to turn around to deal with the shinobi who was on the other side of the bed as another shinobi appeared and apprehended the man. I looked furious at this before the lights were flicked on. He hadn't killed the man who had stabbed him, he wanted them alive. He was going to make sure that they paid for this. They would regret even trying to make an attempt on his life. How did they even manage to get past you people? He roared furiously. There was someone outside who got our attention and we had gone after him, but he managed to elude us. The shinobi said in fear, afraid that the Raikage would turn his fists towards him for not being here soon enough. Incompetence! The Raikage shouted, slamming his huge hand on the bed. Get out! After a couple of moments he appeared, dressed properly in the living room, still looking infuriated. Who would even dare make this pathetic attempt on his life? It would have succeeded if he hadn't been quick to wake up. And he said he had guards but a little thing and they all leave their posts. Idiots, he needed better people to guard him at night. Oh wait, he had been the one to say he didn't need people guarding him exclusively. He hadn't thought that there would actually be an attempt on his life. When was the last time someone even attempted to kill a Kage in his sleep? What was happening in this world? His first thought had been Uzumaki. He couldn't think of anyone who would want to kill him, but when he walked into the living room, he saw a Wagakure forehead protectors and frowned deeply. Are they really from a Wagakure? He asked dangerously. It wouldn't be a new trick to dress assassins in another village's colors in case they failed to do their job. Someone was always blamed. I had seen this trick many times, so he would not be fooled easily. A Wagakure looked like an ally at this time, but you could never be sure about anything in this world. Every village was always trying to fight for its interests. The kunais are from a Wagakure, but we cannot confirm anything at this point, one of the shinobi said. Go confirm it, A ordered. I want answers. If they are indeed from a Wagakure, Inoki will regret even thinking about this stupid decision he has made. He would surely regret it. Although he might not declare war with the Wagakure tomorrow, he was certainly going to do it in the near future if it is indeed Inoki who sent those people. He would not let this slide. Someone's head had to roll for this action. But the situation was delicate. There was still Uzumaki and Konoha to think about. It was dangerous to make a move now when he didn't even know anything about the former village. The Yandame Raikage sat down and waited for his people to bring him the answers he wanted. After an hour, he grew impatient and decided to go the interrogation cells himself. When he arrived at the chambers, the shinobi were heavily bleeding and damaged, but Aide didn't care. What is taking so long for you to break them? He demanded. They confirm they are from a Wagakure, but won't say who sent them. One of the shinobi responded to the Raikage. They say the order came from IWA but appear to be incapable of answering some questions. Why does that matter? A demanded. They are from a Wagakure and that is all I want to hear. It doesn't matter who knew and who didn't know about it. Shall we stop or continue? Continue, the Raikage said. If they die, they die. Konoha, the agreement had been that Naoki would hire some people who would try to kill him, but Naruto no longer had the appetite for it. He didn't have any desire to cut through worthless shinobi who could not even force him to fight a little seriously. Perhaps this was because he had spent much time sparring with Jiraiya that he had forgotten how to fight weaker shinobi. That aside, fighting weak people really did bore him, and a continuance to it was nothing but just an annoyance. Naruto looked up into a tree as he sensed Naoki's presence. Cancel the order, he said. It is not necessary anymore. Besides, there are many people who would want me dead. That's a pity, Naoki said. What about Sasuke? He did try to kill you, and if given the chance he will try to do it again. Let him do as he pleases, Naruto said carelessly. He will surely try to kill me again. I am nothing more than a threat to his childish dreams. It is only that he doesn't know that I don't care about what happens to Konoha. Either way, he will surely die. Naoki stared at Naruto for a long moment before shaking his head. Konoha won't be happy. The hidden leaf is irrelevant, Naruto said with a shrug. Besides, if he tries to kill me again, I have more reasons to step on his throat and end the Uchiha, he said. The Uchiha isn't a big picture. What is happening with the search for Kabuto? Still no luck, Naoki said with a shake of his head. Ever since Orochimaru died, he has completely disappeared without any trace, he said. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. Kabuto was a child of Orochimaru. He knew too much information and could do a lot of damage with it. His knowledge regarding the things he learned with Orochimaru could also prove to be vital. Guren had some information, but not sensitive information, that Orochimaru and Kabuto worked with secretly. He needed Kabuto to be either dead or working for him. If you can't find him, then stop the search, Naruto stated. It is just going to be a waste of time and effort. Eventually, when he wants to be seen, he will make an appearance. You are planning on using him, Naoki said. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Someone like him cannot be trusted. Your opinion was not requested, Naoki, Naruto said sternly. When I want it, I will ask of it. Naoki merely smiled. That's rather cold, Your Majesty, he said. There is still nothing regarding Zetsu. But we have Madara's hideout watched for any sign of movements. So far, there is nothing. That is a nuisance that really does trouble me, Naruto said with a frown. Madara cannot return to this world. We have already done enough to stop his crazy plan, but now the driving force eludes us. He won't be hidden forever, Naoki said. As long as you remain a Jinchuriki, he will have to come to you. I don't want anything that will be of nuisance to my dream, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. That is for me? Naoki nodded and threw a bingo book towards Naruto. Naruto opened the marked page and found an image of himself with a ranking of A. What a pitiful ranking, he said with a frown. Well, it matters not. You certainly don't want people assuming that you are all-powerful. This situation could be dangerous. You are going to die, so it doesn't matter much anyway, Naoki said with indifference. The team is ready to come in as soon as they hear a loud boom. Naruto shook his head. No, wait for them to send a message. Or wait for at least a couple of days before arriving. We don't want unnecessary questions. What more did you want from me? There is also Sabaka no Temari, Naoki said. That is a matter that isn't your concern, for now at least. Leave it as it is, and don't do anything I didn't tell you to do. You can leave the village now and go back home. Your presence is no longer necessary, Naruto said before deciding to take a walk back to the village. I think I will stick around for a while, Naoki said. I've grown to like this village. There are so many things that are happening that just catch your attention. Your interactions are also somewhat amusing. Naruto glanced towards the redhead for a moment with a narrowed look, but he didn't say anything. He just walked away. Hokage office Tsunade looked up when Naruto walked into her office. She managed a small smile as his eyes came to contact with hers. Since he returned from his training trip, this had been his first time coming to her without being called. Naruto. She started calmly. I wasn't expecting to see you, she said. Naruto tilted his head to the side. You mean just after our last conversation? He said. Tsunade frowned. Yes, she admitted. What can I do for you? Are you looking for a mission to keep you from getting bored? I think I can find something that will be suitable for you, the Godame said a bit too happily. Naruto didn't remind the woman that she had barred him from leaving the village. She was probably just too eager to do something for him that it didn't register that he couldn't take any mission that would have him leave the village. Missions within would likely be chores, and that was for Genins to do, not him. He'd probably refuse to do them if he was being assigned them. I didn't come here for a mission, he said. Tsunade blinked. What is it? I'm just coming from the Forest of Death where I was doing some meditation. I was then attacked by some unknown shinobi. I think I left a corpse buried in the ground somewhere there, he said in indifference. I don't know where they are from because they didn't have anything on them to identify them, he said. You were attacked and you are that indifferent? Naruto shrugged. It was nothing serious, he said. Besides, situations like this help train your senses. You need to be active at all times. I think some of them escaped. I didn't bother chasing after them because they were probably not going to give anything. Where did this happen? Just behind the place we had the preliminary round of the Chunin exams, Naruto said. Well, I guess that is that, he said calmly. Wait. Tsunade stopped him from leaving. How did things go with Temari? She asked carefully, not to sound excited about the idea. She was hoping that things had gone well. The blonde hadn't said anything about it before leaving, and since she had some interest in this, she was naturally curious about how well it might have gone. How did things go? Naruto asked. What things? Tsunade frowned. She wasn't dealing with an idiot who failed to read between the lines. She was even surprised that he didn't even twitch when she asked the question. No wonder Jiraiya said that he couldn't read anything from the blonde. The fifth Hokage could only answer the question. I thought you were getting along with her, she said. Naruto shrugged. Meh, he said with indifference. She is a good friend, he added. Is there something I should know? Tsunade shook her head. Not now, at least. Naruto smiled towards the Godame. I see, he said. Why are you smiling? Well, you are a Sannin all right, he said. Forgive me for saying this, but you do know how to lie without leaving anything for someone to read. To answer your question, things were smooth. I'm not sure where they stand, but they were certainly interesting. I think I might give her a call in the near future. Why not soon? Tsunade asked, while ignoring the fact that he had nearly fooled her into thinking that there was nothing. There is much to do in the immediate future, Naruto said with a small frown. I'm still a flight risk in this village, and the situation with Uzumaki hasn't been solved. It does weigh down on my mind. Until it is solved, I have the burden on my shoulders. I'm sorry to put you through this, Naruto, Tsunade said apologetically. I hope that we are able to solve this situation very soon. It will be better for everyone involved. But it all depends on Uzumaki. We don't force them to do anything. I don't want to suspect you of anything, but just be patient for a little while and all the cloud will be lifted off you. Naruto nodded and turned towards the door. Before he could open it, it opened as Shizen walked into the office. Naruto smiled towards the black-haired woman. Shizen, he greeted with a charming smile. You really must let me take you out sometimes, he said. Go play with someone your age, Naruto, Tsunade exclaimed. Naruto shook his head. A pity, he said before walking past Shizen, but not before flashing her one last smile. She returned the smile before closing the door. She turned her attention towards Tsunade. Why did you do that? This is the second time you did that. Tsunade stared for a moment. Don't tell me you were actually interested in going out with him, she said. Shizen shrugged. It wouldn't have been bad. I hear he is a charming young man who knows what he is doing. At least that is what Jiraiya-sama says. And you just took the word of a pervert? Once more, Shizen shrugged. I get lonely at times, she said. Later that day, Naruto was sitting alone in his dark little corner with a couple of bottles before him. This was going to be his last night living in this world. Death. It was something that everyone feared. Even murderers didn't want to deny. Everyone wanted to live, but the bijou inside of him would probably say that human life was just fragile and that for the Uzumaki, death was nothing. Well, they got to live far longer lives than other humans. They could outlive anyone in this world and they didn't have to experiment on their bodies to get this done. The red hair was a symbol of their life, and once it was drained, it changed its color to signify that death was closer. He smiled when Anko walked towards his table with Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi, along with another woman. I figured you need some company, the snake mistress said to Naruto with a wide grin. Naruto smiled. You figured right, he said, sitting up slightly. I was honestly starting to wonder who would keep me entertained tonight. You know, it does get lonely in this dark corner. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just choose it? Naruto put on a sly smile while watching those eyes of the Genjutsu mistress. How exotic. I certainly wouldn't mind waking up to have your eyes stare at me, he said quietly. Anko whistled before shooting a look towards Asuma. I think you have competition there, Asuma, she said, grinning. Kurenai-chan might be leaving with him by the end of the day if you are not careful. Anko, Kurenai warned. What are you saying? Anko shrugged carelessly before turning towards Naruto. You will try, right? Naturally. Naruto responded with a wide smile. There are few women who entice you to stare at them as she does. But I didn't know Asuma was already playing in this field, he said, staring at Asuma. Asuma shook his head. Nothing from Naruto surprised him these days. The blonde might be young in age, but he had the mind to play with the adults. Perhaps Anko was right. If he wasn't careful, he would find the blonde behind Kurenai. That look before, he could see that the blonde admired her. It was probably something just fleeting. Asuma decided against responding to Naruto to speak about something comfortable, for him at least. You didn't answer her question, Asuma said, glancing at Kurenai. It is a good place to hunt for prey. I get to survey all that is happening within the place while sitting like this, Naruto said while staring at Kurenai. When she glared at him because of his response, he laughed. Of course, I am joking. I just stole a line from Anko. I believe that is something she would say. Then why? Naruto shrugged. I like being alone, he said before turning to Yugao. He stared at her for a moment with his tilted to the side. Anbu, he said. So, Kakashi, I didn't think you dated real women. I have always thought that your only woman was that orange book of yours. What was her name again? I'm quite sure I heard you whispering her name when you are asleep one day during a mission. Anko burst out in laughter. Yugao is his former subordinate in Anbu. He was her captain. I should have figured as much, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Kakashi smiled. You don't have to look so disappointed, Naruto, he said. Naruto shook his head and turned towards Yugao. He then offered her a smile. I have known your hair for quite some time, Yugao-san. I'm quite certain that you have seen some expressions on my face that not even Jiraiya has seen. It is such a pleasure to finally see your face. Yugao returned the smile. A pleasure to finally meet you in person, she said. You two know each other from somewhere? Anko asked while Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly. She is an Anbu, and I am a Jinchuriki. Naruto started in a slow tone. So yes, I do know her. As I do with some Anbu. Kakashi was honestly surprised by this. He was almost certain that Naruto was lying about the last part. But he was surprised that Yugao had watched Naruto. He didn't know about it. She probably did it after he left. Still, he hadn't known. If he hadn't known and he hadn't heard Tsunade saying something about it, it was more or less likely that the Godaime Hokage didn't know about it as well. Had they just revealed a secret just like that? The others wouldn't know, but he certainly would since he knew what happened in the Hokage's office. It isn't what you are thinking, Kakashi, Naruto said to the silver-haired Jonin. And if it is, please keep those thoughts to yourself, senpai, Yugao said with a sweet smile. What was I thinking? Kakashi said. Probably that I have had a crush on Yugao, and now that I have grown, she has finally decided to put away her mask and return those feelings? Naruto tilted his head to the side. Or something like that. Iwagakure Inoki frowned deeply reading the angry letter from the Yondaime Reikage. He got mad and concerned with each passing word. After he was done reading the letter, he slammed his fist on his desk and shouted some curses while releasing his killing intent. That was his plans gone the drain after that letter. He was beyond furious about this. How could he work with the Reikage when things were like this? Not long ago, he had told the Hidden Leaf that he was willing to go to war with it, and now, he had to worry about Kumogakure. Certainly, if he attacked the Hidden Whirlpools, he was going to be attacked by Kumogakure, and Konoha would try to defend the former. He shouldn't have said those words then, but he hadn't known that this would happen. Who could benefit from this situation? Inoki needed someone to blame someone for this because he hadn't given the order for his shinobi to try to kill the Reikage. Someone had done it, and was trying to blame him for it. It was either his shinobi had betrayed this village, or they had been manipulated by someone. But the Reikage was confident that they were his shinobi and had said he would send their heads so that he could confirm. It wouldn't make much of a difference nevertheless because the man seemed confident that they were his shinobi. If they were his shinobi, who could have given the order? Someone would have to roll over this. Maybe it was either Konoha or Yuzushiogakure. He wouldn't put it past the Leaf to have done this. They certainly had the jujutsu to manipulate someone through genjutsu. Inoki was going to blame them, but what would he base his accusations on? This was indeed a frustrating situation that had ruined things for him. He was certain the bastard who plotted this was currently dancing in joy over this. Curses. If you don't start talking now, I will start assuming that someone has declared war on us, Kuratsuchi said calmly. At this moment, she could only assume that Uzumaki would be the only village to do something like that. She didn't think that it would be the Hidden Leaf. The Leaf couldn't afford that. But she didn't think so with Uzumaki. Nevertheless, village had many reasons to wish for war with the Wagakure. Regardless of what, they would just crush anyone who dares threaten the security of their beloved village. Anoki turned his eyes towards Kuratsuchi and then spoke in a subdued tone, but the anger was still clearly audible and visible in his eyes. It has indeed happened like that, he said. Kuratsuchi frowned. Yuzu? Anoki shook his head. The worst-case scenario, he said in a slightly gloomy tone. Kumogakure has declared us an enemy after 2 of our shinobi were caught trying to assassinate him, he said. What? Kuratsuchi jumped to her feet and stared at her grandfather. Are you serious? She asked. Do I look like I am joking? Anoki asked in a flat tone. Well, considering everything, this could also be one of Kyomo's plots. The village has always been aggressive. He wouldn't be surprised if they tried to demand something from them. It has played the same trick with Konoha and would probably do it with them, but IWA would not bend over as Konoha did. They were in a situation to defend themselves against any attack that might come over them. Kyomo had 2 Jinchurikis, but so did they. They would not be intimidated into doing anything, especially when Anoki wasn't even guilty of doing anything. Who is framing us? Kuratsuchi asked. Surely someone was framing them, because there was no one in this village who would have given such an order. Her grandfather hadn't done something like that either. I don't know, Anoki said. But we will find out, and whoever is behind it will know my anger. I will not forgive this, and I will not forget it. But at least for now we can be content knowing that Kumogakure will not attack first. People have seen many wars. They won't likely do anything carelessly. Any village that makes the first move, depending on the conditions, might face destruction. If we attack Uzumaki, Konoha will defend it. The moment we do so because of what is happening, Kumogakure will do it as well. Tsunade is weak, but if Konoha is attacked, it will also mobilize. Without the Hidden Leaf, Suna knows it has no chances for survival. In this scenario, we are getting crushed in all fronts. We can't have that now. Kuratsuchi was silent for a couple of moments. This was certainly a dangerous situation, that was certainly a road to life and death. They had to be careful or else they would face destruction. And this was all because the Uzumaki had decided to come back. She blamed the Uzumaki for this. Had it not been for them, they wouldn't even be at odds with the Hidden Leaf. The wars of the past were, but because of this, the roads were clashing once more. What are we going to do? We are going to see who is responsible for this, Anoki said. In the meantime, I will meet the Reikage. If I have to go to Kumo to see these shinobi while they are still alive to question them, I will do so. I don't want anything to happen between the 2 villages before the issue with Uzumaki is as it is. Isn't that dangerous? Kuratsuchi asked. Kumo could try to use this to kill him as well. Or maybe the person who was framing them would even try to kill both Kages when they meet, if they do meet in a neutral location. It is, Anoki admitted. But we cannot run away from it. This is the only way we can temporarily close on matters and avoid war with Kumo. Who knows, although I highly doubt it, we might end up solving this issue if we meet, he said. What happened to those people who hired? They haven't come back, but I am not expecting them until the next couple of days, Kuratsuchi said. But Kumogakure has already put him in their bingo book as an A-rank shinobi. It doesn't mention much, but it's still something else. They do say he can control some of the Kyuubi's powers. That is worrying, Anoki said. Because the Kyuubi is the most powerful, its Jinchuriki becomes the most powerful if he can control its powers. Let us hope that he doesn't have full control. I am more interested in his personality and mindset. For now, as long as he doesn't know his father's jutsu, he isn't a threat. Why his mindset? It gives us an image of what is his opinion regarding Uzumaki. If he is willing to jump into the defense even if Konoha isn't going to do, we have a problem of a Jinchuriki on our hands, Anoki said. That is a possibility we have to face. Kuratsuchi looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking. I could just arrange to meet him to discover more about it, she offered. I don't know how I would get in contact with him, she added. You can just go to Konoha, Anoki said. We haven't had any diplomatic relations with Konoha. I can send you there to discuss more about the current issues. Jiraiya was here to inquire about our viewpoint. I haven't heard from you. While there, you can get your chance to meet Naruto. It will also give you a chance to see about the Leaf's security, and what they are doing in this time of tensions. At Karakurama, Naruto stared at the food before him with an unblinking look. He was certainly going to miss having this ramen. There was just no way he was going to find a place that prepared better ramen than Ikaraku. What was he going to do about this? Perhaps this was more than just food. Sitting here like this held some sentimental value for him. This place had been the only place he could eat without worries, the only place that didn't overcharge him if it bothered selling to him. He had spent many days with the third Hokage in this place. Maybe it was more than just the ramen, but the memories it represented were pure. Is there something wrong with the ramen? Ayame asked, staring at Naruto with a curious look on her face. Naruto lifted his eyes towards Ayame and shook his head. He then smiled before taking his chopsticks. I was merely thinking. Sometimes I let my thoughts wander a little, he said. What were you thinking about? It obviously had something to do with ramen, Ayame said. She was at least glad that there was nothing wrong with the bowl she had served him. It would have been the first time that Naruto complained about food after being served. He always enjoyed his meals. If an emperor offered you a chance to open your shop in his land and also serve your food to him personally, would you take it? Naruto asked, his eyes staring at Ayame. Ayame tilted her head to the side before shaking her head. That would be something else, but I can't just leave Konoha for no reason. I'm not a kunoichi, so there is no loyalty question, but if I am going to leave Konoha, it has to be for something worth more than just wealth. Naruto smiled. What is more valuable than wealth? Happiness, Ayame said. Good answer, Naruto said. He turned towards his food and started eating calmly with a small smile on his lips. Once he was done eating, he placed his hands inside his pockets and slowly walked through the streets of the Hidden Leaf. The air was a bit tense, but it was certainly different from the atmosphere that greeted him when he was younger. Perhaps his showing in the Chunin exams, his association with Jiraiya had caused some changes, but Naruto really didn't care about it. He certainly had no desire to buy these people's love with anything. When he arrived in his apartment, he closed the door behind him and released a loud sigh. He was being watched, but at least things were safe in this place. He walked towards the couch. He had shared a special moment with Temari. She was probably going to hate him, but there was really nothing he could do. He could not risk anything, or else there'd be a situation that could potentially undo all efforts placed to make sure that things happen in the way he wanted. Naruto settled down gracefully and placed both his feet on his coffee table before closing his eyes. Boom! Naruto's apartment burst into a loud and powerful explosion that was heard almost throughout the Hidden Leaf. The explosion sent debris flying into all sides, with crimson flames burning through the place within seconds. The apartment block was immediately surrounded by a squad of Anbu, which did put out the flames. They had been quick to act, knowing that the apartment belonged to the Hidden Leaf's Jinchuriki. If something happened to him, there was the chance of the Kyuubi breaking free. And they would have an irate Hokage who would be demanding answers. The village was immediately put on lockdown after the explosion. Tsunade flashed into the scene along with Jiraiya, with Anbu watching over. She had a deep frown on her lips. She was only glad that there was no damage on the village itself, and there was no sign of the Kyuubi. But she was afraid that something might have happened to Naruto. The explosion that occurred wasn't a small thing. She had felt it in her office. She was honestly afraid, but she could not break down when the village was like this. There was a chance that there could be an intruder in the village. There hadn't been any sign of anything like that, but you never know. The Godame was standing on the roof of the building nearby when an Anbu appeared before her with Naruto's burnt body in his hands. The Godame slammed her fist of the roof, shattering it in anger. She immediately disappeared towards the Hokage Tower, with Jiraiya following her along with the Anbu. The Toad Sage felt something pang within his heart. He felt like a failure seeing Naruto like that. He quickly rushed towards the Anbu holding Naruto after they made their way towards the top of the Hokage Tower. He examined the blonde with a pained look, searching for a pulse. There was none. And everything stopped. Jiraiya felt like he needed to sit down because after a couple of seconds, his world seemed to start spinning. There was no pulse. Naruto was dead. Once more again, he had failed to protect those he loved. He had failed to protect Naruto from his young age, from the abuse of the villagers, and now this. Some of these people were probably going to celebrate his death, or just be indifferent to it. Naruto hadn't done anything of noteworthy for them to remember him by, They were just going to say that the child who held the beast that killed their loved ones was finally dead. Jiraiya was going to be sickened if things happened like that. He was going to be infuriated with them, and he would not bite his tongue. Naruto was dead. Jiraiya felt dead. How could have this ever happened? Did it have something to do with the attack on Naruto? Did it have something to do with that attack? But they didn't know who did it. Could they just assume that one of the great nations planned this attack? Jiraiya couldn't figure anything out. He wanted to cry, but he held his tears. This wasn't a dream, this was a nightmare. This was a cruel reality. After a miserable childhood, is this how someone was supposed to die? Jiraiya, tell me this isn't really happening. Tsunade's pained voice brought Jiraiya out of his thoughts. The Toad Sage turned towards the Slug Princess with a saddened look. Naruto was dead. He wanted to tell Tsunade something else, but there was nothing he could say. The truth was pain. What was even worse was that they had been dealing a lot of pressure on Naruto in the past days. He hadn't been allowed to leave the village. They had been suspecting him of something else. He could not have died with a smile. Jiraiya looked away from Tsunade and turned towards Naruto's body with unblinking eyes. Was this really the reality? Was Naruto really dead? Jiraiya? Tsunade shouted. Tell me something! Jiraiya still couldn't say anything, and this time around, he couldn't even face her. Tsunade slammed her foot down, nearly exploding in anger, before stalking towards the Sannin. She pushed him to the side and knelt before Naruto. She attempted to look for a pulse, but there was nothing. She stood up and glared at the Umbu. What the hell happened? We don't know yet, the Umbu said. You don't know? Tsunade asked with a bitter laugh. Then why are you still standing here? Go find out what happened. If someone did this, I want them found. No one leaves and comes into this village. We are on lockdown until I say otherwise. She shouted furiously. Hi, Hokage-sama. The Umbu saluted, disappearing. Hospital Tsunade hadn't immediately taken Naruto to the hospital because she knew he was a Jinchuriki and there were dangers there. Still, she was curious why the Kyuubi hadn't been released. With Naruto's death, the seal was supposed to lose its power, and then it would be released. It would have been a disaster if that had happened. Last time around, it took sealing the Kyuubi to stop it. This time around, who would seal it? Who would even be able to hold it down to even get to that point? But there hadn't been any of that. Naruto's body was laid on the bed within the hospital. It was just her, Shizen, and Jiraiya within the room. There was no one close by around them because this was something being done in secret. She certainly wasn't going to let other villages know that Konoha's Jinchuriki was dead. They would certainly be happy knowing this. But with what was happening between Kumo and IWA, there was no fear of an invasion. Even so, Tsunade had lost someone who was truly precious to her once more again. She walked over to the blonde with her hand glowing light green. When she tried applying chakra over his chest, marks formed across his entire upper body. She didn't step back when the marks appeared. My chakra can't touch him, she said with a deep frown. She removed her hand and the marks disappeared. Jiraiya stepped forward and touched Naruto's chest and tried applying his chakra, and the seals appeared once more. He could not make of what he was seeing. He couldn't understand the damn seals. It wasn't just one seal. There were multiple seals that were just tied together, making just one complex web of seals that he couldn't even understand. The frown on his lips deepened. One of the seal is blocking chakra from entering his body, he said. When you channel chakra, the seal immediately activates. But I don't know what it does or what they do. I don't know anything, he said with frustration. Can't you release them? Tsunade asked. I can't release something I don't know, Jiraiya said with a shake his head. Tsunade mirrored Jiraiya's frown. This just means we can't see what happened to him, and how he died. Although his body is burnt, the burns are slight and would have healed soon. They were not what killed him. We will take his blood and try to see if it was poison that killed him. But if it was poison, would there have been a need for the explosion? It could have been used to conceal the evidence. The flames burnt everything that was in his apartment, Jiraiya said. There was no progress anyway. This could not simply be a dead end. Not now, not ever. Someone planned this, and they would get to bottom of this. Tsunade swore in her grandfather's name that she would find out who plotted this. But so far, there was no evidence to even suggest that someone had planned this. There hadn't been someone in his apartment. Someone was watching it, and there was not a report of anyone breaking into Naruto's apartment. The Umbu were also positive that Naruto had been alone when it happened. This was just a strange thing that almost made her think that this could have been suicidal. We need to get Inoichi to read his mind to see what happened. That's not going to work, Jiraiya said. What were you thinking, Haim? Tsunade stared at Jiraiya with an expressionless mask on her face. Naruto appeared happy. He seemed fine. I can't say he was miserable. Despite smiling, he always admitted to being miserable, and he often spent time alone just staring into the empty space ahead of him. I could never get into his mind to see what he was saying. Tsunade nodded. I just thought, what if it was suicidal? I think someone did this, but we have nothing other than that attack on him. Even so, that is nothing to go on by. He admitted that this wasn't making him happy. And he wanted it to change. What if he had been lying and saw no end to his misery before deciding to end it all? It could explain why he has these seals that keep chakra from entering his body. If we can't even enter his mind, it makes things even more suspicious. Jiraiya refused to think that way. That would mean that they were responsible. It would mean Konoha was the one that killed Naruto. Besides, Naruto wasn't the suicidal type. Something had to have happened. Naruto didn't take his life, Haim. The Toad Sage said confidently. Uchiha compound. Sakura strolled through the Uchiha compound, heading towards the main house where she knew that she was going to find Sasuke. Her beloved crush who has been doing nothing but ignore all her attempts to see him. Last time she had been here, he told her to leave and didn't want to talk about being rude, but she still did not give up. She would not give up on her love. She would love Sasuke for life and nothing was going to change. Of course, it did pain her when he was unpleasant towards her, but her love for him was enduring. She would endure this rough patch. Sasuke would come around and they would be happy together. At least she did dream about this. She hoped that this time around, he would at least see her. She was here on painful news that he had to know. Even though he spent his time around the compound, Sakura was quite certain that Sasuke knew about what had happened to Naruto. Even the whole village knew something had happened. There hadn't been anything from Tsunade. She hasn't said anything, but since his apartment exploded, there was the thought that something happened to him. There hadn't been a sign of him since, after all. Sakura was honestly saddened by this reality. She had been rude and unfriendly to him. Although it was something of the past that they had seemed to get over, but she could not help but think about it now that he was dead. Naruto had been her teammate, and he played his role perfectly. Sasuke had at times forgotten about her in the heat of the moments, and it had been Naruto who covered her, who protected when she needed it. She was saddened for his passing. She truly was. When she arrived at the main house, she called and pounded at the door until Sasuke opened the door and stared at her. What? What? Sakura was surprised. Naruto is dead, Sasuke. So? Sasuke asked. He was just cold and indifferent. Sakura shivered at this. How could he be like this at times? Naruto had been their teammate, he was their friend. No one could accuse him of having been rude and unfriendly. He had been pleasant to everyone. It was the least she could say for Sasuke. If he died, she was probably the only one who would cry. The others certainly didn't care much about him because of the way he had been before he left the village. Excuse me? Naruto is dead, so what? What do you want from me? How can you look so cold, Sasuke-kun? Naruto was our friend. He was our teammate, and he saved our lives a couple of times. How can you be so indifferent? Sakura didn't raise her voice. She wanted to do it, but she loved Sasuke too much to do it. I love you, Sasuke-kun, but I was sad that you left Konoha. I would have left with you. Now I am just disappointed. You tried to kill Naruto before, but I thought that it was just because you really wanted to go. Sakura shook her head. We are going to be with others later tonight at Naruto's favorite eating place. If everything I have been thinking about you isn't just illusions, you will actually come. I really hope you do come, Sasuke-kun, she said with a sad smile on her lips. The following night Jiraiya and Tsunade were out drinking together. They didn't do it often, but this felt like the appropriate time to drink and talk about how miserable their lives were. Jiraiya had been sad in his life many times, but fewer moments were much more miserable than this. Do you think we drove him to this, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked in a miserable tone. Since he came back, we did nothing but told him that he was a flight risk. I barred him from leaving the village and he couldn't do any mission because of it. Do you think we could have handled things better? Do you think he will forgive us? I don't know, Haim, Jiraiya said in the same tone as Tsunade. I really don't know. He smiled bitterly. I spoke to the toads to ask about Naruto's name in the contract, but they said that he had disappeared. I thought they would say that his name would have still been there. Naruto's body was still in the hospital. They hadn't moved him. Perhaps they wanted to think that he would come back to life. Tsunade was even thinking about talking to Tsunade to ask about their Fuinjutsu in reincarnation. Maybe they could do something to bring him back to life. Should we inform the Uzumaki and Tsunade? I think Gaara will want to know about this. There doesn't seem to be anything to do now, Jiraiya said. Nothing in his body is going to work as long as those seals remain in place. How do I start with the letters, Jiraiya? What do I even say? Chapter 11, His Majesty, the Emperor. When Yugao walked into the Sarutobi compound, she was assaulted by a massive dose of killing intent. She found the Sandaime Hokage pacing around inside his small study with his pipe blowing out smoke. He didn't stop even at her presence. She realized he hadn't noticed her. What could be in his mind that he would be so absorbed like this? Sandaime-sama. Yugao congratulated herself for managing to stay calm in this situation. The killing intent was frightening. It made her feel uncomfortable and afraid. It took a moment for the third to turn to her. He blinked once before smiling towards her. Ah, Yuga-chan, he said calmly, acting normal as if nothing wrong ever happened. Is there something wrong, Hokage-sama? Yugao asked cautiously. The third stared at the Anbu for a moment before going to sit down. Once settled, he let loose of a long breath before staring at Yugao with an expressionless mask on his face. Does anyone know that you are here? Yugao shook her head. I did as you instructed, Hokage-sama. No one followed me and no one knows I am here, she responded firmly. Good, Hiruzen said. Sorry about that, he said of his earlier show. Yugao merely nodded. The Sandaime didn't have to apologize to her. But this just confirmed to her that there was something was indeed wrong. There was something that was happening that was making him like this. It was either Danzo or with Naruto. Hardly anything within the village worried him much since they were at a time of peace. Aside from the trouble with the hidden cloud, there were no major issues that would get the professor pacing around as she saw him. I made a huge mistake, Yugao. A very huge blunder that will cost Konoha, Hiruzen said without emotion. Yugao was alarmed. What is it, Hokage-sama? What I am about to tell you is something that will not leave this room. You will not tell anyone about it, is that understood? Hi. Hiruzen was silent for a minute before finally speaking. I shouldn't have told Naruto about the Uzumaki. I should have just told him about his mother, not the Uzumaki. I shouldn't have even taken him to Uzushiogakure. Naruto will eventually leave Konoha and I can't say anything that will change his mind, nothing. The Sandaime slammed his fist on the desk before him. Naruto loves his clan. Some of the Uzumaki are very much alive and if Naruto connects with them, he will join them. And there is nothing I can say to him that will make him stay. Can't you just stop him from leaving by using force? Hiruzen shook his head. I underestimated his drive, his desire to be Uzumaki. Naruto understands Fuinjutsu in ways that I didn't think. One day, I caught him studying space/time ninjutsu. And when I asked him about it, he said he didn't understand it. But he was lying to me, Yugao. Naruto lied to me. The third realized he'd shouted and apologized to Yugao. I have also lied to him. I shouldn't complain much, but it seems to me that Naruto knows things he shouldn't know. If he knows space/time ninjutsu, then we can't use force to stop him from leaving. I have two options, Yugao. In both options, I must confront him. In the first option, I must manipulate him using a powerful genjutsu to ensure that he never leaves Konoha. That robs him of his freedom, and Minato would probably never forgive me. There is also the danger of the Kyuubi. We manipulate his memories, not the Kyuubi. If the Kyuubi tells Naruto and shows him the truth, he will truly hate Konoha. The second option is to make sure that Naruto never becomes an enemy of Konoha. He paused. Which option do you think is best? Which option is best for Konoha? Yugao asked. I don't know. Hiruzen shook his head. What is best for Naruto? If I tell the council, they will no doubt try to extract the Kyuubi from Naruto, thus killing him. They would not want a Jinchuriki who is not loyal. If Naruto dies, Minato will not forgive me and I'll have failed both him and his son. Even if they succeed in killing him, they will make sure Naruto is never free. They will send people after him. Konoha-gaku's Tsunade sighed tiredly as she moved away from the paperwork that has been in front of her. Every day for the past 2 years, it was signing things and assigning missions to her shinobi. There was nothing much to do other than to indulge in regrets and self-pity. Naruto had disappeared from this village. It had looked like a dream, but it had happened and they had ended up burying him. She had seen some Uzumaki, who had come here to bury one of their own. Still, it didn't ease the pain, the guilt, and the regrets. Perhaps if she had done things differently, he wouldn't have died, perhaps not. You could never know in this world, but the reality was that Naruto was dead. And it has been 2 years since he died. The one person who Tsunade had pitied was Jiraiya. He had truly been miserable in the wake of Naruto's death. He had blamed himself. He had said so many times that he had failed once more to protect those close to him. But at least he hadn't lost himself. She too was still here, and they were doing their jobs. They had the memories of the past, and they would not forget. There were worries around the village, but nothing disastrous had occurred and it was rather peaceful without too many things to worry about. The past 2 years have peaceful, for Konoha at least. Kumo and IWA have been doing some sparring sessions. They were close to a full-blown-out war but worried because either had a good relationship with Konoha. If anything does happen, Konoha was ready. The village had been preparing itself after all. She would not be defeated. Konoha would survive anything that happens. She wasn't afraid of either Kumo or Iwagakure. They had their tools. The Godame turned towards the window as Jiraiya appeared. Well, at least some things never changed. She smiled at the thought before speaking. You have been gone for a while, she said. Had some business in Nadeshiko. Jiraiya responded with a smile. Tsunade looked curious. What were you doing there? I'm surprised you even returned in one piece, she said. Perhaps the question about his business there had been stupid. Nadeshiko was a land of women. Jiraiya would certainly feel at ease being in that place. Jiraiya shrugged carelessly in response to Tsunade. You underestimate my escape jutsu, Haim, he said. Tsunade stared, wondering if he was serious. She shook her head. This was Jiraiya she was talking to. Of course he was serious. I really hope that one day, someone cuts off both your hands so that you don't get to weave hand seals, she said a bit coldly. That would be cruel, Haim, Jiraiya said, wincing at the thought of being alive without both his hands. What could he do without hand seals? Could he even master a transformation jutsu? What would he do? If he could not do anything, it would be better to be dead, wouldn't it? Nothing you don't deserve, Tsunade said. What do you have for me? Jiraiya turned serious in the blink of an eye. Well, I had gone to Nadeshiko because of my research, but I stumbled upon something curious, he said. Don't keep me waiting, Tsunade said impatiently. It does appear that Nadeshiko also has a relationship with the hidden whirlpools. They would not confirm it, but I saw it the moment I arrived in the village. I saw someone belonging to the Uzumaki clan in the land. At this stage, it does appear that Uzumaki covers the nations around the land of water. We already know that it has connections with Kirigakure. It wasn't anything troubling. Nadeshiko had skilled kunoichi for sure, but it certainly wasn't a village you would worry about in terms of war. However, the problem here was Uzumaki ability to move about the elemental nations without anyone knowing. Nadeshiko was a bit away from other lands, but there was no telling how far Yuzu's reach went. Well, he could understand why Yuzu's leader called himself the Emperor. Jiraiya nearly snorted at the thought. There was still no sign of the said Emperor. No one has said they have seen him, and Yuzu continued to be closed as before. It was even worse now. Jiraiya was beginning to think that there was no Emperor, and those people had just made the rumor to keep some mystery. They wouldn't have been the first to do something like that. In this way, the hidden nations continued to waste time and effort searching for the identity of the Emperor, while Uzumaki moves quietly with its business. He had gone to Kirigakure, and the beautiful and dangerous Mizukage had said that although she had a relationship with Uzumaki, she still had yet to meet the Emperor despite her many attempts to do so. There were really many questions about Uzumaki that refused to be answered, and the revived village did nothing to ease the worries or to give some answers. Konoha had managed to form a communication line with the village. The villagers now knew just how valuable the Uzumaki had been to Konoha. They now knew that the person they had dealt with contempt had been the child of one of their greatest hero. The thought was ridiculous, but it was at least something that made Tsunade smile. She had at times laughed at how miserable some of them were when they realized the truths about Naruto. Some of them had even gone as far as to try to reject the truth. It had been all amusing for her to watch. She hadn't pitied them, they had deserved it. They had been the ones to treat him like cabbage when he had just been a child. Tsunade shook her head. She shouldn't get into such thoughts. Why would Uzumaki be allied with Nadeshiko? What would they want from them? Jiraiya shook his head. He didn't know. He couldn't figure out anything. But they knew that Uzumaki was the kind of village that made movements for a reason. There was always a calculated reason behind everything. Regardless of how much he tried, he just couldn't break through some of its puzzles. I don't know, Haim, the Toad Sage said with a shake of his head. Uzumaki is calculating, we know this. But I don't think there is anything interesting in Nadeshiko. I have tried thinking, I can't figure out anything. It is like with the Emperor, it might all be just a smoke made to hide the truth or attract attention. I wonder who really pulls the strings in that village, Tsunade said in thought. Perhaps she should inquire more about it. They certainly knew how to secretly handle their business. That man Yoshino who runs Yuzu is certainly someone you don't want to underestimate. He makes me uncomfortable, Jiraiya said in a firm tone. His eyes turned towards the streets for a moment before glancing towards the Godame Hokage once more. What is certain is that Uzumaki has great minds. That, and we still can't figure out what they are trying to do, Tsunade said with a hint of frustration. Yeah, Jiraiya nodded silently. We will find out something eventually, he said with confidence. I wonder about that, Tsunade said with a slight shake of her head. She then smiled, seeing the look on Jiraiya's eyes. You're always positive. Then again, you've always been this way while some of us lose ourselves. The Toad Sage smiled. It was a bitter smile that hid his regrets and pain. Well, if I also lose myself, who'll bring you back to your senses, Haim? He managed to finish with a grin. Besides, I think when you lose hope, you stop living. I don't want that for my life. I believe that I continue to live, despite my failures, for a reason. That is why I continue to be positive. Silence reigned for a couple of moments as Tsunade absorbed those words. She had lost people and fled Konoha to drown in bitterness and pain. It hadn't brought her anything. She'd only been miserable and drowning in gambling debts. I hope you never change, Jiraiya, she said with a smile. Jiraiya grinned sheepishly. You know I'm going to remain the same, Haim, he said. There was silence. It lasted for a couple of minutes, both lost in their thoughts. There were thoughts of pain, love and the joys of life, the past and the happiness and the present, and a bit about the future. All thoughts came to a halt when a certain Uchiha came into the office. Tsunade stared at the raven head. Since she permitted him to move about without restrictions, he has certainly used the freedom to do many things. She could confidently say Sasuke was one of the best shinobi she had. He certainly stood out from the rest of his generation. He was unique and served the Hidden Leaf well. He had ambitions to become Hokage. Tsunade knew this, but she didn't concern herself by giving it much thought. It was too early for Sasuke to be thinking about being a Kage. Since Naruto's death, he has taken it upon himself to be Konoha's guardian. He worked solo. Tsunade didn't complain. No one aside from Sakura complained. Things were even better that way because Sasuke stayed out of trouble and just minded his own business. Everyone was happy. Well, almost everyone. One thing that had rubbed off Tsunade the wrong way was his apparent happiness in Naruto's demise. Perhaps the blonde had been competition or a threat. She never got around it. She never bothered about it, because quite frankly, she didn't want to know. What do you have for me this time? Tsunade asked in a reserved tone, eyes watching the Uchiha carefully. There isn't any shinobi activity around Uzumaki, Sasuke said, his voice lacking any emotion. Expected. Tsunade grunted with a nod, her tone mild. Yuzu remained as secretive as ever. But we do know that they have some military presence. Sasuke nodded to this. Without doubt, he said. Kumo and Iwagakure haven't picked up anything on it. It is better this way, Tsunade said. Since IWA started to have troubles with Kumogakure over the failed assassination attempt of the Raikage, Anoki had diverted his attention to the cloud. It was the most dangerous. Tsunade wasn't concerned much about it because it didn't affect Konoha. Those two could fight, but Konoha would not get involved. Things don't appear like they will change soon unless something happens, Sasuke said. There have been some rumors about ships moving from the islands within the water country heading towards Uzumaki. It does appear that the village has been building something. Tsunade frowned upon hearing this and turned towards her former teammate and a longtime admirer. Do you think it has something to do with Princess Cookie's visit? We didn't get anything on why she visited, but we know it had something to do with Snow's technology. The wave country had certainly benefited from this. The country's population has increased massively due to its economic growth and Uzumaki's influence. The water feudal lord even viewed the nation as an enemy. One thing that was unique in the wave was its method of transportation, trains. They were not there in Yuzu, but there was no doubt that they were developed there because of Yuzu. Most probably, Jiraiya said. I think that they are also using the same technology in building the bridge that connects Uzumaki and the wave. The damn bridge. Tsunade didn't have anything to say about it. It was just after Naruto died that they made their plans known that they wanted easier method of transportation between the wave and Yuzu. The bridge has been in the process of being built for the past 2 years now, and it was still being built. It should soon be completed. About that, there does seem to be some cooperation between the wave and Amigakure. The Akatsuki has also been offering protection to the bridge builders, and we have established that the organization is located in the rain. Perhaps it is time we stop thinking the organization as more than just a mercenary group. Tsunade nodded to this. Your brother was a former member, what did he say about it? The Akatsuki likely has a deeper relationship with Uzumaki. He didn't say why, but he mentioned that Uzumaki hired his services in a couple of occasions and he'd spend months there. Sasuke said with a shake of his head. I will stay for a while before heading out to check the borders between the Cloud and Iwagakure. Tsunade nodded and watched the Uchiha leave without saying anything. Once he was gone, she turned to Jiraiya. How long do you think this will last? She asked curiously. I don't know, Haim. Jiraiya said with a shake of his head. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking deep. I don't think it will last long though. The fifth Hokage agreed to this, but she didn't offer an immediate response. Kumo and IWA are still busy with their problems, but eventually, when the bridge is completed and we will find out more about Yuzu's military strength, they will act. No doubt, Jiraiya answered in a quiet tone. And Konoha was going to be dragged into it if Kumo and IWA decide to go after Yuzu. It was going to be war. Uzumaki probably doesn't care, isn't it? Despite how they might act, we have to start thinking that the village isn't as innocent as it likes us to believe. The secrecy doesn't even help matters. Jiraiya pushed back his frustration over the way Yuzu tried to handle matters. He had told those people to at least try to reach out to both Kumo and IWA, but they refused. They didn't care about any of Yoshino's response to his warning about a possible attack from IWA had been indifference, and words along the line of it would be unfortunate. The indifference really did bother him. But at least with how things are, it will be difficult for IWA and Kumo to work with each other. Tsunade knew she shouldn't smile about this, but she did. The fact that those two couldn't trust each other could save them from war. But it still won't stop either of them from making move. Yeah, they could even call a temporary truce, Jiraiya said with a thoughtful look on his face. He amused himself with the thought that the moment the fight was over, they would fight. For now, they were restrained, but once they got into the fighting spirit, there would be no stopping. If IWA moves, Amigakure is in trouble. Tsunade frowned deeply. She hasn't become too cold-hearted that she would ignore the misfortune of another village because it didn't affect her. Amigakure has always been used as a battleground during wars. IWA would use the rain as its path, and its shinobi would eventually head to the village, looking for food, a troubling situation that only gave rise to war orphans on lands that aren't even involved in the fighting but just caught in the crossfire. Have you spoken to Nagato about it? Jiraiya shook his head. He had a frown about him as he responded. He has refused to speak to me. They won't even let me walk into Amigakure. Last time, I was literally kicked out. Is it their connections with Uzumaki? Most probably, Jiraiya said with a nod. I will keep trying. If something is going to happen, Nagato will take part of it. He is the last of my students, and he holds the Rinnegan. If he turns out to be the enemy? Jiraiya shook his head. With how he dealt with people in Amigakure after replacing Hanzo as leader, I believe Nagato wouldn't have hesitated to kill me if he thought I could be an enemy. From what Jiraiya had said, the Rinnegan wielder had slaughtered anyone he so much as suspected to be a traitor. All those related to Hanzo wiped out, young, old, and innocent. He killed everyone without discrimination, a brutal method of strengthening your grip on power. A Wagakure for long, Inoki had come to conclude that his war with Kumogakure would not go anywhere. He shook his head. It wasn't his war. He had nothing but disdain over the fact. If the Reikage had allowed him when he visited Kumo, the Sandaime Tsuchikage would have turned those men into ashes for their foolishness. Who tries to assassinate the Reikage? He had faced disappointments before, but that had been one of those worst moments. He looked at shinobi from his village with contempt and pure unadulterated anger. If they wanted to do a job right, they shouldn't have failed. If they failed, they shouldn't have gotten caught. What a bunch of idiots. He was certain, though. He had been certain before then when the Reikage spoke to him. It was either the Reikage was making up the attack to get something from him, or someone was trying to frame him. After seeing the situation, he could not deny that the attack had happened and the shinobi were his. Idiots, yes. Complete fools and disgraces to the IWA name, yes. But they were still his shinobi, and that was fact he could not escape as hard as he may try. Still, Inoki hadn't planned the attack. He has continued to deny it even to this day because he hadn't planned it. Would it have pleased him if the man was dead? Most certainly. Hell, he would have even celebrated. Without Kumo would be weakened. It would no longer have the fastest man in the shinobi world. He hadn't denied this to the Reikage. He had told him straight ahead that if he had died, he would have been happy, but he'd never gone as far as to plot for the man's death. Someone had plotted it, and then blamed it on him. Someone was framing him. Inoki was certain of it. Those were his shinobi. He could not deny that. But shinobi could be bought. They could be manipulated. It gave him no pleasure thinking that his shinobi would betray him, the hidden stone, but it would be naive for him to ignore the possibility. He hadn't sent them to Kumo, and he had searched this village upside down, interrogating people and threatening people left and right, but nothing came out of it. The culprit wasn't here. He was somewhere between Konoha and Uzushio-gakure. Who benefited from Iwa's war with Kumogakure? Konoha would certainly benefit, and given his conversation with Jiraiya, it had a lot more to benefit from the war. Uzushio could not be taken out of the picture. There was no telling what the village was capable of doing. And with their continued bickering with the hidden cloud, it was evident that the village benefited greatly. A coordinated effort by the villages could not be taken out as well. Either way, Inoki would find out who did it, and he would make them pay dearly. The Sandaime Tsuchikage sighed tiredly, and put away the latest letter from the fourth Reikage before leaning against his large chair. He closed his eyes for a moment to sort out his thoughts. Once done, his eyes snapped open. He saw Kuratsuchi staring at him intently. A pity, Kuratsuchi said with a small frown on her lips, but her tone was laced with mild amusement. I'd thought you'd kick the bucket while sitting like that. Inoki snorted disdainfully. I still have many years to live. He spoke through gritted teeth. Because he was speaking like that, because he was trying to show that he was still at the top of his game. Which is indeed a problem for me, Kuratsuchi said, and stared at her grandfather for a moment before turning away from him. She walked towards the couch in the office and threw herself at it. Seeing her relax, Inoki spoke. You want to replace me that much? Yes, Kuratsuchi answered in a hardened tone. I almost want to help you reach that level of death. If I knew where the bucket death was, I'd drag it towards you just so you can kick it. Inoki sneered, and his expression twisted with anger, not with Kuratsuchi. Not at her words. You must at least do an excellent job, unlike those idiots who were bold enough to get into the Reikage's house, but yet still failed to kill him. I'm not a fool, then at least you won't turn out to be a disappointment, Inoki said a bit sharply. What do you have? Inoki had acknowledged that Kumo wasn't going away and the Yondaime Reikage wasn't going to believe him. He had come in terms with this fact. Kuratsuchi was the only person who could succeed him. She was the future of Iwagakure, and so, he'd been shielding her from the whole Kumo incident. He didn't want anything bad happening to her. It would break him. Iwagakure would have suffered a great loss. He had shifted away her attention to Uzushio-gakure. There was a less chance of getting killed. Konoha and Uzushio-gakure can't coordinate anything. It is highly unlikely that they work together, Kuratsuchi said in a tired tone. What gives you that impression? Both nations have become allied once more, Inoki said. Kuratsuchi nodded to this. It was truth. Konohagakure and Uzushio-gakure were allies. But Konoha probably knows as much as we do about Uzushio. The village remains locked up and doesn't reveal anything to Konoha. It is almost as if they don't trust the leaf. That doesn't surprise me, Inoki said, but he didn't explain the reasoning behind his response. Any military activity? Kuratsuchi shook her head. None whatsoever. I hope it keeps being that way, Inoki said. He certainly didn't want a strong Uzushiogakure. If the village strengthened, he would be in a dangerous situation because he would be tempted to invade it. But the moment he does so, Kumogakure was going to attack him from behind. He could not underestimate Yuzu. He could not forget that Kumo could strike any moment he displays an opening. What of Konoha? Nothing good. Kuratsuchi grunted. Aside from the loss of their Jinchuriki, they have been steadily strengthening over the past 2 years. Inoki frowned. I shouldn't have reminded Jiraiya had we outnumbered them. If I hadn't done so or even threatened them, they would have continued with their peaceful ways. I was careless. At this moment, he cursed that conversation he had with Jiraiya. If he had known, he would have done things differently. But he had not known. Well, at least they no longer have a Jinchuriki. And what is this that I hear that Naruto was as strong as Jiraiya even without the Kyuubi? I don't know for sure, but they seem to think so. It doesn't matter anyway, he is dead, Kuratsuchi said. Although she didn't display any emotion, there was bitterness inside of her. They never became friends. He had died before anything could happen. Inoki smiled. Well, at least that is something good that happened. We can say, bless Konoha for losing one of their assets. Use of the silence, the peace, and the feeling that he was outside of the human world. It was certainly a feeling Naruto enjoyed. He couldn't tell what was happening within the village while in the throne room, but he did not complain. He had made it this way, for his peace, his solitude. He was mostly alone in this place. But he couldn't have it any other way. If he wanted to get a feeling of what occurred in the village and being down on earth once more, Naruto could always sit in the normal throne room. This was for his solitude, his peace, and his sentimental time. It was slightly dark while he was alone. When someone stepped into the throne room, the lights would turn on. But it was made that it would slightly shadow his face. Then again, he never really received people in this place. He had yet to even receive anyone in the other throne room. The time had yet to come, but now it had arrived. He had to step away from the shadows and face the elemental nations. Not as Naruto Uzumaki, but as the Emperor Naoki's form materialized from thin air just beside the throne. He leaned over to Naruto's left ear and whispered, Lady Karen has arrived, Your Majesty, he said. Naruto didn't offer any reaction to this for a couple of seconds before finally nodding his head. He then smiled. I guess it is time to face the shinobi world, he said. Naoki shared the smile, but he shook his head. You get too excited easily, he said. Naruto's eyes glanced towards the man for a moment before shrugging with nonchalance. You have no right to tell me that. Besides, I have been in the shadows for a bit too long. I have to get excited about facing the light once more. To face the darkness was your choice, Your Majesty, Naoki reminded in a firm tone. Everything has been by your desires. Regardless of who the enemy was, we have always been ready to serve you. I wasn't complaining, Naruto said in a flat tone. It appeared to me that you were, Naoki said, staring straight towards Naruto's eyes. When the Emperor fixed him a look, he blinked and changed the subject. Should we get moving? Karen can be quite impatient at times, and she gets very difficult to handle when she is high. Naruto thought about it for a moment before slowly standing up. We will walk. I want to know about what has been happening with Sasuke along the way. Naoki glanced at Naruto curiously before showing the blonde the way. He knew that the Emperor didn't give a damn about the Uchiha. He just acknowledged the fact that Sasuke could be a major threat if not handled carefully. Perhaps it was the fact that he had managed to be lectured by his elder brother. But it had all been according to His Majesty's desires, hadn't it? Once they stepped out of the throne room, Naoki looked up into the sky for a moment before responding to Naruto. He has been doing his missions and using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto grinned. Then all is according to the script then, he said. Very soon, he will be getting blind. Tsunade can heal him. She might be the best, but there is nothing she can do about the blinding of the Sharingan. It doesn't appear that he has been talking to her about it either, Naoki said. Well, it is something that is genetic. As long as he continues to use the Sharingan, he will continue to deteriorate his vision, Naruto said. He was still smiling. I wonder if we should let him go blind for a couple of years. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you were really angry about his attempts to kill you, Your Majesty, Naoki said. Naruto snorted with disdain at the thought. Ridiculous thoughts, he said in a flat tone. I know, Naoki said. You could have stopped him from leaving if you wanted to. I could have even stopped him myself. It would have been inconvenient, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. The atmosphere within the village was truly delightful. The air wasn't diluted and polluted with hatred because of the hatred and anger. There was life here. There was no longer the sense of dread and despair that had once filled this village when he came here. Things have changed. The buildings had grown tall. People surrounded the buildings. The streets were filled with people, his people. The Uzumaki were at home. They were the nobles of this village. It didn't make anyone less of a secondary citizen. Uzushiogakure had grown. He had turned it from a village of despair to a village of hope and desires. This was his home, his village, and he had a duty to protect it, its people, because they were his people. Things have worked out nonetheless, Naruto added, smiling. We must be ready for anything. I have prepared myself fully to fight any kind of battle against anyone. After walking for a bit around the streets, the two shined away and appeared in the middle of the forest. They walked for a bit and arrived in a clear field where a large airship stood on the ground. Karen was checking everything with Guren and Haku standing a distance away from the airship. It was a majestic crimson bird with no wings. It was slightly rectangular in shape, its body made of steel. It was a war ship. It had weapons fitted for massive destruction. He could lay waste to any village if he wanted. Operating it was the major problem. It required massive amounts of chakra. Naruto could either use natural chakra or the Kyuubi's power to power it up. This was his personal battleship and his method of transportation. Naruto had to thank the Springs technology as well as the Sky Nation's relics for this bird of his. Your Majesty. Guren greeted with a small bow while Haku greeted with a smile. This is beautiful, isn't it? He asked calmly. It is, Guren said. When do we get to ride it? Who said you would? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, an amused look spreading through his lips. Guren blinked. But I thought Haku said we would be assigned as your guards when you start getting out. If we are getting out, we should be getting in that thing. Naruto shook his head. You are not getting on that. I am only taking Haku with me. You have your duties to handle, he said a bit firmly. Guren frowned at the thought. It was cruel being deprived of the joys of flying in the air. She almost stiffened when Naoki put a sympathetic hand on her shoulder. Well, we will tell you how it is like to fly, he said with a grin. Amused, Haku spoke. Don't listen to them, Guren. They are cruel people who are just messing with you, he said calmly. Your sadistic tendencies better not fall on His Majesty, Naoki. He shot the Uzumaki a glare. Naoki laughed. Don't be ridiculous, Haku. This woman is a sadistic bitch herself, he said in a mild tone. He then tilted his head to the side. Do you really believe that I am capable of influencing His Majesty? Haku turned towards Naruto for a moment. The blonde appeared to have lost interest in the conversation the moment he mentioned that they were playing with Guren. His eyes were firmly on the airship. Was there anyone who could manipulate the Emperor or become a bad influence? Haku shook his head. Yoshino has said it a couple of times that despite what people say about him, he had learned from Naruto. Naruto wasn't cruel. But Yoshino was. Perhaps when Naruto said kill someone, they took it a step further, and they saw it as approval when he said nothing about it. He was the one who was superior to all these people. I don't think anyone can, Haku finally admitted. He glanced back towards the ship, feeling Karen walk towards them. He smiled at the lady of Uzushio. She was a woman amongst other women. You like? Karen ignored Naoki and spoke directly to Naruto. The blonde nodded his head. You have outdone yourself this time, wife, he said with a wide smile. Karen put her fingers on her glasses and flashed a smile. I want to take the credit, but I didn't do much with this thing. You'll have to thank the team who worked around the clock to build this for you. This is also the land of Springs technology. We should also thank your other wife for this. There is no need to thank Springs. They were merely returning the favor for our support to get them out of their poor economic status after Koyuki took the position of feudal lord from her uncle, Naruto said. But since they have been faithful, I guess we can thank their cooperation to our dreams. Didn't we bother helping them because you saw the potential? Naoki asked. Yes, but I didn't think she would end up asking me to marry her though. Well, no matter, he said with indifference. When can we take it for a spin around the great nations? I feel like announcing the greatness of the Uzumaki already, he said with a wide smile. Karen shook her head. Any time you wish, she said. It is yours after all. You are correct about that, he said before tilting his head to the side. But I thought you were laying claim to everything that I own, he said. Karen shrugged. I wanted to make you feel better by not saying it is mine as well, she said while smiling. I imagine it is going to be a huge battle of control when we break up, he said. Who said we are going break up? We made a vow, even if I can't stand you or have thoughts to murder you in your sleep, I will fight the urges because we will not separate. We will die together. Together is a long time, especially for us. I want to take those words back, Naruto said. Naoki cleared his throat before the conversation could drift any further. Shouldn't you leave that for private? Karen shrugged carelessly. Haku will show you how to operate it. I'm going back to the island. I was hoping you'd spend the night in our bed, Naruto said. Karen stared at him for a long minute before shrugging. I'm sure you have a mistress to keep you company. But I'd better not find anyone in my bed when I come back. There will be consequences should that occur. You better not stay away then, Naoki said with a smile. I'm almost certain that your husband is going to Suna the moment he gets on that airship? To see? Karen asked with narrowed eyes. He managed to find a certain blonde there, the sister of the Kazekage, Naoki said. What is he talking about, Naruto? For a moment, Naruto considered telling Naoki that he was fired from his job. He decided against it before shrugging. He is talking about things that don't concern him. I'll have to rewire him so that he can function as needed. Karen stared at Naruto strangely before agreeing with him. Well, when one of your tools doesn't operate the way you want, there is no other way other than to rewire it or just dispose of it. Naoki blinked. How had it come to this? He had been merely trying to get Naruto in trouble, or just trying to stir up things because he knew that the blonde would not care. If he was serious with Temari, he would not be mad because it was something he was eventually going to discuss with the lady. Your Majesty? Naruto ignored the man and spoke to Karen. There is Temari from Tsunade. We will talk more about it when you come back home. We don't talk about these things since you prefer sitting in that island than being in my absence. Karen shrugged indifferently. I know the moment I arrive back to the compound, I will be expected to drop babies like a bird laying eggs. I'm not ready for that era. Naruto smiled with amusement. I thought we married for love and your return would be so that you can love me. Karen laughed. There is that, she said. We will get to it when the time is right. You did things in your terms and stayed away from Yuzashio. I can be offered the same opportunity. Naruto smiled, head tilted to the side. Well, I am the emperor, aren't I? He asked pleasantly. But it is fine, you can do as you like. Everyone seems to do as they please around here, he said. Karen smiled happily and shortened the distance between them before kissing him on the right cheek. I'll see you soon, she said. I'll be overseeing the prison building and my other projects. Don't invoke too much chaos in the world, otherwise there will be no peace. Why do you make it sound like I would go all the way out to invite trouble? Naruto asked, eyebrow raised. His voice sounded honestly curious. Karen stared at him for a moment before walking away without saying another word. Naruto turned to Haku and asked, Am I that bad of a person, Haku? He asked. Haku smiled. Of course not, you are a delightful person, he said. Guren raised a brow and stared at the ice user for a moment. You know, it does sound like out of everyone close to him, you're the only one who says that, she said. Are you suggesting that I am not a nice person, Guren? Naruto asked. Guren shook her head. Quite honestly, he was a tolerant person and sometimes convenient. He sometimes did allow his subordinates to do as they like, as long as they followed his instructions when necessary, but she had come to understand that sometimes the instructions depended on your interpretation, especially with Naoki and sometimes with Yoshino. The latter's excuse will be that the Emperor would like it better being done that way. No, Guren said with a shake of her head. His Majesty is a good person. It is just that people don't usually say it, which makes it a bit interesting and curious. Naruto thought about it for a moment before shrugging. I should order them to say nice things then, he said. Naoki, you stay behind. I will depart with Guren and Haku. Yoshino should know what to do in my absence. I won't spend much time away. I am just going to make a stop in Suna before returning. This is a better way to announce my return from the dead. Suna? Guren asked just to see if Naoki had been right to say that he was going to the hidden sand. Naruto merely smiled and motioned for the two to lead the way towards the airship. Haku led him towards a large entrance at the right side of the ship. The doors automatically slid open as they neared and stepped into a silent passage. They walked for a bit before reaching two paths. Haku pointed at the narrow passage ahead and spoke. You have resting chambers on this side, he said as they turned to a corner. The bridge is this way, he said. They stumbled upon the heart of the ship. It was like a throne room. There was a large throne that Naruto settled on while Haku and Guren stood by both his sides. The blonde smiled as rested his head on the palm of his right hand. I can get used to this, he said. Haku shook his head. Not too used to it, I hope, he said. Naruto nodded his head and glanced at Haku, who was on his right side. Where is the heart of this thing? He asked curiously. Haku pointed below them. Your throne is fitted with chakra receivers and a chakra absorption seal. You can either give supply the chakra to start the airship, or you can activate the seal to start absorbing chakra from you. It is also fitted with chakra storage seals to be able to function without any help from you. How much chakra are we talking about? It only absorbs much when it is starting, but when we get into the air, it doesn't use much chakra. The weapons though will be the ones that drain much chakra. Guren responded. I haven't seen their destructive force, but I really want to see it, she said with a grin. So do it, Guren, Naruto said with a smile of his own. But it won't look good if we are just firing at nothing. It looks much better when there is an enemy in front of us that we can use as a test subject. I doubt we will come to this point though. My only interest is intimidation. Perhaps we will use it for those who come to us through the sea, but it is by land, we fight head on, he said. Haku shook his head. I hope you take into consideration that not everyone loves a good battle as you do, he said. Naruto merely shrugged and asked for how he activates the seal that absorbs chakra. Haku showed him and he did so. The airship breathed a bit loudly before it slowly started to pick up into the air. When it got into air, Naruto frowned because he could not see the view of the world and the vast quite clearly from the bridge. Well, this is rather unpleasant, he said. Make sure we head straight above the hidden leaf as he go to Suna and be at full speed. Yes, your majesty. Do you think that all will be well in Tsunade? Haku asked in a quiet tone. Naruto hadn't told Temari that he was going to play dead. He had indeed died, but he could have still told her that he was alive. But he did not tell her anything. She was most definitely going to be angry with him if what Naoki had said had some truth in it. I don't know, Naruto said in a thoughtful tone. Well, if it doesn't work out, we can't force the issue, can we, Haku? People are free to choose who they like and who they want to associate with. If Temari decides that I am not worth her time, we cannot force her to do anything she doesn't like. We will accept it. Freedom, huh? Yes, Naruto said. Everyone loves it after all. Tsunade Gaara was standing at the walls that surrounded the hidden sand, hands folded together with an expressionless mask staring at the airship that had flown above the village. It had been alarming and a dangerous situation. Any hidden village would certainly struggle from aerial threats. Perhaps it was what had made the Sky Nation dangerous. The moment he had seen the ship, Gaara had moved out and prepared his shinobi. They were living in a dangerous world. Anything could happen. He hasn't made enemies, but it didn't mean that someone wouldn't try to attack them for some other reason. It was such world. Gaara glanced at his right as Baki flashed before him along with a number of shinobi. Is the village secure? He asked in a stern tone. Yes, Baki said with a slight nod of his head. Do you think we are under attack? I don't know, but you can't be sure about anything in this world. We haven't made enemies out of any nation that would be bold enough to attack us like this. The fifth Kazekage responded. But we still have to be careful. Baki nodded. There was no harm in being cautious. There would be nothing lost, just something gained. If it was indeed an attack, maybe they would have attacked while still in air. He offered. I considered that, Gaara said. But he was not expecting anyone. None of the villages he was allied with had something like this. It was not Konoha. It certainly wasn't Iwa or Kumo. What would those two even want here in the first place? If it was them, wouldn't they have just decided to attack without a warning? We just have to wait and see, he said. Naruto stepped out of the airship in majestic crimson robes with the word Emperor written on the back. Both Haku and Girin were flanking both his sides. When he touched the desert sand, he stopped and stared into the sky before breathing in the air. The wind was still strong as before. The air was truly speaking to him. This was the wind country, the land that made his blood excited and his senses going haywire. So this is the wind and that is Tsunade, Haku said as he looked around. How uncomfortable, he muttered with a slight frown on his lips. At least to you, Girin said to Haku. Someone seems to be enjoying the atmosphere, she added, glancing at Naruto, who was still motionless, eyes cast up into the heavens. Wind is his natural affinity, Haku said. He should enjoy feeling strong wind like this, he said. I have grown to used to better conditions than this. This kind of place is certainly not a good battlefield for someone who uses water and ice. I wouldn't have any such problems, Girin said. I can fight in any environment. But when you have an environment like this, it is easy to see why, even though Suna has always been the weakest of the Great Five, it has never been invaded by any village. They are in their home field like this, Naruto said. The Kazekage also manipulates sand. If you end up coming here to fight them, even if you win, you suffer massive casualties. Well, at least Uzushio has no beef with the sand. After saying those words, Naruto held out both his hands. Girin and Haku looked for a moment before taking his hand. Wind surrounded them and formed like a twisting tornado. But when it started moving, it moved like a wind-gentle gust before stopping near the shield of Suna Shinobi and their Kazekage. Gaara's eyes widened slightly. How long has it been? But his eyes were not mistaken. His senses were not mistaken. He was seeing Naruto Uzumaki before him. It hadn't been someone else who came to threaten him and his village. This unannounced visit was from a person who was thought dead. No, Naruto had died. He had seen his body. He could not have faked his death because Tsunade would have realized it. She was the best medic after all. Naruto had died 2 years ago. But he was standing right before him. He could not have faked his death because he had indeed died. But how was he before him looking very much alive? Why was it that for the past 2 years he had remained dead, and then now he suddenly appeared? Out of everything he knew about Uzushio, he knew that the black-haired person was a shinobi of the whirlpools. That aside, both shinobi surrounding the blonde were wearing Yuzu foreheads protectors. Unlike last time, Naruto's clothing did not display his clan's symbol. Gaara crumbled into dust before materializing in front of the Yuzu group. Both Haku and Girin didn't react when the Kazekage appeared, followed by his shinobi. You feel and seem like Naruto, but are you really Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto smiled. It was perhaps understandable that Gaara would offer this kind of greeting. Tsunade would have certainly lunged towards him with every intention of breaking every bone in his body. What do you think, Gaara? Naruto shook his head. Kazekage? Gaara stared at Naruto for a moment. He could not mistake it. He had been right. This was indeed Naruto. You are Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto shook his head, making Gaara tilt his head to the side with confusion. I am indeed Naruto Uzumaki, he said, smiling. What am I missing? Last time I stood before you as Naruto of Konoha, but today, I stand before you as Naruto Uzumaki, the Emperor of Uzushio. Naruto introduced himself. He did notice that the people around the Kazekage stiffened slightly at his words, but he didn't pay it too much attention. Gaara stared. It was already a shock that Naruto was alive and not dead, even though he had seen his corpse. There was no doubt on the dying part. It was a shock to see him, but for him to turn up as Yuzu's emperor? It was ridiculous. Gaara couldn't believe it. But it was in front of him. Naruto had just said it, and these people with him were shinobi from the hidden whirlpools. What was happening in this world? This was a shock that was going to turn this world upside down. Who could have thought that the person who appeared in this village while training was actually an emperor? Not just an emperor, but the emperor. Gaara glanced at the airship behind Naruto. This just meant that the death had been a ploy. Naruto, the emperor of Uzushio? It was truly unbelievable. How had it even happened when the blonde had been in Konoha his whole life? He wasn't privy to the inner workings of the leaf, but he at least knew that there hadn't been a point where Naruto disappeared from Konoha for some time. No, the blonde had been around. If there had been a connection, anyone would believe that the Uzumaki had approached him. But not that he was the emperor. They simply could not have just made him the emperor because he was a Jinchuriki. No, there was a reason, and not like why he was made Kazekage. Gaara stared at Naruto with an expressionless mask. He did not display happiness even knowing that the person he once called friend was very much alive. This person had deceived them. He had lied to them. I really can't say I am happy to see you alive, Naruto, Gaara said in an honest tone. I didn't expect you to dance at the sight of my presence, Naruto said with a careless shrug of his shoulders. Gaara was silent for a minute. Their indifference was still there. It seemed that not much had changed. That was at least something good. Then you are prepared for anything. Of course, Naruto said with a nod of his head. I heard that some people cried for me when they learned I was dead. Heard? Gaara asked with a raised brow. Well, I was dead for a while before raised from the dead, Naruto said calmly. He spoke as if it was nothing serious. Perhaps for him death wasn't a frightening thing. Maybe the Kyuubi was right to say for the Uzumaki, the state of being dead was merely a state of being inactive. How did they manage that? Tsunade has a forbidden jutsu that reincarnates a dead person, but it comes at the cost of one's life, and there's really only one person who knows this kinjutsu, Gaara said with curiosity. Clan secrets, Naruto said in a dismissive tone. Are we going to be allowed to enter the village? We really can't stand here all day, Naruto said to Gaara, but he wasn't looking at the Kazekage, but the person who was standing a bit away from the group. Gaara glanced behind, Temari. It was likely that Naruto hadn't come here for him but to speak to his sister. They were probably the first to know that he had returned from the dead, and by looks of things, his death had been planned. His sister had been hurt. She had been wounded by his death. She hadn't known anything. That was certain. I wonder about that, Gaara said calmly. Naruto tilted his head to the side. You wonder? What is it that you wonder, Kazekage? It is really simple. You choose to let me enter your village. If you don't want to, we leave. Is it really that simple? We have come to learn that nothing is ever simple with you, Uzumaki, Gaara said. Naruto smiled. People just misunderstand us, he said calmly. But yes, it is that simple. You are the one who said he considers me a friend. And I am here because of that. Not my sister? Ah, Naruto continued smiling. I misspoke. I did come here for your sister. She was crying at your death. She has been in pain, and your death is something that appears to have been planned. I wonder if I should really let you go near her because you might hurt her again. I still consider you a friend, but I really cannot allow even my friend to hurt my sister. I understand that, Naruto said with a slight nod of his head. This is why I say to you, you choose what you want to do. Gaara stared at Naruto for a long minute before standing aside, letting Naruto know that he could move ahead and see his sister. You too may return to the ship, Naruto said to his company. I trust that I will be safe in the care of the Kazekage. I won't take long. I'd like to see the village a bit, Haku said in response. Do as you like, Naruto said before he started walking away. But if you stay for too long, I will leave you behind. Guren blinked and turned to Haku. Is he serious about leaving us behind? Haku nodded. His Majesty will allow you to do as you please, but when he says we leave, we leave. If you stay behind and get attacked, he might not help you out. If he allows you to do something, you can do it, but when you are needed, you are needed. Anything less is a problem. A few minutes later, Temari was shaking in anger. There was no relief seeing this person. If it was there, it was buried under the anger she felt. He had died and she had seen his body. She had cried thinking really he had died. He hadn't spared her from the pain, even her. He had let her cry for him. She had been pained and he had probably just watched her agony without care. And now he turns up like this? What did he want from her? Naruto wasn't smiling as he faced Temari. I came here prepared for anything, Temari. If you feel that you must shout at me, you can do it. If you feel that you must slam your fan on dash. Before he could even finish speaking, Temari had only hit him with her fan. She didn't hit him once. She hit him with until she grew tired. Naruto received the hits without wincing. He just stood there and took the pain. Once Temari grew tired, he moved closer to her and pulled her to his chest. She dropped her fan, but her hands did not touch him. He could feel her body trembling. Naruto wrapped his hands around her and whispered, It's difficult for me to empathize, but I am truly sorry for your pain. But for my village's survival, I had to die. My life means nothing, I live for my village. Perhaps I should have informed you, but I did not. If you want to hate and curse me, you can do it. If you tell me that you no longer like me and don't want to see me again, I will leave you. But I came here because I want you closer. That is my wish, my desire. About an hour later, I wish you could sit with me so we can talk. Gaara said to Naruto. He was walking the blonde towards his airship alone. Naruto could not deny that the person who called him a friend truly had a lot to say to him and questions to ask, but Naruto hadn't come here for that. He didn't want to entertain any questions about Uzumaki. Besides that, his mood was a little put off by what had happened with Temari. There will be time for that, he said after a moment of silence. Gaara shook his head. I figured that you came here for my sister, but this revelation tells me you understand what is happening in this world, he said in a firm tone. Naturally, Naruto said, casting a curious glance towards the Kazekage. Does something bother you about my appearance and my connections to Uzumaki? It is curious, and if I said it didn't bother me, I wouldn't be honest. Gaara managed to say after a couple of moments of thinking. You were dead and now you suddenly return as the emperor of Uzumaki. What are the other nations going to think about your appearance? What is Konoha going to think? What Konoha thinks is irrelevant, Naruto said with indifference. Gaara didn't find this surprising. Naruto's problems with Konoha ran deeper. His childhood in the Hidden Leaf hadn't been pleasant, but as far as he was concerned, the blonde hadn't held contempt towards the leaf. It could have been fairly hidden. At this stage, nothing much would surprise him. This was the very person who literally died and then came back from the dead, on his terms. Do you hate the Hidden Leaf? That is irrelevant to any equation, Naruto answered. Irrelevant? Perhaps with how Naruto saw it, it could be not make any difference, but other people would care. Still, this just told him that whatever Naruto would do in his relationship with Konoha will not be based on his thoughts regarding the village. It was probably going to be based on convenience. I see, Gaara said with a thoughtful look on his face. Then answer me, Naruto, are we enemies or friends? Naruto stopped and glanced at Gaara before asking. What is that you think, Gaara? I think we are not enemies, but that is solely based on the fact that you came here for my sister, nothing more. I don't know of your intentions. With how Uzumaki has been doing things in your role as the emperor, there is something that is being planned. Do you still consider me a friend? Yes, Gaara said with a nod of his head. Even if we become enemies, I don't think that anything will change. Naruto smiled. The Kazekage would stab him even if he does still consider him a friend. Perhaps it was like how Jiraiya viewed Orochimaru. Despite what the snake has done, Jiraiya still saw the friend that he once had. If I am your friend, then you have nothing to worry about. Uzumaki will not provoke anyone, but it will defend itself. Kazekage, someday we will talk. Naruto waved at the Kazekage and disappeared off to this airship. Guren and Haku were already present. He smiled seeing them. Disappointing, he said. I thought you'd be still in the village. Just so you could leave us behind? No, Naruto said. Just so I can watch you travel all the way back to Uzumaki. You two are already known in the elemental nations, and if you were to travel on foot, it would be interesting to see how shinobi react to your presence. Would they attack you or just leave you alone? You know we will be attacked, Guren said with a stare. I don't know that, Naruto said with a shrug. He settled on his chair and released a long breath, resting his head on the palm on his right hand as he did. This was rather disappointing. Well, the human heart is something else. You can't always predict what happens, you can only blame yourself for messing up things, Haku said in a stern tone. You could have told her about it. I'm sure she would have been able to keep quiet. You could have also branded her to ensure that she can't talk about it either, but you did not. You chose to let her suffer. If she hates your presence, that is all on you. Naruto's eyes glanced towards Haku before he spoke. That is rather cruel of you to say, he said. But it is the truth, Haku said with a shrug. Why did not you not tell her anyway? Who knows? Naruto said. I can't explain some of the things I do. Perhaps I didn't fully trust her, or I just wanted to see if she really cared for me. Her tears in my death would mean that she cared. Well, this is nothing more than a challenge that I can climb. Things would be interesting if you two decided to enter relationships. His eyes moved towards Guren. Has anyone approached you? Guren blinked. Why would you ask that? You are my subordinate, Naruto responded calmly. And I did tell you that you have to create a clan, he said. Have you taken a liking to Yoshino? That man? Guren shook her head. He makes me feel uncomfortable sometimes. Naruto smiled. I can share those thoughts, he said with a small nod of his head. Well, the Uzumaki males are operating under some laws. They are not permitted to marry anyone who is not Uzumaki. Why? Giran asked curiously. She had noticed, though, every Uzumaki family was full of redheads. They associated with other people in the village, but they still didn't enter relationships with other people. They want to grow their clan and they don't want to see their blood die out, Haku said. But there is another good reason, and it has nothing to do with growth. You know the Uzumaki have a strong life force and utilize chakra chains. This diminishes when you are not a full-blooded Uzumaki. The value of the chakra diminishes, and if they continue to mingle, they will eventually lose all the traits that make them special. You are already married to Princess Koyuki, and she wants a child. What is going to happen there? Giran asked Naruto. She already knew that not all his parents were Uzumaki. Who knows? Naruto said with a shrug. You two should think carefully though. Your slow pace in settling down is being tolerated now, especially for you, Giran. Time is moving, and very soon, we will be fighting. You need to make preparations before those fights. Chapter 12: The Emperor's Dream. Flashback. Hiruzen stared at the danger sign at Naruto's door. There was indeed danger inside. Not in the way the villagers thought. No, there was something much dangerous than what anyone could begin to imagine. Naruto was not the Kyuubi, he had never been. But Hiruzen had come to learn, Naruto possessed a dangerous mind, the passion and dedication of a mad, lustful demon. He could compare Naruto's passion towards the Uzumaki with Orochimaru's obsession over immortality. Perhaps Naruto's will was greater. He indeed possessed the patience to wait for years even when nothing looked like it was happening. It had just been over 2 years since they went to Yuzushio, the greatest blunder of his life. But Naruto had looked so innocent, and he had asked earnestly. Hiruzen had not thought that things would change. He had not thought he would come to the realization that there were members of the Uzumaki clan who were still alive. Itachi had said he came across one of them. The Hokage sighed deeply before opening the door. He did not knock this time. He just stepped into the apartment. It was dark. But he knew, while other kids were sleeping, this person was not. It was just as he expected. When he opened the door to Naruto's room, he found those blue eyes staring at him from the window, body motionless. He almost froze at that look. For a moment he had thought it had looked so cold that it sent a chill down his spine. We need to talk, Naruto, Hiruzen said to Naruto in a serious tone. The blonde turned away from the Sandaime Hokage and faced the outside. The moon was at full force. Perhaps it was a time that called for this kind of engagement. Preferably, I would have wished for things to never come to this point, old man, the blonde said in a quiet tone. So did I, Naruto. But when I lied to you about the space/time ninjutsu, I knew I had messed. It was a stupid mistake on my part, a massive blunder that I should have just avoided by telling you the truth, but I had known that you possess a mind that I feared. Still, it would have been much better to tell you the truth than be caught lying, Naruto said in a flat tone, but there was anger and frustration over his inability to sell the act to the third. I have also lied to you, Naruto, Hiruzen admitted. Perhaps I underestimated your ability to read between the lines. But I had never actually thought that the Uzumaki would still be around. Honestly, if I had known, I wouldn't have taken you to Yuzu. No doubt, Naruto said with a nod. What do you want to talk to me about, old man? The Uzumaki, and if you have connections with them. No, at this point, it is likely that you have a connection with them. There might have also been something in the whirlpools that I did not see. Your clan is good with Fuinjutsu. It would not surprise me that they would create barriers that would even fool a Dijitsu. You are probably learning that jutsu to be able to travel between here and them, Hiruzen said. Do you hate Konoha? What are you planning with them, Naruto? I'd hoped that we would never have this conversation until I was ready, but it does appear that there is no avoiding it. However, if I agree to talk to you, you cannot talk to anyone, write to anyone, or even leave notes about anything regarding me and the Uzumaki. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. What is that supposed to mean? We are going to keep things just between us, Naruto said. If it doesn't happen like that, Konoha has not loved me. I do not care for it. I do not love it. My father may have sacrificed himself for this village, but it doesn't mean a damn to me. They have tormented me, day and night. They have accused me of being evil, the child of a demon, and blamed me for what happened in the village. I will not forget that. I will not just get up and work for this village when I must bring my own clan from the shadows and into greatness. Hiruzen had never heard Naruto speak like that. He was concerned, worried. Naruto, you have to understand that they are just angry. Naruto cut off the Sandaime before he could finish talking. Don't take those excuses with me, Sandaime. I respect you. Don't make me lose that respect by telling me irrational things. They are angry and sad? You can understand it, right? But you don't condone their behavior. Then it is very simple, old man. If you can apply those same standards to them, you can apply them to me. I have every reason to be angry with them. He then smiled bitterly. What have I done to deserve this, old man? Hiruzen could not say. After all, there was nothing that Naruto had done. He was just born into the family of Minato. Nothing, Naruto, you have not done anything wrong. And I am sorry for what has happened. I told you about your clan because I wanted to give you an identity. And I have found it, Naruto said in a quiet tone. My words to you will not change. Nothing of this will be told anyone. And you have my word, and as thank you for what you have done for me, although I will never forget what this village has done to me, I will not attack it. Not unless it decides to attack me. You are threatening the hidden leaf, Naruto. I don't think even you have the arrogance to assume that you can do any harm to this village. The killing intent was massive. Naruto nearly thought of jumping out of the window. Frightening, Naruto thought. He then smiled, head tilted to the side. He then placed his right hand on his belly. I've learned enough about this village to understand that you're the only one aside from Jiraiya who is familiar with Fuinjutsu. But the Sannin is not in the village. If I feel that living is no longer worth it. He snapped his fingers. A bit of the Kyuubi's chakra was released, causing Hiruzen to freeze. The Kyuubi can have another feast. I know you are not going to try to have me re-educated because of what I have spoken. I know you are a genius, and I cannot match that, openly saying that. Hiruzen said with a bit of his killing intent dozing out. The Uzumaki are indeed alive, and probably watching. They are probably in this village. I understand you well enough to know that you wouldn't say that to me unless you were sure you could get out. Besides, space/time ninjutsu affords you that mobility. He then paused, shaking his head. What do you want to do with the Uzumaki clan, Naruto? I just want to raise my clan from the dead and make it become great again, that is all I wish. Naruto said in a firm tone. I do not have war with anyone. And those responsible for the fall of the clan? I would have more reasons to hate Konoha than those who were responsible for the destruction of the clan, old man. Naruto said in a flat tone. I can't trust your promise, and you can't trust my words. But we can trust the majestic work of Fuinjutsu, can we not? End of flashback. Konoha, an airship belonging to Uzumaki. This represented aerial threats from the whirlpools. This was dangerous news. It was going to get nations like Kumo and Iwagakure panicking. People were going to die. The shinobi world was staring at chaos as things stand, and the Uzumaki were fueling it. There was no need to show it off like this unless they wanted people to see it. They wanted the shinobi world to start talking and thinking about their new toy. They were pushing villages into a panic mode. Anyone would feel threatened by this power. How could they guard against aerial threats? This was nothing like what the Sky Nation had done. This was doom. Tsunade now understood why Princess Koiki had gone to Uzushio. She now knew that her village had participated in the building of that thing. She had been used. Uzushio had been in lockdown because they were hiding things. She should have demanded more information. She laughed bitterly, thinking that if Danzo had been alive, he would have been laughing at her. He would have been telling her that she should have listened to him to avoid this situation. But who would have thought that things would turn out like this? The Godame Hokage stared at the message from the hidden sand once more. She had read it and handed it to Jiraiya to read it before he returned it. Everything was clear, yet she was failing to accept it. Her former teammate had been silent since reading the message. Tsunade glanced at him for a moment before staring at the message once more. She was hoping it would change, that maybe she had been reading it wrong. The message did not change. The words were clear, but it was difficult to accept. I should have known. Jiraiya finally spoke. His tone was filled with anger and bitterness, and his eyes were sharp, hiding the pain and relief he felt. How could you have known? Tsunade asked in a quiet tone, eyes staring at the toad sage. The signs were there. Jiraiya shook his head. I was just naive. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to see what suited me because I was afraid. Is there something I am missing? Tsunade demanded in a hardened tone. Is there something that happened during the training trip that could have set off the alarms that you didn't tell me? Jiraiya was silent for a couple of moments before shaking his head. No, he said. There was nothing that could have set off the alarms. Naruto behaved. Then what am I missing? Tsunade asked with frustrations leaking into her voice. He didn't appear like he had any connections. And even if he had connections, there was nothing that gave it away. We were all fooled. He fooled all of us. The Godame Hokage slammed her fist on the desk, cracking it. She was pissed off. She was angry. Why? She had received a message from Gaara saying that Naruto was very much alive. The damn brat she had cried for, the blonde she had buried, was alive. He has been alive these past 2 years, hiding and enjoying himself in the comforts of Uzumaki and plotting the Uzumaki's agenda while they cried at his death. It made Tsunade angry. What had she done to deserve this? He had fooled her, tricked her, and now appears in the sidelines with another village. Naruto was Uzushio's emperor. The man they had been searching for in the last couple of years had been in front of them. Naruto had been playing them this entire time. He had been Uzu's emperor while playing as shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Yeah, he got us, Jiraiya said in a bitter tone. And he had helped the blonde train. No, there was still a lot more about Naruto's skills that he didn't know. But what did you mean by saying you should have seen it? After our visit to Amigakure, Naruto did mention that the best way to disappear without people searching for you was to play dead. He had meant those words. He played the same trick. We had his body. We saw him dead. We could not have looked for him. We could have suspected the reasons for his death, but there was no denying that was indeed dead. We weren't going to look for him. He planned this. He wanted this. Haku was also returned from the dead, so the Uzumaki have this ability. The Slug Princess frowned deeply. We couldn't even do much to his body because of the seals, she said. Jiraiya nodded. I think those were also in place to keep the Kyuubi from leaving. The seal would have weakened. He shook his head. The seal was already weak because Naruto was using the Kyuubi's chakra. The more he uses it, the weaker it becomes. He must have known this and put measures to avoid it leaving, knowing that he would return. He also didn't want us to study his body. Why still go such length? Jiraiya shook his head. I'm not sure, Haim, he said with a sad smile. It wasn't a pleasant experience. He had mourned the blonde after all, but now he was back and hadn't even bothered to see them or tell them himself. He just flew above them. But I think he didn't want us looking for him. I can't understand that, Tsunade said with a shake of her head. But even if she did not want to understand, what was it going to change? But now that he is showing himself, does it mean that he is done with whatever he was doing? Jiraiya nodded. This was without question. Naruto was done with his preparations and was ready to face the world. He could have kept hidden for a little while longer. But he made his appearance now with Yuzu's new toy. It worries me, he said in a serious tone. It would be stupid not to worry, Tsunade said a bit harshly. What do you think he is up to? I can't tell. There is something that Naruto did well during our time together, hiding his thoughts. He never showed me his desires. He always hid everything behind the mask of indifference, and speaking objectively and rationally in each subject, Jiraiya said with a deep frown. That should have been a warning, but sometimes we talked and laughed. I just thought, there was no way there was something dark behind that mask. Is there now? We don't know, Jiraiya said with a slight shake of his head. It is likely that Konoha is safe, but one thing is certain, Uzushio has been preparing for war for years now. I think the same can be said for Amigakure. Last time I checked, it had been heavily militarized and its shinobi were of high caliber. That was by no means pleasant news. But she has always known that Yuzu was busy with something. She just never thought that it would be this big. So, there is no doubt now that Yuzu and Amigakure are connected. Yes, Jiraiya said. The Sannin then laughed bitterly. He laughed like a madman. You should have seen him in the presence of both Nagato and Konan. In my presence, he didn't speak to either, nor did he even look at them. He just wore his mask of indifference. Even when we spoke, he didn't even slip. I guess Fukasaku was right in how he expressed his concerns. Tsunade stared at her friend with concern. What did he say? Said something like this village could be filled explosions and people would be screaming in despair and Naruto would still have sweet dreams. Jiraiya said. I thought he was exaggerating then, and I didn't think much of it. But I should have seen it. Unless he chose it, Naruto hardly reacts to anything. Minato could appear in front of him, say he's been alive these years and he wouldn't as much as blink. Aren't exaggerating, Jiraiya? Hi. Jiraiya put on a stern look. How did Naruto become Yuzu's emperor? How was he even able to move about without anyone knowing? Tsunade frowned deeply. This was something she could not answer. No one in this village could answer. And yet, it had happened right under their nose. What do you think? Do you think Sensei knew? Unlikely, Jiraiya said. If Sensei knew, he would have made sure that we knew about it. Sensei loved Konoha more than anything. If he felt that Naruto could leave the village, he would have tried something. Then how did it happen? We will have to ask Naruto, Jiraiya said. If he decides to come here and answer questions. With how he is, he might not even answer questions, the Godame said. Do you think he wants war? I don't know, but I know he has been preparing for it. Amigekure has been preparing for it. They don't have to do anything. IWA or Kumogakure will do everything for them, Jiraiya said. But this just meant that there was going to be trouble. They had also been preparing for war, and perhaps Yuzu could have been preparing because it knew it was going to be attacked. But some actions seemed to be just blatant provocations, techniques meant to steer things towards a certain direction. Certainly, if Uzushio had bothered engaging Iwagakure, it might not have had to fear for itself, but now it does seem that the village wanted for those villages to attack. Naruto wasn't stupid, but did he think that Uzushio could stand the power of a great nation? Jiraiya thought it was a ridiculous thought, but he was talking about Naruto. He wasn't going to close the chapter on a miracle. If it is so, we must talk to him as soon as we can, Tsunade said. We have also been preparing, and his appearance will get both the enemy to blink. They are going to act soon, and we want to know how Yuzu will react. It's obvious, Jiraiya said. They are going to defend themselves. They will return the violence. I don't know how it will go, but Yuzu will certainly respond in kind to any threat. We should stay away from that path when we can. Tsunade nodded. If there was the option that she could avoid a war, she would take it. Well, Gaara does say that they are still friends. It is understandable with Tsunade, but what I know is that the Whirlpools has a problem with what was done in the past, and Konoha may be at fault. Naruto asked me questions. Why was it that even though Uzushio and Konoha were more than allies, the Uzumaki didn't seek shelter here? Why didn't Konoha even do anything? Jiraiya frowned, thinking. Rationally speaking, you'll ask those questions. But I think for Naruto, it was personal because this was his clan. Tsunade was silent for a couple of moments. She wanted to believe that Naruto had no problem with them. She wanted to believe that Konoha would not go to war with Uzushio. Regardless, the situation is troubling. How strong is Naruto, really? You saw him playing with his friends, Jiraiya said. Naruto is powerful. I can't tell how powerful because he never revealed everything unless it was convenient. Tsunade nodded. At least there was still Sasuke. Regardless of her thoughts about his personality, he was Konoha's most treasured asset as things stand. How did things even come to this point, though? How did Naruto play the Emperor under your nose? I know you said we'd have to ask him, but this is still something that makes me curious and frustrates me. Same here, Jiraiya said with a nod of his head. He was silent for a couple of moments before speaking. It obviously started when Sensei told him about the Uzumaki. It looks more likely now that when Sensei disappeared with Naruto, they'd gone to Uzushio. We don't know what they found there. But knowing Sensei, he did go with someone else he trusted. And what if the person is dead? Tsunade said a bit hopelessly. Before Jiraiya could respond, Sasuke appeared in the room via lightning shunshin. Is it true? Tsunade stared at the Uchiha for a long moment before nodding her head. It is true, she said. Naruto has returned from the dead and has returned as Uzushio's emperor. Sasuke frowned deeply. It would have been much safer if he stayed dead, he said. You don't like him very much, do you? Of course not, Sasuke was quick to say. He turned towards Jiraiya and spoke. You should know already that my brother had some moments with Naruto. What you don't know is that Itachi was there when Naruto and the Sandaime Hokage went to Uzushio. He told me that they didn't find anything, it was just ruins. But it was possible that Naruto found some Uzumaki there. Why didn't you say anything before? Sasuke shrugged. It didn't matter because he was dead. He said in a cold tone. What are we going to do? We are going to defend the hidden leaf. Training Ground 44. Kakashi looked up to a tree and saw Yugao sitting alone. He smiled and waved his right hand towards the woman. Yo, he greeted calmly. Senpai. Yugao smiled. I was surprised when I received your message. You never call me out like this. Is there something wrong? Can you stop calling me senpai? Kakashi asked. I'm no longer your captain. I'm just Kakashi now. Yugao shook her head. You'll always be a senpai to me. Kakashi sighed. It was the same with Yamato. He just couldn't get away from it no matter how hard he tried. He glanced at Yugao with a serious look and spoke in a stern tone. I was with Tsunade-sama and she showed me a message from Sanagekure. I think you already know about it. Yugao stared down at the jonin for a long moment before asking. Yes, she said. Is that why you called me? Kakashi shook his head. I want to know about your relationship with Naruto. I don't have a relationship with him. Kakashi shook his head. I don't know what the third did with Naruto. He didn't trust Naruto with other people. But I am almost certain that you knew certain things. Yugao smiled. Yes, she said. But I cannot say them. What I can tell you is that Naruto is not a threat to Konoha. He has never been a threat and never will be. Kakashi stared at Yugao curiously. She had said something that he hadn't expected, the idea that she could not say anything regarding Naruto. But her message was quite clear. Kakashi had always known though. He had always known that Naruto would never attack Konoha. If he had those thoughts, he wouldn't have stayed in Konoha for this long. There had been a reason he stayed. He was certainly afforded free movement by being in this village. Then did you know he was alive? Kakashi asked. I cannot answer that, Yugao said. My role was never to know many secrets but simply to ensure certain things unfolded the way the Sandaime would like and for the benefit of the hidden leaf. This is the will of the third. Nothing really mattered except for what is good for Konoha, isn't? Kakashi asked calmly. It still surprises me that the third would allow Naruto to leave the hidden leaf. What if he realized that he couldn't stop it from happening because of the choice that he made and decided to just do damage control? Talking to other people and leaving traces of things mean ruining all his plans. She then paused, shaking her head. Well, it was not like he could talk about it even if he wanted to. Uzumaki and Nagato appeared in the throne room along with Konan. They were in the form of holographic images. He looked around for a moment before turning his eyes towards Naruto. This wasn't the first time he was appearing in the throne room before Naruto. For how long has he known the blonde Uzumaki? Yoshino introduced them and since then, they have shared some conversations. This was still the person who drove the birth of the Uzumaki Empire and tasked Yoshino into gathering the others were still alive. Had it not been for these people, Nagato would have still been under the control of that man who walked like Madara and spoke like Uchiha Madara. But he was not. Obito had been just a man on a cruel mission that could enslave the entire world. That was his peace, his redemption. It was ridiculous. Where was the peace in putting all humans in a genjutsu? At that point, there would be no one who was alive. The entire human population would have been left without a conscience. But he had been freed from that illusion, and he was now after something that could earn him his peace. It would come through some troubles, but it would come. The Uzumaki desired nothing more than this and establishing their dynasty. Have you already gone out? Nagato asked Naruto in a calm tone. Naruto nodded his head and his eyes turned towards Konan. He smiled pleasantly. Lady Angel, it is always a pleasure to see you. Konan shook her head at this greeting. It was more of the same thing he did whenever she was before him. Perhaps a little worse when he was in Amigakure. She preferred it that way. She had nothing against the Emperor. He was honest. At least to those he considered his friends. They were more than that, weren't there? Yes, they were family. You still seem well, Naruto. She ended up saying. There is nothing to complain about when you are at home. Naruto said. It was your choice to be away from home. Konan reminded him in a stern tone. Everyone seems to like reminding him that what he has done till this far has been his own doing. He was now certain that if he ended up being killed, these people would simply shrug and say it is his fault. He shook his head and then went on to serious matters. Has Zetsu made an appearance? Nagato shook his head. Not since we took care of Obito, he has not. Naruto frowned. This was really worrying because there was a player he could not predict and yet had to worry about. In terms of physical prowess, there was nothing much to fear about Setsu, but since he completely disappeared after Obito was ambushed and torn apart, Naruto had been worried that he might be up to something. He didn't want anything disturbing the best laid plans. He could allow some things to surprise him, but when it came to this side, he could not allow any problems to arise. Tracking him down isn't bearing any fruits either, Naruto said. He stared into the empty space ahead, and then shook his head. I have stopped the search for him. If he wants to appear, he will appear and we will be ready for him. For now, we have other things to worry about. Nagato nodded. Will Kumogakure and IWA stop their battles to focus on us? Naruto was quite certain that they would do so. They wouldn't have to do anything to encourage the nations to put their troubles aside and focus on a common enemy. Yes. I have already taken the airship out in the open. We just have to wait and see how they react to this. If the reaction isn't good enough, we will consider doing other things. But all things considered, this should have been enough to set them off. Then it is war, Nagato said in a firm tone. Naruto nodded. Yes, it indeed war, and a war we shall win. Of course, we have to ensure that the other players don't get involved in this war. We don't want to end up having to fight all the great nations. If we did that, there would be many deaths in the shinobi world. These deaths would only give birth to pain, hatred. If things go that point, we won't be safe. Nagato said. We won't achieve anything. Hatred is what gives birth to wars and meaningless conflicts between shinobi. If we can work things out, we should be in a position to be a power that will be able to stop future wars from happening. Nagato said in a firm tone. At the same time, we must be careful not to grow too strong to make even allies nervous. Conan said. If we are too powerful, the cycle will just repeat itself. That would be unfortunate, and I would have failed in my role as the Emperor of Uzumaki. Naruto paused for a moment, thinking. Because the war will be designed by us, we will not reveal everything about our powers. If things remain this way, you will fight Iwagakure along with Conan, without your shinobi getting involved, and I will handle Kumogakure. This should keep some of your weapons hidden. We can deal with IWA. Nagato said. What about the future? We will handle that in a careful manner. Naruto said. I will go to Kirigakure to try to win them over to our side. Suna seems to be one. As long as we don't throw in the first stone, we should be fine with other nations. Besides, we will only be defending ourselves. Naruto said those words with a wide smile on his lips. Nagato merely shook his head. We must still not be too idealistic as Jiraiya is. Conan warned. Of course. Naruto said with a nod of his head. People will always fight. There will always be conflicts. As long as we live and remain unique, we will disagree. The problem now is that there is no one to manage the conflicts. This is why there are always wars and great nations do as they please. But we shall show them that there is a consequence to an action, and evil will be punished. The following day Giren watched with an amused look as Haku checked Naruto properly to ensure that he was dressed like the Emperor. The ice user truly cared for the blonde, there was not a doubt. At some point she did think that he perhaps cared more for him than other Uzumakis in the village did. Then again, even though he was Uzumaki, Naruto was still somewhat of an outsider since he hadn't been born in this village, and he was still not Uzumaki by full blood. No one could still argue with him though. He hadn't been put as emperor by anyone as far as Yoshino has said, he made himself emperor. I don't think the people who look after him will be too pleased with you, Giren said to Haku with the amused look on her face. Haku shrugged. I just have to make sure, he said. But he seems capable of handling himself just fine, Giren said. The emperor was not a messy person, his hair was something he didn't seem to care for though. There were days it would be so wild you'd think he had been fighting with a civilian girl. I know, but I can't help it, Haku said. Besides, we are going to an important meeting with the Mizukage. We have to look our part. His eyes turned towards the hair and he frowned. No matter what he did, Naruto would not allow him or anyone to dictate how his hair must look like. Would you like to take over? Naruto asked Giren with a smile on his lips. I wouldn't mind if it was you. Giren stared at Naruto for a moment before shaking her head. I don't want to get killed by Karen, she said calmly. Naruto laughed. She wouldn't go that far, he said. You don't know her, Giren said with a shake of her head. I have seen that woman when she is angry. Naruto shrugged. That is nothing, but I did hear that my mother was also like that in her days, he said calmly. Do you think the Mizukage will like me? Giran blinked. She was quite certain that Naruto wasn't going to Kirigakure to get the Mizukage to like him in the way he seemed to suggest. She shook her head. He was thinking something personal. One day, we are going to get into trouble because of such things, she said. I wouldn't put the Empire over risk by something like that, Naruto said. He checked himself for a moment before nodding his head. Let us go, our ship is ready for us, he said as they started to move away from the throne room, heading out. There was silence until they reached the streets. The people in the streets welcomed them with open eyes. Giran soaked it all, feeling good about herself. It wasn't often that she got to walk around like this with the emperor of the nation. There was nothing better than this moment. Naruto was sure loved by his people. Then again, he had seen the nation rise to this state, and the people enjoyed the empire's riches. He didn't care for much but seeing the empire grow into a powerful force that could be compared to the great nations, and he had set himself apart by calling himself the emperor. After they reached the village gates, Naruto teleported the group towards the harbor. They found ships waiting in line for their next journeys. There was a small ship that was painted in crimson, the Emperor's small ship. Giran looked around for a moment before boarding the ship. Naruto settled on a large chair and the captain of the ship docked. I thought Yoshino would see us, Giran said with a slight shake of her head. Had it been in Otogekure, she would certainly worry and be suspicious of certain characters. Everyone looked suspicious in this place. Sometimes she could even question Yoshino's loyalty to the Emperor. He was the one who brought her here, but the past years with the Emperor had made her feel that she owed everything to him. Her loyalty was not anyone but to the Emperor. He is busy with other things, Naruto said in a careless manner. He then released a long breath, a frown on his lips. Is there something wrong? Haku asked. The old fools that I picked up and convinced to start the village once more are not growing some spine because the village has grown. Well, Yoshino had been theirs, but I didn't expect someone to openly say that he should be the emperor instead of me. Naruto shook his head. They could have just done that when I was away. Haku was surprised upon hearing this. I didn't think there were such politics in with the empire's court, he said. Everything had always looked normal and fine. Naruto, after all, has been able to do as he pleases without any restrictions. Then again, he was the emperor. They couldn't do anything to stop him. You are with people, of course thoughts will always differ, Naruto said with a shake of his head. People see things differently. You don't need people who will disagree with you in your court, Giran said in a firm tone. Orochimaru would have gotten rid of such people and I would have done the same. There is no telling what they will do behind your back. If you do such things, you only lead by fear, Naruto said with a shake of his head. You need people to cooperate with you to create something that will last. I don't need to have people fearing me. I allow people to express their thoughts. I am not naive. Of course, anything treasonous will be handled. But there is just the case of someone disagreeing with you. I can't kill people for that, but I still expect them to follow my orders. Giran shook her head. Well, you have us to watch your back, she said with a smile. Yes, Naruto said. What did Yoshino say about this? Haku asked curiously. Yoshino was many things, but he was not a backstabbing bastard. He would not betray Naruto, and he was certain that Naruto knew this. We both laughed and asked the man if he was trying to lighten the mood, Naruto said with a smile. Of course, he said he wasn't, and we both were disappointed, but we did not reproach him for it. Why would anyone want to remove you anyway? Giran asked. I am not a full-blooded Uzumaki like them, Naruto said with a shake of his head. If it was up to me to revive the Uzumaki clan, the only thing that would be revived would be the name, but the blood would eventually die out. Well, if I don't try it with another Uzumaki. Giran looked curious. Naruto certainly had the pull to make everyone bend to his will. But he doesn't do that. The people in Uzushio didn't fear him. They were not afraid of pissing him off. Of course, they were always conscious of his thoughts, especially when it involved Yuzu. Naruto ruled differently from Orochimaru. Perhaps Naruto's way was the reason there was actually harmony in their village. There was competition, but nothing as dangerous as people thinking about killing each other. Why do you permit this? He thinks it is more fun that way, Haku said with a shake of his head. He doesn't want people who will just nod their heads when he gives instructions. He wants people who are alive. But it's more fun that way. Why does it give you a problem? Giran asked Naruto with a raised brow. It doesn't, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. It just annoys me when it comes at the wrong time. Some people fail to read the mood at times. This is how you made things, you shouldn't complain. Besides, you can always change things anytime you want, you are the emperor, Haku said, staring at Naruto without blinking. Naruto shrugged. We'll see, he said. Kirigakure, despite everything, Mei smiled seeing the emperor of Uzumaki. He was truly a handsome young man. She hadn't been expecting to see someone like this. When they said the emperor, she expected to see a greasy old bastard with red hair, but she was seeing a handsome young man with long wild hair. He had a charming smile on his lips, but the appearance was very familiar. She could not forget the image of Konoha shinobi who died about 2 years ago. Even so, the Godain Mizukage put on a smile and greeted the blonde warmly. Your Majesty, she greeted respectfully with a slight bow of her head. He held out her right hand, wanting to shake it. Mizukage-sama. Naruto returned the respect and looked at the hand for a moment. I usually keep the hand shaking with men, he said calmly. Mei raised an eyebrow for a moment, trying to figure out his words. By his smile, she figured what he meant and smiled slyly. What do you usually do? To strong women, I prefer to be embraced by them, he said, but took Mei's hand. The touch was warm and gentle. But let me keep my hands to myself, for now at least. I wouldn't have minded either way, Mei said with a smile. I can see that, Naruto said before turning to Haku. You didn't tell me that I would enjoy my conversation with the Mizukage, Haku, he said with a stare. I considered it, but I figured you'd get overly excited if we told you, Haku said with a shrug. There are serious matters to be discussed. He stressed those words. Naruto shook his head. You and Naoki need to get punished, he said. But this is a good surprise. Perhaps we might get along. Or maybe not. I hope we get along, Mei said. She was smiling, but there was a serious undertone in her voice. Likewise, Mizukage Dano, Naruto said calmly. Shall we? I'm afraid we have a long journey ahead of us, and we will be quite busy over the next weeks. I'm certain of that, Mei said in a serious tone. If he had chosen to make his appearance known, then he was certainly going to be busy with the interests of other villages. Please follow me. Naruto silently followed Mizukage in silence. As they walked, his ever-curious eyes glanced over the village, amazed that it had managed to rebuild and repair itself like this. He wasn't talking about the buildings, but the peace that seemed to flow within the atmosphere. It was certainly something interesting, and it spoke volumes about the kind of leadership the Mizukage had over this once great nation. When they arrived at the tower, Mei had the guards stay outside the office because she wanted to talk alone. Guren and Haku didn't object. It was only Mei's guard who had objections, but it was quickly handled. Naruto settled gracefully in front of Mei's desk and stared at the Mizukage, who was staring at him with curiosity while studying every inch of his face. So you have finally decided to meet me after all these years, Mei said to Naruto. I'd given up hope in ever meeting you. All in good time, Naruto said calmly. Wasn't that you were still busy playing as shinobi of Konoha? Mei asked with suspicion. Her eyes never left him. It appeared that she didn't want to miss anything that might slip from his mask. There was that, but if it was a good time to meet you, I would have done so, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. Playing shinobi was quite fun though. I can't imagine, Mei said. Naruto shrugged and didn't bother trying to explain anything to the Mizukage. I will get straight to it. Uzumaki would like to form an alliance with Kirigakure. We have already ironed out trade deals, and I think we should move to the next level. Mei stared at Naruto with an expressionless mask before folding her hands across her chest. Why? Why not? The Mizukage blinked. She certainly didn't expect him to give that kind of response. Uzumaki's situation is unique, and we don't know your goal. While it would be great to have an ally, Kirigakure will not associate itself with just anyone. Oh? Naruto smiled. He wasn't the least deterred. It wasn't nothing less of what he expected from this person. What are Yuzu's intentions? Nothing bad, Naruto said with a wave of his right hand. Uzumaki only desires to grow into a powerful nation. And for that, we do need allies. Of course, there will be enemies, and regardless of whom the enemy is, they will be crushed. Mei frowned slightly. You say that you don't have any bad intentions, but it looks like there will be war. It does look that way, Naruto said with a nod. And Yuzu will defend itself and its allies. We will not allow history to repeat itself. I'm sure you don't want that. Not anyone would want that, Mei said with a slight shake of her head. But I believe that you could have stopped this situation if you wanted to do it. You could have done things differently, but you did not. What do you think about war, Emperor? Naruto tilted his head to the side and stared at the Mizukage for a couple of moments. He decided to give a simple response. War is bad, really bad. He was amused at his own response. Mei merely stared at him. Can you take this a little seriously? She said in a firm tone. No doubt, from how amused he looked, she was certain that he was fooling around. Was this just a joke to him? She was talking about something that could claim the lives of many people, and he was looking at her with an amused expression on his face. Did he not care about the state of the world at all? You ask an interesting question, Naruto said calmly. I have not seen war. I have not experienced it. But you have. You understand war better than me. People have different views on war, but no one can disagree that it brings nothing more than pain and hatred. You are asking me this question because you want to know if I would willingly throw the first stone to start a war, isn't it? I don't think you have to go that far, Mei said with a stare. You already know that the situation is tense, and you just have to do certain things and the others will react. Perhaps it will be over the top, but nothing you didn't calculate. I could be wrong, of course, but that is what I think in this situation. I believe that Uzushio's actions so far have been calculated, and with the intentions to start something. Naruto smiled. We are not that devious, Mei-san. It is fine if I call you that, right? The Mizukage nodded her head. A person's thoughts about war are irrelevant, in most cases anyway. Whether you understand the pain of war or not will not stop you from moving towards it. Shinobi are the kind of people who often struggle to grasp difference between right and wrong. Shinobi villages often stray on the path of what is morally right but will only do what is right when there are consequences for doing the wrong thing. Perhaps this comes with the human nature. In any case, Uzushio is a peace-loving nation. And we will not attack any nation. Anyone who has a problem with what we have been doing needs to be mentally checked for paranoia. We have not threatened anyone. We have not done anything against anyone. Those who feel threatened have major problems, and we cannot help with that. We will not apologize for growing our village. No one questions the great nations when they grow their military strength, and we will not apologize. We will not apologize for being alive, Mei-san. And we will defend our home, from anyone or anything. Those words, they came in a chilling tone. Mei frowned hearing them. She was certain now, if Uzushio really had the strength, it would not show mercy to anyone who attempts to do anything to it. But she didn't want to get in the crossfire of things. Kiri supplied the ships during Yuzu's destruction. Are we going to talk about that? This village has just seen a civil war. You are a peaceful nation, and what happened in the past has happened. You were not there when things happened. If you were there, we would have a major problem. But it is a fact that this village did offer its assistance in our destruction. But we still won't hold it against this village. We don't want to destroy the peace you have created here. We don't want to be a nation that destroys peace. This is why we are trying to form an alliance with you. Strategically, we benefit from an alliance. We are all surrounded by the sea after all, and we rule over them. It would be best not to make enemies of an unknown quantity. Uzushio was dangerous. There was no doubt about that. Mei didn't want to make enemies with the nation. Well, they have been able to work around things in the past couple of years, even though there was nothing formalized in terms of an alliance, because she had refused to sign anything unless she saw the emperor. There was an agreement that I had discussed with Haku and then with Yoshino. We can just add a few things on it. You could have signed that agreement with Yoshino. He is the leader of Uzushio and would be well within his rights to make a trade agreement. Naruto said. My agreement with you will be on behalf of the Uzumaki Empire, and that will include certain villages. The information is confidential, and we hope it keeps that way. Mei frowned. Well, no wonder you are called the Emperor, she said. Which villages? You have Amigekure, the Wave, and Nadeshiko. The latter is a great friend of ours, and we have a good relationship. We don't rule over it, it is just a strategic partner. And very soon, we shall add another. An hour later, Mei was staring at the empty space ahead of her. Naruto had just left. She had realized she was dealing with people who certainly knew what they were doing. Uzushio was indeed dangerous. Naruto wasn't some stupid man who was after power. He was a person with a clear idea of what he wanted to achieve, and Mei was afraid of it. He had seemed honest with her, though. Yet she wondered if the agreement she signed with him would be held up. So far, they had worked well in the informal trade deal. So far, they hadn't given her any reason to think they couldn't be trusted. But you could never know when it came to shinobi nations. People could stab you in the back while smiling pleasantly. When Ao walked into the office, Mei stared at the man for a long minute before speaking. It appears that we must prepare for war, she said to the man. Ao frowned. With Yuzu? Mei shook her head. She doubted Yuzushio would want to go to war with them. It had to deal with Kumogakure and Iwagakure on the other side, and those two villages were superpowers. Perhaps this was why they were trying to form an alliance. But Naruto hadn't requested that she give him aid in terms of military. I don't know, but this world is heading into war, and we must be ready for anything. With Naruto settled down gracefully, and looked into heavens for a long minute before closing his eyes. He opened them and glanced towards Haku. The Mizukage is certainly a person of personality. Did you expect her to be a pushover? Haku asked with a raised brow. Naruto shook his head. It wouldn't have been fun if we could push her around. She is a Kage who has experienced many things, so there is that. But things will work out, right? Haku said with a stare. He didn't think that trouble with Kirigakure would do them any favors. No, they could not afford it. It would only put them in a corner because now they would have to defend in all angles, and that would stretch their resources. Naruto nodded. They will, he said. Whether she likes our method or not, we can still have a working relationship that is beneficial to both sides. We don't have a problem with them, and they don't generally have a problem with us, but they suspect us of certain things. Either way, there will be no problems. Haku smiled. That is at least a relief, he said a bit happily. I hope it stays this way and our enemies will only be Kumo and Iwagakure. I doubt a clash in the sea will work out for them, but I do hope things remain civil. Naruto said. I would like to make it personal, but I am currently limited to where I sleep. Is that the only thing you think? Guren asked with a stare. Of course not, Naruto said with a shake of his head. I just think that it is sometimes important to have those lasting relationships that will stay strong even in the next generations. Blood ties are much more important, and perhaps it could be useful for domination. He paused for a moment before speaking once more. You must get Yoshino to teach you politics. Why? Because very soon, you will be promoted into a role that requires you to play politics. You will not be within Uzumaki forever. Naruto said. What is that supposed to mean? Naruto merely smiled but did not respond to the question. Iwagakure Inoki couldn't help but loudly curse at the recent report he had just received. He didn't need to deal with this now, not when Kumogakure was just around the corner, and waiting for a moment he lost it before attacking. On the surface, it looked like IWA and the Cloud had managed to find some common ground, but it was not the case. Their shinobi were not fighting because they knew if something like that happened, they would actually fight it out, and in a situation where 3 other great nations were not fighting, it was unfavorable. It only worked out when all of them were fighting. Inoki was conscious of the fact that a war with Kumo would only give Konoha the advantage, and the Cloud was very much aware of this. They had avoided war because of this. If not for the Uzumaki, they would have certainly tried everything to make sure that Konoha got dragged into the war. Inoki would not have minded pulling the strings to attract this danger. But he had been cautious because he honestly didn't want to fight Kumo. It would do IWA no good unless he was thinking of plundering the village in the aftermath. He glanced up when the person he had called walked into the office. Why the hurry to call me? Kuratsuchi said to her grandfather. For a moment I thought you were dying. Inoki frowned. Couldn't she read the mood? Or maybe she could, and she was saying this because of the mood. I still have many years within me. Apparently. Kuratsuchi grunted before sitting in front of Inoki's office desk. What's wrong? Kumo has not made a move, has it? That would be troubling. Kumo was a heavyweight nation. It had the shinobi population. It had the Jinchurikis to fight, and its raikage was a beast. IWA would not come out of the war unscathed, and if Yuzu turns out to be the enemy, there would be danger, a massive danger for their very survival. There was still Konoha to consider, and her grandfather had already pissed off the village with his remarks. Inoki shook his head. At least for now we can forget about war with Kumogakure because we have a common enemy, he said with a small smile. It was a relief and something he had been looking for. Which enemy? Kuratsuchi asked. Uzumaki, Inoki said. Kuratsuchi was silent for a couple of seconds before finally speaking. They have been silent over the past years. I have been checking their movements with an open eye. Have they finally moved? Anoki nodded his head. He had a frown on his lips as he responded. They have shown something that could be a problem. A couple of days ago, an airship was seen flying over the Fire Country and landed in Tsunade. It was belonging to the Whirlpools. Kuratsuchi matched her grandfather's frown. Aerial attacks, so that is what they have been building. What else have they been hiding? Did this thing show any capabilities? It doesn't have to do anything. They just have to show that they have it, and we will all jump. We are all thinking now, at any moment they could just fly over us and drop bombs. That would devastate the village, and we wouldn't even be able to do anything to stop them in time. There was also the fact that they didn't even know how many airships the village had. Perhaps this had been done intentionally. Uzumaki wanted them to see its creations. It wanted them to move to its tune. Anoki hated it. He hated the person who was behind such moves. The village was playing a game with them. It didn't have to launch a strike. No, it knew they were wary of its revival, and the moment they felt it was indeed a threat, they would do something. It felt like they were being baited into a trap. Anoki had underestimated the Whirlpools. This coming war, it was crafted by them. They just didn't want to be the one to throw the first stone. He should have moved when he heard they had revived. Now they had weapons and he didn't know how many. He didn't even know of their military strength. We have to do something about them then, Kuratsuchi said in a firm tone. Whether they attack us or not doesn't matter, this is just risky. Anoki laughed. It was a bitter laugh. He amused himself thinking that Uzumaki had been expecting something like that. Snakes. He was dealing with crafty people. I assume that is what Uzumaki wants, he said. Kuratsuchi looked confused. She didn't understand those words. What do you mean? I mean that Uzumaki planned this, but it doesn't matter anyway. If it is war the village wants, it is war it shall get, Anoki said in a firm tone. Its emperor turns out to be someone you know. Who? Naruto Uzumaki. Kuratsuchi stared. That person? That indifferent blonde Jinchuriki who got her drunk and attempted to play her friend before dying when she wanted to meet him. Wait, he was dead. Isn't Naruto Uzumaki dead? It turns out that he is very much alive, Anoki said. He stood before me and said he had no connections with Yuzu. He even looked indifferent when I spoke about destroying it. But he was its emperor. I should have suspected something was off and turned him into dust. Naruto had told her that he wasn't her enemy. Had he lied to her? Kuratsuchi cursed. That bastard probably wanted to manipulate her, and she had almost begged him to stay and talk to her. I guess I can use that invitation now. He was saying he wants to be my friend. I can try to invite him. And then you must kill him, Anoki said in a stern tone. If he agrees to it. It must be somewhere away from Yuzu, and you must get close to him. Once you do, you know what to do. He likes to drinking. I will offer him something and then wait for him, Kuratsuchi said with a grin on her lips. I will write the letter and send it to him. I know the perfect place to meet him. I don't think he will disagree. If he disagrees, you are not going anywhere near Yuzu. We can't trust them and I can't let you fall into enemy hands, Anoki said firmly. Can you handle him? They said he was strong, but I will handle him, grandfather. When you do, we can think of invading Yuzu, and we need to do it with Kumogakure. We can't afford to send men to Yuzu while Kuma lurks. The moment we do that, they attack us, Anoki said. Yuzu Shogakure Naruto was sitting on his throne, his back leaning against it, eyes narrowed sharply with power and authority radiating within them. He was staring at a group of 40 Uzumaki Jonins who were kneeling before the king, led by Yoshino. Naoki and Naori were flanking both his sides. Lift your heads, Naruto commanded in a stern tone. Yoshino, tell me, what was the state of this place when I first came here? We were living in constant fear of another invasion, and we had hidden ourselves from the outside world. We did not want to reveal ourselves to the world because we were afraid. Yes, before you came here, the Uzumaki were a fearful people. Let that not leave you until you die, Yoshino. That doesn't exclude all of you. Remember where you were before I came to this village. Remember and never forget. Naruto paused for a moment to allow the words to sink in. Tell me, Yoshino, who was it that encouraged you to start things from scratch and create this village? It was you, your majesty. Who was it that laid the first stone for the empire to be built? It was you, your majesty. Who was it that gave you a mission to look for the other Uzumaki who were scattered across the elemental nations? It was you, Your Majesty. Who is your emperor? Naruto Uzumaki. Good. Naruto nodded. Then you will remember what I said. You will remember that I promised to make Uzumaki a great nation. You will remember that I said the Uzumaki Empire will become great, greater than the great 5 nations. We are heading there. But before we become the greatest, we must fight. We must go to war. You said you would follow me to pits of hell in the pursuit of greatness, and I expect nothing less. I will tolerate failure, but I will not tolerate cowards and incompetence. The Emperor will not tolerate men who run from battle. My men fear nothing. They fear no man, and they shall be victorious because I will lead them into victory. We are not going to be destroyed. But we will win. We will become winners. We will become a great nation. We believe that, Your Majesty, Yoshino said confidently. This is why we fight for you. This is why we follow you. Good. Good, Naruto said with a nod of his head. We are going to war soon. Just this group will be enough. Yes, this group of 43 will defeat a great nation. Those who attack us will know our power. The great nations will learn to fear Uzumaki. The odds might look like they will be against us, but we will be victorious. I will lead you into victory. Be ready, Uzumaki. The next time I summon you here, we will be heading to a battlefield. We will be ready, Your Majesty. The 50 saluted before disappearing from the throne room in the blink of an eye. Once they were gone, Naruto smiled. Acting like the Emperor is taxing, he said calmly. I thought you were getting a kick out of it, Naoki said to Naruto. You're usually playful, but isn't this the real side of the Emperor? If you joke around too much, people won't respect you. Naruto shook his head. You lack a better understanding of respect, Naoki. If you are serious all the time and people have to hurry to their knees each time they see you, it is no longer just a sense of respect that they feel when they see you, but fear. I won't lead my people by fear. They must follow me because they want to follow me. Puppets controlled by fear will not work out for me. As you say, Your Majesty. Naruto's eyes turned towards Yoshino for a moment. The man was already on his feet, looking at them with an expressionless mask on his face. Your Majesty, will this work out? How certain are you that Konoha will not try to interfere with the battles? If they start fearing us, they too will take part, and we can't handle that. Didn't I tell you? Naruto asked calmly. Tell me what? Yoshino said. I know that it was Danzo who sent people to try to assassinate the Raikage. If Konoha tries to interfere, they will be warned not to do anything, or this information will reach both IWA and Kumogakure. I am quite certain that both villages would quickly settle their petty disagreements and march over to the Leaf, Naruto said calmly. That represents a problem, though, Naori said. If IWA and Kumogakure stop fighting, they will be able to send a bigger army towards us. Nagato would certainly be able to handle that, but it won't be without loss. We want to ensure that we suffer minimal loss in this war, and if things change, our strategy has to change. Then we make sure that Konoha doesn't do anything stupid because we can't afford anything troublesome, Naruto said in a stern tone. But if we are pushed, we will be forced to use the airship, but that represents major losses that will leave our nation as being known for massacres in the battlefield. We don't want to do anything that destroys our good image. You are playing a gamble, Naoki said with a slight shake of his head. But with how things have become so far, nothing will change in the situation between Kumo and IWA. We have already blown the trumpet, they will make their move soon, Yoshino said. Konoha is just a factor that we can't ignore. When the time comes, I will go to them, Naruto said calmly. How are things in the Sound? We must start moving things speedily now that war is upon us. We have developed everything that needs to be developed with Otogekure, and we have placed a worthy feudal lord. Otogekure remains closed and information is guarded, but it has become a real village instead of just a web of hideouts. We have destroyed everything that has Orochimaru's name in it. We must start thinking about changing the name of the village. We cannot possibly use the name that Orochimaru used, Naruto said in a thoughtful tone. We will work out something, Yoshino said with a nod. When do we begin the expansion? Are we going to start now or afterwards? Afterwards, Naruto said. It will be a whole lot easy to do it after everything. Right now, we'd have many questions and even our allies will start second-guessing us. We can't afford that now. It is much easier to move around when people trust you. When you are not trusted, things become a little dangerous. I thought that was the kind of situation you like. Not when it concerns the Empire's future. There are times for one to enjoy a little bit of fun and a time to be serious.